And don't be shy, feel free to come to the front. Good morning, everyone. How is everybody doing on the 18th of March, 2025? Warm, I hear. It's almost Songkran. Feel free to move closer if you wish. Okay. Well, I just wanted to say good morning, Sawadee and welcome to the second Corporate Sustainability and Environmental Rights in Asia Conference. My name is Belinda Shajayo, but you can call me Belinda. And I have the honor of welcoming you all here today. Now, I won't take too much of your time, but I will say this. Over the last few weeks, months of hard work with different partners, with all of you, communicating with all of you, whether it's through communications or directly via email, etc., a saying kept coming to my head from back home. Umuntu ngabantu. A person is a person because of the community that they are part of. Now, we have a special community here at the CSERA conference, one that is comprised of business leaders, regulators, civil society, environmental experts, and. And in these uncertain times, it is really an honor and a pleasure to see all of us come together to talk about stakeholder engagement. How do we better communicate with businesses about the triple planetary crisis, emerging human rights concerns, etc. Now, I know that you're not here to hear me speak, but rather our esteemed panelists and guests. So I would like to hand over to Mr. Gerd Trogman, Manager, Regional Program and Global Policy Network, Bangkok Regional Hub. Over to you, Gerd.
Thank you very much, Belinda, and a very good morning to you all across this very nice and actually quite cozy conference room. Very good to see you. Thank you for making time. It's a privilege for me to welcome you all on behalf of UNDP to the second Corporate Sustainability and Environmental Rights in Asia conference, in short, CSERA, this time under the theme and title Beyond Disclosures, Charting Asia's Corporate Stakeholder Engagement Ecosystem. Allow me to start with a word of gratitude to the European Union for making this conference possible, and with a word of thanks and appreciation to our organizing partners, the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, and the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, IUCN, for their support and for their collaboration. The year 2025 marks the third anniversary of the UN General Assembly's recognition of the right to a clean, to a healthy, and a sustainable environment. In these 3 years, we have seen shifts in the way countries, businesses, and people view, assess, and respond to human rights and environmental degradation. Recent global agreements, take the COP16 on biodiversity or COP29 on climate change, underscore the deep connection between human rights and climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. For business and industry in the region, we have seen positive movements towards corporate responsibility and accountability, demonstrating commitment to people and planet. For governments in the region, we have seen the growing centrality of the link between economic growth as well as human and environmental rights. The links between rapid industrial development, environmental impacts, and human rights are evident across the region. Asia is the global growth engine of the world, contributing almost 47% of global GDP. But Asia also faces over 50% of global climate-related disasters, including typhoons and cyclones, heat waves, and rising sea levels. 83 of the world's 100 most polluted cities are in Asia. The ASEAN region alone has lost 30% of its forests in the past 40 years, threatening ecosystems, agriculture, and livelihoods. Yet we have also seen that responsible businesses drive meaningful change for the people in the region, adopting human rights-based approaches to environmental challenges. We see 3 very important trends in this respect that I believe are worth highlighting tonight. First, stronger due diligence. Due diligence is no longer just about risk mitigation. It's about value creation. Companies that integrate environmental and human rights due diligence into their core business strategy thrive in the long term. Secondly, stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder engagement is much more than an obligation, it's an opportunity. Businesses that engage with civil society, environmental defenders, and frontline communities will be more adaptive, more resilient, and more impactful. Thirdly, regulatory evolution. Businesses that anticipate and align with emerging regulations will lead. Regulatory compliance is not just about avoiding penalties. It's about future-proofing business model and driving policy innovation. I trust that important trends like these will feature strongly in your discussions over the next 2 days. CSERA is a space for dialogue. It's a space for learning, a space for collaboration. And on behalf of the organizing team, I encourage you all to challenge your ideas, to share new perspectives, and explore solutions together over the next 2 days. Thank you for joining the second Corporate Sustainability and Environmental Rights in Asia conference, and welcome again to all of you. Thank you.
There we go. Third time's a try. Thank you, Gerd, for those lovely welcome remarks. Now I would like to invite Mr. Andreas Rotger. Apologies if I mispronounced your surname. First Counselor, Head of Regional Team Asia and Pacific Services Foreign Policy Instruments at the European Union Commission. Over to you.
Sehr geehrt Trogemann, UNDP, Dr. Pornanong Butsarantragon, Secretary General of the Security and Exchange Commission, representatives from business, regulators, civil society, and youth. Sawadee-ka. It is a great pleasure and honor to be able to be here to also welcome you on behalf of the European Union to this important conference, Corporate Sustainability and Environmental Rights in Asia. I would like, firstly, to congratulate and thank all involved agencies in pulling this off, UNDP, UNICEF, UNEP, IUCN, and the UN Global Compact Network Thailand, for organizing this important event and for inviting us to participate and to allow us to share our views. I'm honored to be given the opportunity to take the floor right now on what is a very important topic, corporate stakeholder engagement. These days, with all what happens across the globe, we sometimes are tempted to forget. But there is, and it was mentioned before, this triple crisis we shouldn't forget of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, which is remaining one of the defining global and existential threats we face. It must be addressed in a comprehensive and integrated way through enhanced multilateralism and global action in a stakeholder and consultative process. What is needed is resilience. What is needed is, nevertheless, optimism. To drive us, what is needed is passion and humility. The EU is committed to environmental protection. It is enshrined in our Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union. The EU's commitment to address risk to climate, environmental degradation, biodiversity loss, and water scarcity are also including the dimension of what does it mean to human rights, the right to live, the right of a healthy life, safe drinking water, sanitation, food, adequate housing, good standard or decent standard at least of living for all, and so on. The EU supports the implementation of environmental rules, multilateral agreements, and we do this also through our trade policy, and this is the link also of today's conference. We welcome the recognition by the UN Human Rights Council and the UN General Assembly of a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a human right. The EU supports the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights impact on climate change and on the human rights obligations relating to the environment. We continue to assist and promote the work of human rights defenders worldwide. We are furthermore strongly engaged in advancing business practices that are respecting and promoting human rights in line with UN guiding principles on business and human rights. Building on earlier policies on corporate social responsibility, the EU has in the past years advocated towards mandatory legal requirements on business and human rights based on agreed international standards. Several recently adopted pieces of legislation in the EU, such as the Critical Raw Materials Act, the Digital Service Act, or the Artificial Intelligence Act, include due diligence requirements as a tool for companies to address potential negative impacts on human rights. The recent entry into force of the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, or CS3D, marks a significant step forward in our efforts to provide a framework for due diligence in the value chain. This directive builds not only on the work done by the UN in the framework of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, but also on the OECD's framework of responsible business conduct and the ILO's work on decent work. All these provide conceptual foundations for us in the EU and partners to approach the corporate sustainability and the rationale as to why due diligence should be at the core of it. It seeks to ensure that companies take responsibilities for their impact on human rights and the environment. It establishes a comprehensive framework, and it requires to work together in a stakeholder approach to identify, prevent, and mitigate adverse impacts on human rights and the environment throughout the operations and value chains. Importantly, while this is challenging, we should embrace that challenge and take it as an opportunity for present generations and also for future generations, and also as a way which can drive growth, even if at the beginning it is slightly more challenging. We believe that by adopting robust due diligence practices, business can position themselves to secure long-term market advantage, enhance supply chain resilience, and attract more sustainable investment as global demand for ethical business practices is certainly growing. Continued efforts are needed. And while aiming to help achieve a fair digital and green transition, I would also like to stress that we in the European Union are always ready and listen carefully to our partners around the world on their feedback on the implications and impact of, for instance, our regulations, to draw lessons and act quickly to ensure that responsible companies worldwide can continue investing in driving forward necessary changes. As we acknowledge Asia's fundamentally critical role in global supply chains, and it was mentioned already, this is a center of gravity of the world in many respects, we are committed to continue working closely with our partners in the region on policy reforms and on strengthening institutional capacity, with the aim to create a regulatory environment that holds accountability dear and also puts the human beings at the center of all our undertakings. Now, being here in Thailand and Bangkok, I am happy to inform that the EU delegation continues to closely cooperate with the Ministry of Justice on its intent to develop a corporate sustainability law for Thailand. Civil society organizations, and many of you are representing them here in the room, are indispensable, I would say, in our joint efforts, particularly in advocating for those affected by corporate action and holding business accountable for their action. Hence, particular attention is needed to ensure an enabling environment for civil society and rights holders to speak out and to make their voice heard in the joint undertaking. We continue to work with our key partners. Many of you are here today to operationalize plans and commitments through targeted projects. Right now, from the FBI services, we are working with 3 projects in this domain. One is called Agent for Change, Youth and Media Responsible Business Practice, where we have joined hands with UNDP. Another one is with the OECD, where we work on responsible business conduct for green and digital and resilient supply chains in Asia. And finally, we have just started work with ILO on managing a decent future of work together in the Asia Pacific, which is focusing on the mega trends which are affecting today's work environment. So these are all 3 important actions which show that we are firmly committed to this topic. I would now like to really stop, I was already far too long, by hoping you will have a very inspiring deliberation which will allow you to make your voice in the context of this corporate sustainable due diligence discussions heard, inform, provide some tangible action points so that indeed we continue step by step even more closely to work together in a collaborative spirit and in a multi-stakeholder approach. Thank you very much. Kopkumaka.
Thank you, Andreas. A lot of inspiring words, a lot of inspiring key actions, I think, that we've been tasked with over the next 2 days. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Ponanong, the Secretary General of the Securities Exchange Commission of Thailand. Dr. Ponanong.
Swadika. Good morning, Mr. Kurt Trokeman, Mr. Andreas Rodger, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to speak with you today about one of the most pressing challenges of our time, the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable development. The triple planetary crisis, which is the linkage of the 3 main issues: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, that affects our fundamental human rights. Climate change threatens lives through extreme weather. Biodiversity loss undermines human health and livelihoods. Pollution also increases health risks and has a more severe impact on those already ill. These crises form a vicious cycle. Pollution drives climate change. Climate change escalates biodiversity losses, and biodiversity loss worsens pollution and global warming. Let me elaborate a clear picture of the severity of the triple planetary crisis for human rights. Regarding air pollution, PM2.5 accounted for 8.1 million deaths globally in 2021, becoming the second leading risk factor for death, including for children under 5 years old. Biodiversity loss underpin many of the fundamental conditions necessary for the human rights, particularly the right to life, health, water, food, cultures, and a healthy environment. In addition, according to the UNDP, climate change is projected to push up to 132 million people into extreme poverty by 2030. Among these, 44 million individuals will face extreme poverty primarily due to climate-induced health crisis. As climate change intensifies its negative effect on income, livelihoods, displacement, and overall well-being will become increasingly evident. What does the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, as a regulator of the Thai capital market can do? The Thai capital market plays a crucial role in channeling funds toward environmentally and socially conscious business. The SEC is therefore committed to enhancing the ecosystem to make this mechanism work effectively. This is one of the main goals in the Capital Market Development Plan and also our strategic plan too. The SEC encourages ESG disclosure through the One Report system implemented in 20 Organization of Securities Commission or IOSCO endorses as a global baseline. This will guide the Thai capital markets sustainability disclosure into a more robust and internationally harmonized reporting environment. In addition to climate-related information, the One Report framework encourages businesses to establish human rights policies, as well as the implement and disclose human rights due diligence, HRDD, that you mentioned. The HRDD is strongly encouraged because its concept is integral to international standards, like the United Nations Guiding Principles on the Business and Human Rights and the OECD Guidance for the Multinational Enterprise. The core objective is to help businesses to identify, prevent, and mitigate adverse impacts. Unlike to their, those impacts can link to their operations, supply chains, and business relationships. These HRDD processes are critical because they not only assess potential impacts on human rights on the social context, but also consider the environmental implication. Currently, 96% of listed companies in Thailand have already disclosed human rights policies, which is a good starting point. Within this group, among 14% implemented the human rights due diligence HRDD. Although doubling from the previous year, this still indicates substantial room for improvement and the need for commitment and engagement from all stakeholders. Let me move on to another important area, the use of capital market instruments to support the ESG financing and investment. One of the key financing instruments is the sustainable theme bonds, which include green bonds, social bonds, sustainability bonds, and sustainability linked bond, what we call is SLB. Since 2019, The total issuance and offering of sustainable bonds in Thailand has reached approximately 900 billion baht, which recognize that the sustainable bond market in Thailand still has significant growth potential, as there are numerous public and private sector projects that contribute to social and environment benefits. To increase retail investors' access to ESG products, the Sustainable and Responsible Investing Funds, what we call in Thailand SRI funds, have been designed, and we plan to enhance its transparency and disclosure standards to mitigate the risks of greenwashing. The SRI fund's net asset value has shown consistent growth, and by the end of 2024, the SRI funds here reached an AUM of around 48 billion baht. To foster the ESG investment, the Thai government has introduced a tax incentive scheme, what we call is Thai ESG funds, in which investors can use their investment to deduct their income tax. These funds invest in shares of listed companies that meet certain criteria demonstrating their good ESG practices. These include the companies with outstanding ESG rating or score, as evaluated by reliable and independent institutions, or the companies with corporate governance excellence and disclosure of corporate value-up plan, including ESG initiatives or greenhouse gas emission reduction plans via the Stock Exchange of Thailand's platform. In summary, what the SEC has been doing, and we plan to continue to do it, demonstrate an effort to build a holistic ecosystem, which requires simultaneous implementation across different areas. However, the SEC is not doing this alone. It is, in fact, the collective effort and unity of everyone in the capital market with strong determination, clear policy and direction, and actionable implementation plans. I believe these are our key success factors. I would like to add that these events reflects the same vision of bringing together people who share common goal. Therefore, these today's events will provide an invaluable platform for us to learn, connect, and act for a meaningful change. Now it is up to us to turn insights into actions by integrating human rights into corporate strategies, strengthening sustainability efforts, and shaping a more responsible business landscape. Let's take this momentum beyond these walls and create a future where business, environment, and human rights can go hands in hands. Thank you so much. สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you so much, Dr. Palanon, for those inspiring words and also drawing from, I think, the key pillars of this conference: learn, connect, and act. Now, without much further ado, I would like to firstly thank once again Andreas Konpanonong and, of course, Gerd for the opening and officially opening the Corporate Sustainability and Environment Rights in Asia Conference. Just one more round of applause, please. I know it's pretty early in the day, but that was lovely, and we sincerely do appreciate the warm welcome and a lot of food for thought. Just a few housekeeping items before we move on to the next segment. You will see our live scribe. Her name is Iris. She is capturing what we hope will be the outcomes of this conference and our discussions. What does stakeholder engagement look like? So when we talk about community, we really want to make sure that we get your voices heard as well, and we chart out and map out what stakeholder engagement looks like during the conference. So thank you, Iris. And feel free to always approach her. Now, without much further ado, I would like to go to the second part of our opening segment, which is our plenary discussion on the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, redefining corporate engagement. Now, we do have a special guest of honor who has offered better than I to kind of frame what we mean by redefining corporate engagement. And I believe she's online. Hi, there we go. I would like to introduce Her Excellency Rizwana Syeda Hassan, Advisor to the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change of the Government of Bangladesh. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you want me to start?
Yes, over to you.
Thank you. When I think about people's right to clean and healthy environment and try to reimagine the role of the corporations, I see that it is not only the corporations or the government who can promote and defend people's right to clean and healthy environment. I think it is broadly four set of actors. One is the government. The other is, of course, the business and the corporations. The third is the civil society. And fourth is the communities. So even though we are talking about corporate engagement, I think all the four actors have a defined role to play to ensure that the corporate engagement is respectful to nature and is respectful to people's right to clean and healthy environment. I think it's very important that the government or a country has the right set of law. I don't think that many states in the world have actually to include right to environment. I think that should change, and we should recognize right to environment in respective constitution. Having said that, I should also say that only recognizing clean environment as a right of the people may not lead us to a world where we'll actually be respectful to nature. Because if we take a too much of anthropocentric approach, then the rights of other species on the earth might get a little undermined. So we need to also talk about protection of biodiversity and protection of other flora and fauna on this earth. The legal regime in order for us to ensure corporate engagement and subject them to certain standards and legal procedure, it's important to ensure that our laws recognize certain principles. For example, the principle of sustainable development, both with its qualitative and quantitative aspect, the principle of precaution, the polluter pays principle, and I must add, the principle of due diligence. We often see that in the corporate world, when we, the developing countries, are the exporters and we export to Western world, They come with heavily loaded uh, responsibilities for the corporations. For example, in the garment sector in Bangladesh, we often see the buyers asking for this condition today, that condition tomorrow. When it comes to the Western countries, developed countries, exporting to our part of the world, the standards certainly go down. For example, the shipbreaking industry, it is being transferred from the developed country to the developing countries without adhering to the same set of principles to which they adhere to when they themselves become importers. So I think the double standard has to really go. In terms of air pollution, also, we have seen that in our part of the world, we set the standards pretty low. But it can't be the case because the lungs of a Western citizen is no different than the lungs of a Bangladeshi citizen. So I think we should be done with double standards when our countries, whether our countries are exporters or importers. Uh, there is also one thing about business and human rights, as if they are terms that are inherently contradictory, but they should be terms that should be mutually supportive of each other. Many of our countries have CSR principles, but most of our countries do not have CSR as legally binding uh, mechanism. And even the business and human rights thing, although some of our laws talk about, some of our countries talk about all the four principles that I have mentioned, the precautionary principle, polluter pays principle, sustainable development principle, due diligence, most of our countries haven't done that. So I think there is a need for the state governments to think about incorporating this expressly in their legal domain and to ensure that business is subjected to certain legally binding procedures and they cannot violate those. Uh, Moving from the principles, I would also like to talk about and emphasize on some practices that we really need to see institutionalized. Uh, for example, it's not only the government, the citizens who take keen interest in the quality of their air, in the quality of their environment, in the quality of their forests, in the quality of their soil and water, they should be given access to information. Some of our countries have right to Information Act, but most of our countries do not have right to environmental information law. This is an absolute necessary. Uh, in one good practice, we have seen that most of our countries have made the EIA regime public, but the responsibility of those who prepared the EIA document or who can prepare the EIA document so that it does not become a copy-paste legal regime hasn't been guaranteed in the laws of most of the countries. So right to information is of vital importance. Those of our countries who have Right to Information Act, many have exempted the corporate sector from disclosing their vitally important environmental information that would allow people to form a judgment about the environmental sustainability of their business. That would allow the communities to really know what will be done in the name of business around their surrounding. So I see that is also a requirement that our governments will do good in considering. Right to information, participation. Many of our EIA regimes have actually incorporated many progressive elements from different parts of the world, but those are actually not into practice. If you don't share information on the ground of state security, you can't expect people to form the right opinion. So people should be allowed to participate in the decision-making process and not really be given a role that will be reactive in nature. Communities should be engaged, and that is what we have started to practice in Bangladesh. And the third element is access to justice. I think it's very important that when communities feel that their rights are not being protected because of corporate abuse, misuse, they should be given the right to take their grievances to administrative forum and to the judiciary forum. In some countries, we have seen that the life of the environmental human rights defenders are becoming really difficult. So the state can think of evolving mechanism that would protect the environmental human rights defenders and should not try to regulate their activities under the pretext of regulating the fund flow for regulating terrorism. That should absolutely go. And we know that many countries are coming up with laws that will regulate the functioning of NGOs and subject the NGOs to stricter government regulation. That is something I think should be rethought. The whole regime of EIA and SIA, fortunately, is being more open and is allowing people to participate, to really know about what's happening in the name of, corporate inclusion in development schemes. But I think there is absolute necessity of translating the EIAs, or at the first place, doing the EIA in the local language so that people understand them better. Bangladesh has a separate environmental code. It's not very encouraging. It's not functioning properly, but there are other countries in the world who are having separate environmental code with defined responsibilities, broad, wider responsibilities with defined principles that they'll defend. I think all countries around the world can go through the successful models of environmental legal adjudication and can upgrade their environmental tribunals. In Bangladesh, we have got very strong culture of community engagement and suing the corporations for violating environmental law. Side by side, we are also seeing that the corporations are coming out with corporate social responsibility and helping many social causes. So I think if corporate social responsibility could be made binding, then the corporations would not first be doing the damage and then doing the rectification. They'll from the very beginning take a precautionary approach. We have compensation principles in our law. In some countries, they realize the compensation, put it in a common fund, and use it for eco-restoration. I think that can be a global practice. As for the role of the business, I think their transparency is of absolute necessity, and they should be trying to comply with the system and not manage the system in not a straightforward way. We often see that the corporations go into practices like greening, which is often greenwashing, which is often not authentic certification. The government, communities, and the corporations should work together that the certifications are genuine and not mere greenwashing. We have seen huge improvement taking place in Bangladesh in the ready-made garment sectors. We are yet to see the same improvement take place in other sectors where we export. One way of impacting public mind is through the media. We see that the corporations more and more are having control over the media. They're having their own media houses and often spreading information that are not proper. So this corporate media has become a challenge to people's struggle for right to clean environment. And we should all be careful. The corporations should be publishing, should be making available all vital information through their websites regularly. And the final point that I would like to make, that businesses should think about insurance so that if there are accidental damage done to environment, the communities who are impacted are adequately compensated. The civil society, the environmental activists, they must not be sleeping on their rights. They should be always persistent and focused. That has been a case here in Bangladesh, there is a community that has emerged who are known as environmental activists. They are very vigilant. They keep an eye on what is happening in the business sector and constantly creating pressure on the government so that the pressure is also conveyed to the corporations to ensure compliance with environmental laws, rules, and standards. Persistence is of utmost importance and focus is also of utmost importance. It's very important for the government to educate the community. So if environmental rights, environmental obligations are included in the curriculum, which Bangladesh has included, but we see need to include them with more depth and with more diversity. So from the very beginning, children will grow up with environmental education that will ensure that the society is environmentally responsible, and that will eventually force the corporate practices to be compliant. And I think whether it's government, whether it's corporations, uh, the motto should be not to destroy the natural resource space, not to do harm to the nature. Because if you can't create a thing, if you can't create a river, if you can't create a forest, if you can't create a mountain, you have no right to damage it. So with these words, I would conclude here. And if there is scope for me to participate in question answer, most happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. So over the last, I would say 40 minutes, we have charted a few things about what the corporate stakeholder engagement ecosystem looks like, right? Her Excellency spoke about government, businesses, even media. We heard about regulators, different due diligence standards from different parts of the world, etc. Now I'd like to turn over to this esteemed panel that will maybe just give us some practical insights, moderated by Gerd, who you met earlier, the manager. Oh, can everyone hear me? I think the sound was a bit off.
Do I have to stay, or it's okay for me to leave?
You're most welcome to stay, but either way is fine. Thank you, Your Excellency. Maybe a round of applause one more time.
Thank you.
So now I'd like to welcome this esteemed panel to give us some practical reflections on how does this look like? What does stakeholder engagement look like? What does the right to a healthy environment in practice look like? We have Mr. Gerd Trogeman moderating, but of course we welcome Lucia Balagova, Deputy Head of the Economic and Trade Section of the EU delegation. We have Kun Kate, Deputy Secretary General of UN Global Compact Network Thailand, Umavanti, or Uma for short, speaking on behalf of the Chair of the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, AICHA, with Malaysia as Chair, and Umuna Nurin Atira Binti, or Atira for short, a member of UNICEF's Young People's Action Network. Over to you, Gerd.
Thank you very much, Belinda. Actually, the previous speaker, I believe, very eloquently set the stage for this panel discussion. It's very much against the background of these principles, policies, and practices that in this panel we would like to pursue three objectives together. The first one really is to understand how global recognition of the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is reshaping corporate responsibility and due diligence in Asia. The second objective is to explore jointly how meaningful collaboration with communities, with workers, youth, and environmental defenders enhances corporate risk management and trust building. And the third objective of this panel would be to explore Asia's emerging regulatory, environmental, and social challenges and how businesses can adapt to evolving expectations while ensuring long-term resilience. Thank you, Belinda, for already introducing my distinguished panel to my left and to my right. In normal practice, I would always say ladies first, but now I have, as a moderator, a much easier choice to go from left to right in this panel. It's very good to have you all participating. I would have two questions for each of you with about 6 to 8 minutes response time, if you agree, so that we can bring this as coherent and as concise together as possible, and also have a moment for concluding discussion and exchanges. And I would start with the liberty, and I'll have maybe directly to my left with Lucia Balogova, Deputy Head of the Economic and Trade Section of the EU delegation to Thailand, with a first question. And that is very much about how the European Union is integrating the principles of the right to clean, healthy, and sustainable environment into its trade policies in ASEAN countries, and particularly in Thailand. Over to you, Lucia, and thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen. Very happy to be here and share with you on what the EU is doing to integrate the right to healthy environment in its different policies, and in particular in the trade policy. So we have already heard it today. The EU indeed is a global leader in environmental and climate policies and in green transition. However, I see a lot of young faces. We have youth representatives here, so maybe just a word of context. The EU has been established as a peace and economic community, so basically in a post-war Europe, to deal with existential crises. But it's a dynamic community, dynamic concept. And we have also realized that climate change indeed represents another existential threat. So this has led to the evolution of different tools and policies and measures, and gradual incorporation and mainstreaming of right to environment and climate in the different policies. Just to give a few examples, emission trading system, for example, Europe has the first one established in 2005, which now serves as a model for other countries. Here we are here in Thailand, we're in Bangkok. Thailand is now in the process of drafting its own climate change bill, which also should have its own version of emission trading system. And the EU and Thailand also cooperate in this area. Another big example is the European Green Deal. It's the EU's green growth strategy. So it's a positive agenda for change. We know climate and environmental degradation poses challenges. It is not easy to deal with this, but it also presents opportunities. And that's where also trade and trade policies come into play. So I would maybe talk about two big groups of how the EU trade influences environmental and climate rights. So one big group is measures which are not purely trade, but they have an impact on trade. These are measures belonging to the different policies which intersect with trade. EU as the largest single market in the world. It has 440 million consumers, so it has certain power, certain pulling power that has a capability to shape rules also in other parts of the world, and also to shape business environment. So examples of these measures are, for example, carbon border adjustment mechanism. It's a climate measure whose goal is to decarbonize, but in effect, it's also spreading carbon pricing and sustainable production across the world. The revenue used from this mechanism could be used also to further climate and environmental objectives. It will support competitiveness and give competitive advantage and attract more investment in the countries that will align their production methods. Another one that has been mentioned already by several speakers is indeed corporate sustainability due diligence. We know that the EU is not the first one dealing with this. There are many international standards, UN, OECD, ILO. Nevertheless, these are not mandatory, so there is a certain proliferation of standards. But the main advantage or the main added value that the EU will bring is that this regulation now will be mandatory and will put a level playing field. So we actually had calls from the business themselves to have something like this adopted because it brings clarity for them. And I think Jürgen mentioned already many benefits that businesses will derive from it, including reputation, competitive advantage, attraction of investment, etc. Another one is EU deforestation regulation, also something new. The intention is to protect forests, but it also supports sustainable development in producing countries, and it is related to trade because it is about products being placed on the EU market. And these are the latest 3 examples where we can see how trade can be leveraged to achieve environmental objectives. In terms of pure trade policies, the most important tool that we have is the free trade agreement. We are currently negotiating one with Thailand. We are also negotiating in the region with Malaysia, Philippines, and Indonesia. We already have agreements with Singapore and with Vietnam. So basically the main premise of the agreement is not to harm the environment, and where possible to enhance it through the obligations of the trade agreement. So trade is a powerful tool for growth, but also for preserving the environment if it is used in the right way. So we have, in 2022, we have had a fresh look at our trade and sustainable development chapter. This is a standard chapter that is in all new generation EU trade agreements. We are also negotiating it with Thailand. If you want, you can have a look at it at the European Commission website, DG Trade. We are very transparent, so we publish our negotiating proposals, so you can have a look, you can read what is in the chapter. There are different areas covered. It's based on international standards. So we refer to international agreements in the area of environment and climate change, biological diversity, forests, fisheries, also labor and human rights, and responsible business conduct. A novelty is also that Paris Agreement becomes an essential element in our agreements, which means that if there are very serious breaches of Paris Agreement, you can even suspend the agreement. Another big important novelty is the stronger enforcement. So beginning with the agreement with New Zealand that has been concluded in 2023, we have also violations of trade and sustainable development can be subject to trade sanctions, which is, I think, the only agreement so far in the world that has this, and it's regardless of the impact on trade. So you don't need to show that there was damage to trade, but you still can impose trade sanctions in 2 cases, and that is breach of ILO core labor principles, or material breaches of the Paris Agreement. Beyond trade and sustainable development chapter, we are also mainstreaming sustainability to the whole agreement. For example, we are prioritizing liberalization of green goods and services. We are supporting green procurement. We are removing non-tariff barriers to this type of goods. And we have also strong engagement with different actors. I think you might ask me about it a little later, so I will maybe leave it here. Another tool, just to mention, because it's also relevant for this agreement, is generalized scheme of preferences, so-called GSP+, where we incentivize developing countries by asking them to implement 27 international conventions on labor, human rights, environment, and good governance, and this enables them to have better access to the EU market unilaterally. I think I will have to stop here. I think I could go on for very long, but in the interest of time and more questions, this is a brief overview.
Thank you very much, Lucia. Indeed, it's a very rich background against which you are bringing the tools and policies of the EU to the table here. And in today's world, any reference to a free trade agreement is actually also going down well, I think, at least in my own perception, when you compare these 2 headlines that we are looking at in the world these days. Let me have a very quick follow-up question, if I may, and that is against the kind of evolving regulatory landscape that we have worldwide. How can the EU and then also EU-based companies really ensure compliance to the type of standards and policies and uphold them, generally speaking, but also here in Asia?
So compliance is usually built into the different instruments themselves, and that's one part. And the other part is, of course, the pure power of the market that I have explained before. I think, first of all, there are certain conditions to be able to access the market, and then there is also a big competition. So if you want to be competitive, the world is changing with CBAM, with corporate sustainability reporting and due diligence. I think there is basically no other way then to engage and then to be one of the first movers, let's say. We have a very good experience in Thailand with that, for example, with deforestation regulation of CBAM, as opposed to other countries, also some of them from this region, which are very resistant and more on the offensive and defensive note. With Thailand, we have very good engagement. I think Andreas mentioned several projects. We have more also on sustainable fishing, on the forests, etc. So, yeah.
Super, thank you very much, Lucia. Let me from my left move to the far right and ask Dr. Kwanrutai, in short, Kunkate, if I may. A first question. You're the Deputy Secretary General of the UN Global Compact Network for Thailand. Can you tell us a little bit about the best practices you see in environmental and human rights due diligence from Thai businesses and how they can potentially be scaled at the regional level?
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation to the UNGCNT. For those who have not heard about the UNGCNT, we are the business coalition of 130 companies in Thailand. So what we are working is to ensure our 10 principles of the United Nations Global Compact being implemented in Thailand. Those 10 principles can be, classified into 4 principles. One is human rights. 2 is labor rights. 3 is about environment, and 4 is anti-corruption. As you can see that these 4 big categories cover all, action of the business who are the member to the United Nations Global Compact in Thailand. So what we are doing in action, like in a day-to-day, and also, to make sure the issues of due diligence on human rights and environmental issues being embedded in companies. We can see, first we do the research, and to see whether really from the top, the CEO, how they respond to this, and we can see the increasing number of the CEO in Thailand. To see the sustainability is important, and it's not a nice to have, but a must to have. So then that can ensure us a bit that, this kind of a sustainability approach is, very welcome in the company in Thailand. So we have a variety of, good example, but I think we can go for 2 for now. Doesn't mean that only 2 are good, but then everyone is working hard to ensure good practice. So one is the Thai Union Group. I think you have heard about this company, and perhaps colleagues from Thai Unions already, yes, I'm not sure. But then we need to see that the Thai Union is the one that had hard hit actually in around 2014, because they are doing the business about, the fishing and seafood processing. So during the time, I think sustainability in Thailand was not, accepted. In the sense that they don't understand what is it, and me too. During the time 2014, we focus on labor rights, human rights, but we don't see this as sustainability. And then Thai Union has, after that, has turned all the challenges to the opportunities. They have, I think, shifted all the business operations into the new thing for them. A lot of learning phase they have done, and then I think they have been through this since 2014, and now they become a kind of the global leader on the sustainable sourcings of all the fish and seafood. I think this one is one of the kind of leading by example that we can see and we are proud of, and I think this can be also replicated by other kind of peers in the seafood processing process. Another one is SCG. So this is a bit different of the sector. This sector is more on the issues of packaging and the issues that they are hard hit is on the environmental sustainability, environmental risk issue. They have set goal and targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And through this, I think the key issue and actions that we really need to campaign and advocate for is how to make sure the business has report all of their action into disclosure platform, more transparent, whatever form it is. So I think these two companies we've been monitored through, the disclosure they have, and they are part of the listed company as well. So you can see and monitor their actions. I think this is kind of the best practice. If you ask me about how to scale this to make more impact, I think I will focus on the kind of national rather than regional first. I think the challenge we have now, although many companies, large companies have already done their own part of the sustainability, I think what is a kind of bottleneck to this is how to make this initiative to their supply chain. So this is very challenging time for Thailand, and we really need to call for the UNGC&T, we call for the inclusive business, which not only mean about other issues, but also issues of human rights and environmental due diligence need to be embedded in their other tier, I mean the supply chain, the tier 1 and other tier as well. So that I think to scale, we need to get kind of people in this room and then, to make partner and collaboration to ensure that the supply chain in Thailand has been strengthened on this kind of idea. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Khun Kate. If I may directly follow up on your last point, would you then say that it's primarily about advocacy and awareness raising and about bringing the critical mass of pressure behind these points?
Yeah, I think for us, as the UNGC&T, we have strategic approach of doing this kind of thing, and I think it can be replicated and can be used thoroughly to supply chains as well. We got 5 pillars of transformation whenever we do the the implementation or initiative. 1, everyone need to be on the same page of the transparency. That means everyone need to have their own report. Doesn't make you don't need to make only the reporting is not only the report, but it's the way to reflect yourself of how you do and whether you do significant harm to planet or people. So I think this one should be, as the kind of minimum requirements for everyone to do, including the SME, right? Second is market mechanism. We cannot only do in the business world. We really need the policy advocacy. I mean the legal framework or the policy in the country to be to set the standard, minimum requirement standard for this issue, for human rights, for the rights to clean environment. So we need that to kind of as a leverage and driving force to make this fast forwards. And 3, I think the leading by example is important. I think the leadership, we need more leadership in this area. So I think we have enough for the large corporation, but then we need SME to take the lead in this as well. So we need to find examples so SME would know and then do understand that they can do as well. I get back to the market mechanism a bit more. Not just only the law on the enforcement, but I think what SME needs is on the incentives. Whether it is the tax incentive or the loan or any other like non-monetary incentive, they need this kind of thing. So I think the government of Thailand need to review all this and to work as a kind of more integrated approach rather than fragmented, I think. And then the empowerment issue is very important. We need to work with those who are vulnerable in the supply chain, not just only the entrepreneurs, but also the workers in the supply chains as well. We have around 3 million migrant workers in who work in labor-intensive sector, including the agro-food, like this, they are at risk of this kind of climate change and issues of environmental damages. So that we need to work to ensure that they are protected at at ground as well. The last one, I still have no answer on this, but then I think the technology would help us, at least from the analytic point of view, but also we need some solutions to help, to kind of expedite the process of making this duty to respect to the right to environment to be to happen faster. So this kind of thing, I think we need this kind of strategy to be adopted and to be seen and to be agreed upon all stakeholders. And then we need to work not just only business, but also other stakeholders as well.
Thank you very much, Kun Kate, for giving us very concrete examples and for elaborating a bit more on incentives, on leadership, on empowerment, and on technology as the last point, which I think are resonating well across the borders of Thailand. And that's where I would like to go across the borders of Thailand, but still including Thailand and looking at ASEAN as a region, inviting to my very right my colleague Umavanti Vatanagantan, who is with us on behalf of the chair of the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights. Thank you very much for joining us as well. And the question that I would have for you to start off with is how does the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights address the intersection of human rights and environmental issues?
Thank you very much, Gert, and thank you for inviting me here. The chair of the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights expresses his regret that he couldn't be here, but I think he was being very strategic. Looking at the conversation today is so much about environment and corporate responsibility. I am actually part indigenous in Malaysia, and I'm also part of a minority group. I'm born to a family with a very strong dynamics at home, so you can imagine the different ideologies and the things that I have to grow up with different settings, right? Different upbringing. I'm also a woman. I'm young. I'm a youth, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of the chair. I think I just wanted to set the context on the linkage between environment and human rights in ASEAN. So I think a lot of these conversations that we've heard about environment has been quite technical. We hear languages that are used by corporates, ESG, we've heard about carbon, financing and whatnot. So through the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, we bring in that link of human rights with environment through the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration, specifically Article 28F, which you'll be surprised, this declaration was in 2012, and there's already an article that says the right to a safe, clean, and sustainable environment. And after this declaration was adopted by the leaders, a lot of the ASEAN member states have conducted initiatives and have efforts on implementing this particular article by bringing in the conversation of human rights and climate change and also environmental impact assessment. And this was done in 2014, from 2014 onwards up until presently. So, as you know, the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration was adopted in 2012, and we have not had any declarations since then. And recently, at least 2 years or 3 years ago, there were initiatives to sort of implement this particular right of Article 28F and framing it within the Southeast Asian region through ASEAN. And it was led by the country Thailand, where a working group for the ASEAN environmental rights was established to implement this right. And I think I wanted to bring the context of this declaration. This has been a 2-year work in progress, and I can go through a whole history of this, but I'm not allowed to have a PowerPoint, and I think this would be better suited if there was a PowerPoint to show you what were the progress made, what were the discussions that the working group has had before it was submitted to the ICHR. And I think this declaration, this proposed declaration, took 2 years because the declaration itself, the nature of the declaration, the proposed declaration by the working group was very, very much progressive. And I think a lot of us have an idea of what ASEAN is like. And there's different definitions, for example, on indigenous peoples in these different ASEAN member states. So some of these terms are contested in the proposed declaration. And when it was submitted to ICHR, a lot of deliberations were made. And I think what I wanted to highlight here is the content of the declaration itself, and this was reiterated. This was iterated by Excellency Rizwana, where she said, the right to freedom of information is one of the key elements in the declaration. There is the right to public participation. There is the access to remedies and justice. And one important thing that is highlighted in this proposed declaration is the right of indigenous peoples and also human rights defenders. And I think in Malaysia itself, we recognize indigenous peoples. We have the Orang Asli, we have the Orang Asal, and in the law itself, we recognize the natives of Sabah and Sarawak, where it's a mixture of all the different indigenous groups in East Malaysia. And these are the key elements and non-negotiables in the draft declaration that we have. And importantly, as the deliberations are being made through the ICHR, we try to ensure that these key elements are maintained. There's a lot of negotiations still happening, and the draft declaration that was actually drafted by the working group, ASEAN Environmental Rights Working Group, was submitted to the ICHR last year. And up until today, we're still, not we, but the representatives are still discussing on the draft declaration. But the idea for this is to have it adopted by this year. And we'll have to say that the draft declaration has been watered down, but as I mentioned, the key elements have been maintained and still up for negotiations. And what comes after this would be the regional plan of action, where a lot of these actions to meet, say for example, risk assessments will be included as part of the plan of action, but that is a conversation once the draft declaration is adopted.
Super, thank you very much, Ms. Uma. You described yourself in the very beginning as representing the youth as well. Can you say a few more words about how you see the role of youth and civil society in terms of ensuring accountability and transparency under this proposed declaration?
Yeah, so I think everyone's role is quite important in pushing this declaration, and I have to say that the role of civil society and youths are very much prominent and needed because they bring in lived experiences from the ground. So that is something that I would have to say decision makers might not see because we are not down there to witness what are some of the works that are currently happening or what are the issues that are experienced by people. So the role of civil society and youth, and I know at least in Malaysia, a lot of the youths are very much involved on the ground. They've met with the indigenous people, and we've actually had a consultation with the youth. At least ICHR Malaysia has had consultation with the youth just recently, and also with civil society. And it was very refreshing to see young faces who had the courage to speak up and bring all these voices to the table. Because I think oftentimes when we go into negotiations or we sit in a high-level discussion, we often miss that element of that particular phase or element in the discussion. So I think it's quite important that the role of youth is to bring in this lived experience and also raise awareness, bring all these conversations that we've had to the ground as well, and having that exchange and being the bridge between decision makers and also people on the ground.
Thank you very much, Ms. Uma. You make the link for me to move to our colleague to the very left, Ms. Atira Aslan, very easy. Ms. Atira, you are a member of the UNICEF East Asia and Pacific Regional Office Young People Action team, and you're a co-founder and chairperson of SE Amply Sustainable. Maybe you can briefly explain what SE Amply exactly is, which wasn't clear to me, but as you do, could you explain a little bit how you believe that youth can effectively influence corporate accountability and sustainability initiatives, particularly in the context of the right to clean and healthy and sustainable environment, going beyond the declaration that we just discussed and using this as a starting point?
Yep.
Over to you.
Thank you very much. So just to clarify, I co-founded and chair a youth-led organization called Simply Sustainable. What we basically do, we focus on sustainability awareness, education, and participation, not only in Malaysia, where I'm currently based, but also just across the region specifically. So just linking back to the question, the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, it's not a privilege. And as Her Excellency highlighted just now, it is a human right. And across from that, it's not just our right. And yet, for many across Asia, this right exists only on paper. While corporations pledge to sustainability, rivers are poisoned. While ESG reports grow longer, forests grow smaller. And while profits soar for shareholders, frontline communities who depend on these ecosystems for their survival bear the brunt of inaction to the climate crisis. This is no longer a regulatory issue. It is a question of justice. And in 1993, the Bangkok Declaration affirmed that human rights must be upheld with universality and objectivity without double standards. But let me ask, when corporations extract, pollute, and displace in the name of economic growth, whose rights are truly being protected? Because when industries degrade the land, it is the indigenous farmer who loses their home. When waters are contaminated, it is a factory worker's child who falls sick. When extreme weather wipes out livelihoods, it is not those sitting in boardrooms who feel the loss. It is the most vulnerable. So the reality is this: we, the young women and girls, Indigenous young people, young migrants, and young people with disabilities are often spoken about, but rarely spoken with. But let me be clear, we are not a passive generation waiting for change. We are agents of change, not by profession, but by necessity. Because when you have been embedded in a system for too long, you become it. You conform to its logic, its blind spots, its pursuit of profit at the expense of people and the planet. But we, the young people, refuse to accept that the cost of prosperity is environmental collapse and social prejudice. Human rights due diligence should be at the heart of every corporate approach, extending beyond voluntary commitments to embrace mandatory frameworks, such as the mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence. This means not only safeguarding the rights of workers, but also conducting child rights impact assessments, recognizing that the well-being of children is inseparable from that of their families and communities. Investors, too, must prioritize companies that demonstrate a commitment to these principles. And so we must rewrite the narrative. For too long, we have viewed nature as a commodity, something to be extracted, owned, and traded. We speak of our planet as if we have dominion over it, as if it exists solely for our benefit. But here is the truth that history has proven time and time again. When the Earth can no longer sustain us, it is not the planet that will suffer. It is us, because the Earth will heal, ecosystems will regenerate. But will we still be here to witness it? If you want long-term stability, then engage meaningfully with those who are most affected, not as an afterthought, not as a checkbox, but as equal partners in shaping the future. Because your operations, your supply chains, your risk management strategies, none of them exist in a vacuum. They exist in the real world where real lives, are at stake. We are not just victims, but also the solution. Accountability is not a threat. It is an opportunity to do better, to be better, to build a world where doing business does not come at the cost of human survival. But yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Atira. And you taught me a lesson in terms of the title, the name of your movement on Simply Sustainable, which is brilliant. I just read it slightly different in the very beginning, not knowing it as yet, but I'm looking forward to getting to know it in more detail. But based on the passionate plaidoyer you made, and one follow-up question. We speak a lot about green and just transitions, and we do so sometimes without being really clear what exactly we mean. You emphasized the word justice in the very beginning of when you spoke. What do green and just transitions mean to you in this context?
So, a just transition is more than a shift in energy sources. It is a moral imperative that challenges the status quo of business as usual for relentless growth and systematic exploitation. It is also the indispensable pursuit of social justice and human dignity. So, for too long, our economies have prioritized profit over people, extracting not only resources from the earth, but also the potential from its people. The cost of progress has too often been paid by the most vulnerable, such as workers displaced without support, communities left in energy poverty, and entire regions locked out of the benefits of sustainable development. A just transition is found in its dual mandate, which is to secure decent green jobs while ensuring energy equity. So first, we have to prepare a workforce for the future. And what this means is reskilling workers, ensuring job security, and making sure young people, women, and marginalized communities are not simply casualties of change, but active participants in shaping it. And if we don't act now, an entire generation of young people will find themselves locked out of the workforce. Women and girls who are already underrepresented in male-dominated industries like energy and construction, they risk being further excluded if we do not make their inclusion a priority. And a study in Malaysia recently found that more women are graduating with degrees in STEM, but are being hired at lower rates than men. And so a fair transition demands inclusive policies that offer social protection, fair wages, and equitable opportunities. And on the other hand, energy equity cannot remain a privilege of the wealthy. In many parts of Asia, the stark realities of energy poverty, where entire communities live without reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy, present a challenge to our collective aspirations. So we must also confront the modern echoes of economic colonialism. And what was once a war for oil is now a scramble for rare earth minerals in countries like Congo and Indonesia. And this is for renewable technologies that basically leave local communities impoverished and exploited. And this is a destructive double standard where while wealthier nations reap the benefits of these resources, they often evade their responsibility to the communities that supply them. And so resource-rich communities must no longer be treated as mere suppliers, but as rightful partners. And so we have three choices before us. We have one, reskill and hire young people or face a workforce crisis. And if we fail to prepare the next generation, millions will be locked out of jobs and progress will halt. Two, expand energy access or deepen inequality. If clean energy remains out of reach for those who need it most, the gap between the rich and the poor will only widen. And 3, reform supply chains or lose both consumer trust and investor confidence. If industries continue extractive and exploitative practices, consumers and investors will demand better, and companies that fail to act will be left behind. And so I'll just close with this. The idea of a just transition is second nature to everyone in this room, I believe. But back home, for many, it's an unfamiliar concept. That's why education is key. We cannot expect communities to champion a transition they don't understand or see themselves in. And back in Malaysia, Tenaga Nasional Berhad, Malaysia Energy Literacy Program, is a great concept of bringing energy literacy directly to the people who need it most. And likewise, my organization, Simply, we ran a seminar last year at the Universitas Indonesia with government officials, grassroots advocates, and educators that show that these spaces don't just inform, they empower. They turn awareness into action, ensuring that a just transition is not just a policy term, but a reality that communities can take ownership of.
Thank you, Atira. Well said. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we intended to have this opening plenary to look at the rights to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment from very different perspectives. And I think we have succeeded to do so in looking at it in very different ways, starting with the EU's perspective as a global leader in human rights and environmental standards, its tools and practices and experiences. We looked with Kun Kate more deeply at the work of the Global Compact here in Thailand and what it means for Thai businesses, how to potentially scale, highlighting also the point of awareness and education, if I can summarize it as that, at the business level, but you expanded it, Atira, also much more broadly at the societal level as well. With Uma, we looked then broader at the ASEAN community and the proposed declaration that you described very, very eloquently as another step forward, if you wish, to enshrine rights and standards and a clear way forward for the ASEAN community. Lucia, you said in the very beginning we could take hours to really go into detail, and I wish we could just make this an open forum and keep going for the next 2 hours without the alarm clock that I had to put next to me. I was actually supposed to conclude this panel by 10:40, now it's 10:39. But it's not perfect landing. What I really want to do is give a few minutes to each of the panelists for a kind of a closing remark. We didn't really have a chance to discuss, but I'd like to give each of you the opportunity to say a few concluding words based on everything that you've heard, but also perhaps any points that you missed making at an earlier stage. Let me do so in the same order as before. Lucia, over to you perhaps to start closing us.
Yes, thank you very much, and indeed very interesting thoughts that we heard here. So I would like to conclude perhaps by mentioning 3 points. One is that it's very clear that environment and climate are extremely important for us since we are humans and we need to live on this planet. So there is a varied mix of policies and tools and measures that we all can use. Trade is definitely a very important one, but it cannot do it alone. What Atirat said about the resource-rich countries and how they sometimes are not treated fairly. So, for example, just a week ago, we have announced a new tool in the European Union toolbox. It is something called Clean Trade and Investment Partnership. The first one has been announced. It will be negotiated with South Africa. And basically, the purpose is to develop value addition in the country of origin, to bring jobs to the country of origin, to help with capacity building and accompanying measures. So I think this is a new tool that is quite attractive, and it's now also in the EU toolbox. So we are listening and we are developing new measures. Second point I would like to say is stakeholder engagement is extremely important. We have it before, during, and after our free trade negotiations, but also outside. Like Kun Kate mentioned, Thai Union had great difficulties. I think it was after the EU issued a yellow card for IUU fishing, for fishing irregularities, but it was indeed turned in a very good success story. Now the EU is saying that with Thailand we have developed cooperation and we have brought the sustainability on the radar. We engage every year annually with Thailand in something that is called IUU Working Group, and it's a very good engagement, I must say. We are also closely watching now the amendment of the Royal Fisheries Ordinance in the sense of stakeholder engagement, very important. Everybody has a role to play, be it business, trade unions, NGOs, environmental organizations, youth, media. And my last point is something that I have not talked about a lot, but of course, if we are setting rules and regulations and demanding businesses and other stakeholders to do certain things, we need to raise awareness, we need to explain what we are doing and why we are doing it, and we need to accompany it with sufficient financial and technical support. And this is what my colleagues in Cooperation and Foreign Policy Instruments section are also doing with different projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucia. You directly addressed Kun Kate, and Kun Kate, you spoke second. Over to you, please.
Thank you very much. I think my call to action is one thing that I already mentioned. I think for the moment and moving forward, I think the inclusive business is the key to make this happen. And then in that, we have some key action that we want to work under the UNGCNT. We want to work on the supply chain management, meaning that the action that I have just spoken, we really need to make it, in actions. And with that key pillar of transformation, I think the supply chain can be, to make it more sustainable in a sense. So we need to have the alliance like the SME in that supply chain, and then the other as well, vulnerable groups, including the youth. Of course, the UNGCNT never leave the youth behind. We have that in our commitment as well, that we need to work with youth to make sure like they have, we want to move the future as a sustainable, intelligent society, which we are not only relying on the AI, but then how to use the technology to be more sustainable. And in youth mind, they need to have the sustainable development issue in their own mindset as well. So that kind of the youth is also in our collaboration. Then I think the limitation that we have at the UNGCNT, we only have 138 business members. Why? Actually, there are 900 something listed companies there. So I think this is the way that we want to move forward to work with the SET, the SET, to ensure we need to have members to make more impact and to scale. And the third, I think when people always talk about the RBC, responsible, sustainable business conduct, then we really need to make sure whenever the SME already invest in their sustainable journey, we don't want to see the race to the bottom, meaning that whenever this investment has happened, if the product is increased in the price, the pricing model should not be the only way to make a decision, go or no go. So I don't want to see this kind of practice in the business world. And without this kind of condition, I think we cannot go, beyond this kind of limit. So let's work together, moving forward faster of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kun Kate. Uma, you spoke very eloquently to the proposed declaration in ASEAN. What would be your concluding thoughts for this panel?
I think this is something that I was just thinking, as Kun Kate mentioned earlier when she was speaking. She used the word empowerment, and that's, I think, a very important key point here. And something that I would like to put out there is that despite the hat that I'm wearing, I think we cannot work without our rights holders and without our stakeholders. And I think that's a very, very important thought that we need to have in our minds when we do policies, because at the end of the day, the policies are not just for us, but also for the future generations. And I think a lot of us would need to empower our stakeholders and rights holders so that they are empowered to take action. And I think for me, that is my key message here. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Atire, you have the final word, if I may turn to you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll just start with a simple question. Do you currently enjoy the world you live in today? Because look around, we are witnessing the unchecked rise of oligarchs, rampant ethno-religious strife, and self-proclaimed peacemaking corruptors. And famously, Elon Musk recently stated, the fundamental weakness of Western civilization is empathy. And I reject that notion with every fiber of my being. Empathy isn't a weakness. It's our most potent tool for uniting fractured communities and sparking real change. In Sarah Ahmad's Cultural Politics of Emotion, she reminds us the spatial politics of emotion are what bind people to community, influence social identity, and shape social action. This isn't corporate doublespeak or an empty rhetoric. It's a call to confront the raw truth of our interconnected humanity. Today, I speak not to the titles on your name cards, but to you as fellow human beings. We must shatter the cynical narrative that dismisses empathy as a flaw. Instead, harness it to tear down barriers, challenge the status quo, and build a future where genuine care fuels every decision. It's time to stop pretending indifference is strength and start leading with the heart. Thank you.
Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I take this as an applause for the whole panel, in addition to a specific applause to what Atira just said. This was an attempt to really stimulate discussions going forward for the next 2 days. I hope a lot of the points that were made by my 4 colleagues, Atira, Lucia, Uma, and Kunkate, would resonate with you. I thank the panel very much for the time and for your insights, for sharing this with us. And I conclude the panel about 10 minutes over time. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, everybody. Just a few housekeeping announcements. Please do let us know what you thought of the session by scanning the code above. There is tea and coffee right outside. Up next, we'll have 2 sessions. I think it's the right to clean air, starting at 11 in CR3, which is this room, as well as from risk to resilience. Oh, sorry, it's the other way around. From risk to resilience, starting here in CR3, and for the right to clean air in CR4. Thank you.
And if we could all gather here for a group photo, that'd be great.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Please come to the front for a group photo.
The group photo is for everyone, not just the panelists. So if all the participants could join us here at the stage, that'd be great. Thank you. Hi, everyone. If you could please just come here.
Oh, there.
There we go.
So hello, everyone. We'll start the discussion in about 2 minutes as people come in. Just hold on for 2 more minutes and then we'll start. Thanks. Good morning, everyone. We're going to start the session. Welcome to this session entitled From Risk to Resilience, Embedding Human Rights in Asia's Just Transitions. My name is Aparna Basnet. I'm with the United Nations Development Program, and I have the privilege of moderating this really esteemed panel of speakers here, who I will introduce shortly. Let me just start the session by saying what we are all aware of and we heard already in the discussions this morning. The world is shifting rapidly and in many ways, whether we are ready for it or not. And one of the key areas is, of course, the transitions to greener economies. This transition is reshaping industries, jobs, and entire communities. In Asia, how this shift unfolds will not only shape the region's future, but will have global consequences, particularly for ecosystems and people who rely on them. The latest SDG partnership report that was launched last month at the Asia-Pacific Forum for Sustainable Development also focused on just transitions. And it makes one thing clear. This is not just about moving away from fossil fuels, it's about how we transition and who bears the cost. So we see two stark realities emerging, and you heard some of it discussed already this morning. On the one hand, renewables and new technologies are driving investments and job creation. On the other, workers in carbon-intensive sectors, indigenous peoples, and informal laborers, among others, remain the most vulnerable, often facing many negative impacts of the transitions and lacking in social protection. Unless deliberate action is taken addressing some of these impacts, entire groups risk being left behind and the transitions being far from just. Progress is happening, but so are setbacks. Investment in renewables is accelerating to support transitions away from fossil fuels, yet land conflicts are on the rise. Countries are making net zero pledges, but many communities still struggle for access to clean energy, as we heard this morning. So how do we make sure that businesses are embedding environmental justice in their decision-making, or if they are merely shifting the burden elsewhere? Can governments design policies that attract investments while safeguarding human rights? And that is what our discussion here today is very critical. So how can we, and I'm really looking to guidance from the panel as well, and we will open the floor for discussion, how do we ensure that Asia's transition is not only green but just? How do we scale renewables while protecting ecosystems and indigenous people's rights? How do we push businesses beyond compliance so they don't just reduce emissions, but also restore biodiversity and invest in nature-positive solutions? And in a volatile and uncertain political and economic climate, how can we make sure that governments and corporations don't step away from their human rights and environmental commitments? These are not theoretical questions. They require action. In the session today, we will examine policy and regulatory gaps in Asia's energy transition, how businesses can engage meaningfully with workers, indigenous peoples, and local stakeholders to prevent land conflicts and labor rights violations, and we'll explore how businesses can move beyond risk mitigation to build resilience in order to navigate disruption. So let me stop there and introduce our eminent panel who are here to take this conversation forward. It's my pleasure to introduce first Ms. Elizabeth Wu, international economic lawyer for the Asia Pacific Center for Environmental Law at the National University of Singapore, Ms. Shin Swan Sun, at my far right, who is Director of Corporate Accountability and International Affairs at the Environmental Rights Foundation, Mr. Lars Svensson, to my left there, Head of Strategic Partnerships and Business Development for ASEAN at Midsummer AB, and Mr. Mohammed Jamil, on my right, who is the Joint Secretary for the Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination for the Government of Pakistan. And to my far left, Mr. Tony Wijarnarso, who is the Urban Transformation Lead at the World Benchmarking Alliance, and right here, on my right here, we have Ms. Robi Halep, who is the coordinator of the Rights Energy Partnership with Indigenous Peoples. So we have a full panel here, and we have 3 sets of questions for the panelists, and we hope to open up for discussion and interaction with the audience as well. So I would really request the panel to be brief in their responses, and so we can have time for engagement. So the first round, so let me turn to Elizabeth. We're going to be speaking about the regulatory landscape and challenges in Asia. We know that there are many gaps, not the least in enforcement. So Elizabeth, let's start with ESG commitments. Many countries in the region have broad ESG commitments. In your view, are the existing corporate laws and ESG regulations in Asia adequate to hold businesses accountable for environmental and social impacts of the energy transition?
So thanks so much, Shapana. Well, I would say definitely not. Corporate law needs to change fundamentally because existing corporate law largely concerns the financial interests of shareholders. So when corporate law needs to evolve, what I mean is to introduce international environmental law principles as well as human rights principles into the way that corporations are expected to operate. For instance, incorporating the polluter pays principle to deter business misconduct, having the precautionary principle play a more prominent role in investment decisions. So this requires the architecture of corporate law as a whole to integrate other very important areas of law. We're also looking at a move away from voluntary compliance towards hard legal obligations. Of course, voluntary compliance is laudable, but it's really important to have mandatory legal obligations which require, for instance, human rights due diligence, mandatory sector-specific business transition plans that take into account social and environmental impacts, particularly for high-emitting sectors. This also means that directors' duties potentially will have to evolve with the times. So corporate governance must now include a cost to nature and a cost to society, and directors will have to move from merely considering climate change-related concerns now towards the protection of nature-related concerns and shortly just transition-related concerns. I think finally, to keep comments brief, regulators also need to be much more active in enforcement. It would be quite important to not leave it to civil society or, let's say, activist shareholders to agitate for scrutiny on corporate accountability and corporate activities. This is a way that regulators can take a really leading and important role in all of this.
Thanks very much, Elizabeth. Let me turn now to Mr. Jamil for another perspective. So we would like to hear more from the experience in Pakistan. Pakistan has recently amended the constitution to recognize the right to a healthy environment. What does this mean in practice, especially for businesses operating in Pakistan, including foreign businesses that are investing in Pakistan? So over to you, Mr. Jamil.
Honorable participant, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and Assalamu alaikum. In fact, Pakistan, being much affected by the climate change, is very much committed for the climate action. Yes, we already had policy and legal framework for the climate change, but realizing the sensitivity of the issue, at the highest level, the government and the public and the parliament, they have brought about change in the constitution. What it is, the constitution, it has declared that clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is fundamental rights. As earlier, one of the speakers from Bangladesh said that this, due to importance of this very subject, the countries should have constitutional provision, so we have it. What does it mean? It is red light as well as there is silver lining in it for the business communities, because environment is life and we cannot compromise it for the sake of, you may say, ruthless industrial activities and for all those things. We have to be very cautious. So this is at the highest level, the state has proclaimed its caution that business community and the industry should be cautiously operate the business so that the environment is not spoiled. For the business, it has obviously implications. Opportunities are there. Opportunities are there for the businesses who can develop green industries, who have the IT interventions, who have the latest approaches to minimize the environmental hazard, whereas compliances will be strict, obviously, and the court will be also strict, and the businesses which were operating ruthlessly for profiteering activities, having no sense for the climate, they will have to suffer. So this is the mechanism. In order to further strengthen these constitutional provisions, we have and we are having more, strategies and policies so that the constitutional provisions are properly implemented just to strengthen those businesses, give them tax relaxations and other whatever facilities can be made available to the businesses which are operating for the benefit and in the interest of environment, as well as the provisions and the strategies are being made to penalize those who are spoiling the environment. So this is what the constitutional provision is briefly.
Thank you very much. And I think we heard from Elizabeth on corporate regulations and constitutional provisions and the legal framework in Pakistan, incentivizing and as well as being a way to further enforce corporate accountability. But let me turn to you now, Lars, for a business perspective. How does a company like Midsummer AB, which you're part of, build resilience into its sustainability efforts? What obstacles do you see more generally for businesses in making that transition from an approach that is more around risk mitigation to one of resilience, where we genuinely place human rights and environmental sustainability at the center of the business policies? So over to you.
Thank you, and thanks for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be here this morning and to join with the rest of the panelists. If we start from Midsummer AB's perspective, we are a company that produces solar cells with a minimum carbon footprint. So the core of the business is almost in its own right dealing with sustainability and resilience in the value chain. And we built up a value chain out of necessity, as we are a small company that have resistance and resilience against geopolitical situations. So we have chosen to be agnostic against sourcing in certain countries, and we have the possibility of choosing where we source our raw material for the panels. So in a way, it sounds like I'm here preaching goody-goody two-shoes kind of situation, but that's the reality of the business we're in and happens to be in now. But I've also been in large corporations, multinationals. I've been in small, medium-sized enterprises here locally in the region. And I think for the question there on what can be the biggest hindrances here, it's the reality. The assumption is that any corporate entity acts what's rational for them in their situation. So they are playing on the condition that exists in the market and the conditions on where they are in the development stage. So first of all, it's about survival over a long time. You need to secure a cash flow. You need to secure that the business can survive. Then there are corporations that are larger and have the possibility of being established, maybe in a dominant position, that have the resources also to do more, and that manage then to embed sustainability and human rights and environmental issues into the business model. And they've seen that as I would say, as a possibility of competing on the markets, and it makes business sense for them to be in that particular space. So really, it depends on where you are, how integrated your value chain are, whether how much you work in your supply chains as well. So entities like large Swedish, Scandinavian furniture companies are in one position. Other fast fashion Swedish companies are in a different position in working, and that's what decided. It's a mindset thing and the regulatory basis, and whether you're a public listed company or not.
Thanks very much, Lars. And I think, as you mentioned, there are different incentives that allow for companies to then invest including the need for mindset change as well in the companies in order to invest in a more approach that's more about resilience. So let me turn now to some of our civil society representatives and rights holders on the panel. First, Xin Xuan, I think maybe we turn to you. From your work, what are communities saying about business resilience strategies? Are they effective or more performative, do you think? Over to you.
Thank you, Aparna. Thank you for that question. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but unfortunately, when you look closely at the sectors related to climate transition, from renewable energy development, transition minerals, battery, AI, all of them still hinge upon the suffering of communities and large-scale, irreparable environmental destruction. We are observing a risk of replicating the unsustainable, rights-violating practices of the past. Last year, I visited Morowali and Weda Bay, two major nickel industrial parks in Indonesia. I met women and children who have been suffering from air and water pollution for years. They often have skin rashes, respiratory issues, but they don't have the financial resources to see a doctor or even just buy face masks. Primary schools, secondary schools, they're located less than 200 meters away from coal power plants. Coal plants that were built and are being built for smelting nickel that's eventually used for batteries, EV cars, energy storage, all of which that are supposed to be green and clean. Many local residents can no longer make a living the way they used to. In the village of Sagea, instead of just going fishing, women now spend up to 8 hours a day standing in lakes that goes with water that going up to their thighs, their waist, to find clams to support families. There are also issues with deforestation, loss of biodiversity, land grabbing, and much more. Now, the fact is, NGOs have been sounding the alarm for years, and several international media outlets have covered this, but things have remained pretty much the same or worse. So I think we have to keep asking the hard questions, no matter where we're from, which field we work in, and there are what is missing, why haven't actions been taken, or how can we collaborate better to make actual changes? Having said that, we have seen progress on the ground. There's more awareness among communities, governments, and businesses alike. More companies are developing due diligence policies and are having conversations about double materiality and improving collectively. But I think the thing that I'm trying to say is we aren't moving fast enough. There needs to be stronger will and determination. It needs to be okay for businesses to accept smaller profits in the short term in order to fundamentally adjust the way businesses is done. And it needs to be the norm to engage with communities during decision making and even before, despite the cost, and to share benefits, not just with shareholders, but with those directly affected by business operations. So I just take one last minute to say that for business and governments here today or joining us online, I suggest the first step to actually build resilience and sustainability is to properly engage with communities and rights holders, even if they're at the far end of the supply chains. It is not enough to just assume everything will be fine because you have a supplier code of conduct or human rights policy in place. You have to walk the walk. And CSOs are more than ready to work with businesses on supply chain transparency and also rights holder engagement. So please, I invite you to work with us collaboratively. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And I think that links to perhaps the question for you, Roby. It's really important to bring in rights holders' perspectives, including Indigenous peoples, into this conversation. So where do you see as some of the most significant challenges and gaps, especially in terms of regulatory frameworks protecting rights of Indigenous peoples in the energy transition? So over to you.
Thank you, Aparna, and thank you for having us in this panel. Just briefly, the Right Energy Partnership with Indigenous Peoples was established in 2018 as an offshoot of our engagement, particularly in the Sustainable Goal 7 on access to energy. Now, Indigenous peoples have been hosting a lot of large dams, a lot of these supposedly clean energy projects, but have been the least to benefit from this. And worse, were most often displaced. What the Right Energy Partnership with Indigenous peoples does is, one, to raise concerns of Indigenous peoples on these projects, renewable energy projects, including mining of critical minerals in indigenous territories that's violating our rights. But the second core component of our work is also facilitating and strengthening direct partnership with indigenous peoples' initiatives on renewable energy. There's already a lot on the ground that's being done by indigenous peoples to be able to address their energy their access to energy, but also beyond that, supporting their land rights. But these are not recognized, and this is the role that we do to highlight not only the challenges, but our contributions to this current climate crisis that we are facing. Now, in relation to regulatory frameworks, while we see progress in some countries in relation to recognition of indigenous people's right to traditional livelihood and other aspects, we also see regression in countries where there are laws and policies in place in relation to indigenous peoples. And in this region in general, indigenous peoples, just by saying that term, is contentious for many businesses and also for many states. There's still that general non-recognition of us as distinct people with collective rights as enshrined in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. But I'm happy that this morning there were a number of references on indigenous people, especially from the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights. And we hope this will be a norm rather than an exception in relation to discussing indigenous people's rights in the region. What I would also like to say here is that aside from the lack of recognition, where laws are existent in relation to recognition of indigenous people's rights, it becomes a procedural process rather than a substantive right for the people. Now, for example, the free, prior, and informed consent becomes a checklist for companies, more for compliance than really establishing meaningful engagement and ensuring that indigenous peoples are part of decision making. While there are voluntary frameworks from companies that are proliferating, and we've recently actually concluded our global convening on looking at certification and verification processes that are corporate led. While there are these processes from our convening, what came out from this is there's still a need for states to adopt stronger legal frameworks for the recognition and protection of Indigenous peoples' rights at the country level, especially now with this transition, because it can never be just if Indigenous peoples continue to suffer from solutions that are being imposed in our territories without us being at the center of decision making. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roby. And I thank you for highlighting again, the theme around we need to go much beyond compliance to actually have meaningful engagement and participation in decision making. I want to go now for the last question for the first round to Tony, and shift gears a little bit to speak a little bit about megacities. Asia is the home to the most prominent megacities, with estimates indicating that by 2030, more than 55% of Asia's population will be living in urban environments. In the shift towards net zero cities, many workers, informal settlers, and climate vulnerable communities are at risk of being left behind. So from your perspective, Tony, how do companies working in the urban infrastructure, transport, and construction sectors rank in embedding a just transitions approach? And what can they do to make sure vulnerable population groups are not left behind?
Thanks for the question, Aparna, and also for the other colleagues that have spoken before me. I think what I'm going to be saying about reflects very much what others have already been saying. Just a little bit of introduction, I suppose, on who we are in the World Benchmarking Alliance. We are an international NGO conducting and trying to hold the 2,000 of the world's most influential companies accountable for their part in achieving the SDG. I would underline the word like most influential because I suppose, as Lars has just said, there are many types of businesses, right? Small scale, medium enterprises, large multinational companies. They all behave differently in the market, driven by different incentives as well, right? So the focus that we as an organization is looking at is really on the world's biggest, largest companies, often operates internationally, right? So and what we do is that we try to hold these companies accountable by essentially publishing, collecting data, publishing publicly available data sets, essentially, on these companies' performances based on their disclosures, and what is it that they're trying to achieve and do in advancing the SDGs. I can tell you the results of our 2024 benchmark. I'm telling you about how the companies that are working on urban infrastructures are doing. In one word, it's not all that great, honestly. The average score that we found from our assessment, our 2024 assessment, had been 11.3% average out of 100 score. So that gives you an idea of how lagging behind, and there's so much room for improvement still, I suppose, right? That being said, I don't want to discount what others have already been doing, right? There are activities, there are initiatives that companies are already doing, and these scores, of course, varies by industries. The energy sector, for example, is the one industry that is doing the best, I would say, in terms of their overall contribution to the SDGs, and that makes sense, right? I mean, given the amount of scrutiny that are being put onto these companies, given the and we're talking just just transition here, and just transition is often talked about in the lens of just energy transition, right? So it makes sense that energy companies are actually doing the best, followed by real estate, utility, real estate as well as water. Intra-urban transport companies, unfortunately, are doing the poorest, and that is surprising because if we're talking about a mega city context, right? Cities are the world's largest emitter of, in terms of the geographic areas. Cities are the largest emitter in terms of GHG, some 80%, if I'm not mistaken, right? And the two most contributing sectors to this emission is building and transport, right? So the fact that intra-urban transport is actually performing the worst, that honestly came off as a little bit of a surprise. In terms of your question, Aparna, on ensuring that workers, informal settlers, and climate vulnerable communities are not left behind. I would very much like support what others are already saying, that the first step to, well, making sure that they're not left behind is really to just talk to these people, right? And we also collect data on like stakeholder engagement. Companies are, well, most of the time they have like a channel for like stakeholder engagement, but whether it's like a two-way communication channel or it's a one-way communication channel, that is like a different question altogether, right? There's also the fact that which stakeholders are these companies engaging with, right? Our research found that mostly, right, it's government as well as regulatory bodies that they're mostly engaging with, followed by local communities and local communities. But if we're talking like other stakeholders that they ought to be engaging with, local governments, tenants and residents, informal dwellers, there's actually like 0% engagement there for informal dwellers, right? So I think there's still quite some room there for improvement. And there are also, not just talking about the doom and gloom, I mean, there are also initiatives and good practices that I think we have found from our research. And I think it's about trying to replicate the good practices and trying to up the company's engagement with all these affected communities, I think will be key very much. So thank you, Aparna.
Thanks, Tony. And I thank you for emphasizing again, I think what's come up several times in this for this first round of discussion, which is meaningful stakeholder engagement and how do we make sure that it is truly reaching the communities and affected communities that are of the green transition, right? So I'm going to move now to our second round of questions to the panel and unpack a little bit of some of the issues that have already been brought up a little bit. So I'm going to go to you, Lars, first, on what you've already referred to already in your first intervention, which is the growing conversation about corporate resilience. Which corporate resilience means the making long-term decisions that place sustainability and people at the center of corporate decision-making and business models. So how do we make sure we work towards that versus greenwashing? How do we ensure businesses don't just rebrand risk mitigation as resilience? And what policies or incentives exist or should exist for companies to go beyond a compliance approach and truly integrate environmental and human rights resilience in Asia? So over to you, Lars. It's a big question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question. Just wanted to connect a little bit also what Xuan said, mentioned here, and Robbie, and also you, Tony, and you on accountability here and environmental law here from Jamil. I think it's important to look also at the industries. We talked about energy transition and just energy transition, and we look at renewable energy as being a solution for that. But if you look at a solar panel, if it's made with forced labor or high emission processes, etc., is that really a green product? And when does it turn into green? And that was highlighted here, and I think that's important to remember there, that we have to look at the full dimension of the aspect. Just because it's renewable doesn't mean it's right or just or green, actually, even in the first place. And so that's one dimension I think is an important part of taking with us from here in the discussion. I know even in companies, even United Nations, when you're installing solar panels on the roof, what you're looking at the scope 3 dimension, going for the cheapest version of it. But we also have to think about the aspect that the enormous scaling that has taken place within, for example, solar panels, due to policy decisions and because of the methodology. And I don't need to name the country, but it's a big country that has been leading the development of reducing the cost for renewable energy in solar panels, and that has benefited a lot, but there's also been a cost associated with it. So that's also an important element to discuss. We wouldn't be where we are today discussing on the very, very low prices for renewable energy if it wasn't for those measures, right or not. But I think that's an important element also from the corporate side to remember. And then to your light question there on greenwashing, I think if I take an example for a couple of years back when I think most of us were faced with consequences because of the COVID pandemic, and it really put a lot of companies and organizations on the spot on changing their working methodology, how to work, how to meet, and even business models came into question. I was in the retail side, so shopping centers and shops had to close, And quickly, decision has to be made on doing things that was basically forbidden within the concept, but it had to speed up, availability online, but also how do we serve if we were involved in food. So we changed the business model and questions all ways of doing things. And by coming together under such direct threat like COVID was, and really put everything on the spot, the survival of the business, the company came together and had a chance to look at developing true resilient strategies, being able then to capitalize on this for future also. Those companies then that had a strong value set and looked at environmental aspects, human rights aspects, etc., could build that into the also resilience model and how one changed to adapt to the situation that was caused by COVID. So I think it's really, again, comes into the mindset and how you are able to see the integration, where relevant of your business, of human rights, environmental aspect as a competitive advantage that can lead to business development and further profitability. That will be the key. And this is, of course, different in different organizations where the patience is, how well financed the organization is from the start, which jurisdictions you're working in calls on to play. But that's one area where I think you really can see the difference between the greenwashing and also real resilience and the need for it. And to drive policies, I think we spoke about here, the accountability side. I think it's key point that when it comes to greenwashing, that there are measures and there are legislation in place in some jurisdictions now that will punish companies who make claims that are not true when found out. And I think it should be treated in a way like we treat financial reporting, etc., that if you are not following the laws and you are breaking the law, there is a punishment for it. Also needs to be incentives for those who are actually promoting and sharing a full transparency of it. And also it should be connected to the full value chain. So even though you may be sourcing from different companies in different parts of the world, you shouldn't be allowed as a company to put the blame or push down the challenge or the problem down your value chain. You need to be accountable for your full value chain as well, whether it's a subsidiary or whether it's something you're sourcing from. Thank you.
Thanks, Lars. And I think you brought up both the importance of businesses themselves pushing forward and changing mindsets or ways of doing things, but also the importance of policy and like regulatory framework to hold accountable when approaches are more greenwashing than actually moving towards a more resilient model. So maybe let me turn to Xin-Xuan to sort of build on what Lars is saying. Many businesses claim to be resilient and responsible. And from your perspective, what are the red flags that signal that these are more PR strategies rather than real systemic changes?
Thank you, Aparna. I think I'll stick with the message that I was trying to convey in my first intervention, and was echoed by my fellow panelists, which is meaningful rights holder engagement. So if a company isn't interacting with communities, isn't engaging with rights holders, and then no matter how good its intentions, it can't truly claim to be responsible. For example, I've recently been looking into a well-known car brand. It sources from several steel manufacturers around the world, which in turn source from various mines globally. And the impact of mining and steel manufacturing is similar in many ways in many places, but the community's demands are very different. One community is advocating for benefit sharing, another is asking for mining to cease in certain areas, and the another is demanding protection for the environmental rights defenders. So what I'm trying to say is, never presume what communities want or what's good for them from an office far away from where the impacts are happening. I'll be the first to say that sometimes businesses do get it right, but just because it's right, it doesn't mean the process doesn't matter. The process matters. So it is never okay to assume. Just engage, engage, and engage. And another red flag, or perhaps not more accurately, not a red flag, but something that companies need to keep in mind, is the bigger picture, or as Lars put it, the full dimension. But I have a different aspect when I'm going to talk about the full dimension. I want to take, for example, the semiconductor and AI industries. So they are really crucial, and they will only become more critical with climate change. And in many ways, these industries are leading in ESG. A lot of these companies treat their employees well. They have DEI policies in place. That's another story. And they commit to not sourcing from conflict zones and are part of RE100, which for those who may not be familiar means committing to 100% renewable energy by 2030. But from our experience in one of the world's most important semiconductor hubs, we know that these industries consume more water and energy than ever before. So take a 2 nanometer fab currently planned in one of the cities in East Asia. It's projected to consume 24% of the total electricity used by all households in that city and 7% of the city's current water supply. And without coming up with a proper feasible solution, it's been given the green light to go ahead. And on top of that, the company's 100% renewable energy commitment puts pressure on the country. So don't get me wrong, we fully support the use of renewable energy, but when the community or the country isn't ready yet, the rapid and almost arbitrary increase in demand usually leads to two things. First, fast and unjust development of renewable energy, and secondly, no real reduction in carbon emissions. So I guess the second point I want to say is focusing on only one company's own targets and failing to recognize its broader impact on the community and the environment, that's something that could border on a red flag. Thank you.
Thank you, Xinchuan. I think your example also goes to what Lars was saying about just because it's renewable doesn't necessarily mean it's green, just, or right. So maybe I turn now to you, Roby, to also give your perspectives on what are three things that you would say to businesses, what they should do or should stop doing to demonstrate meaningful commitment to uphold Indigenous peoples' rights and to ensure that the green transition is indeed just.
I think the first thing here would be for businesses and financial actors to take out that mindset that Indigenous peoples are anti-development, that we're always opposing development that's being introduced to our territories. No, it's in this instance, it's more really looking at how you define development and how we also define our self-determined development. But the second point to that is also clustering Indigenous peoples as just mere stakeholders rather than rights holders whose rights will be impacted by the projects that will be implemented. Because just looking at Indigenous peoples as stakeholders rather than rights holders changes the dynamics of engagement, changes the dynamics of partnership. When you work with Indigenous peoples, recognizing that our rights will be impacted, and that would level the playing field better into addressing concerns of Indigenous peoples on renewable energy projects and even mining of critical minerals that will be implemented in our territories. And the second point to that is also recognizing the agency of Indigenous peoples to be able to advance their own self-determined development. As I mentioned earlier, in relation to this just energy transition, Indigenous peoples have already been working on addressing energy crisis within their communities through renewable energy initiatives. And then comes this climate solution and just energy transition. So there's now a boom of businesses wanting to come into Indigenous peoples' communities to implement these large-scale solar farms, which are not aligned to our self-determined development. So it's important that there's this dialogue, there's this rights-based engagement between businesses and also with affected communities to really meet halfway on what do we mean by a just energy transition, what kind of development would really be sustainable and would really benefit both the community, but also the society as a whole. And the last point to that is also strengthening direct partnership and access to finance for indigenous peoples, not as beneficiaries, but really as partners to development and supporting their initiatives in advancing their own development. And that includes supporting also specific indigenous women and youth initiatives, because again, let's avoid clustering people into one as the stakeholders. Now, within the realm of rights holders, you need to recognize the intersectionalities and the differences of needs and priorities of those intersectionalities within communities, because as indigenous peoples, we have as one common demand, but as indigenous women and youth, there are also specific needs and priorities.
Thanks, Robbie. And thanks for highlighting the need to take a more intersectional approach as well in when we unpack what meaningful stakeholder engagement means, and also going beyond stakeholder engagement to really recognizing power dynamics, that it should be about rights holders. Let me turn to you, Tony, for the next question about why should companies proactively develop nature-positive, climate resilience, and rights-respecting cities? So building on your first intervention, and how does the urban benchmark, which you spoke a little bit about, incentivize stronger corporate commitments to biodiversity, adaptation strategies, and equitable urban development?
Right, thanks. Just listening to the other panelists speak here, sparking a lot of ideas, honestly, right? I mean, there are a few lines of arguments, I suppose, that sort of like encourages companies to develop nature-positive, climate-resilient, and right-respecting kind of like solutions, I suppose. The first bit that is perhaps is often kind of like mentioned is, of course, like, well, some of these activities and initiatives that are like supporting companies to move in that direction, I think is inherently, well, it is a profitable endeavor in some ways, right? Some of these things that initiatives that these kind of like thinking, I suppose, promotes, like conducting climate risk assessments, for example, adhering to technical standards for disaster risk resilience. Some of these things are probably just like good business. There's like a good business sense about that, right? I mean, the companies are protecting their own, well, if not people, then at least their own assets, right? So there is kind of like an argument to be made there about like doing this is actually a cost-saving endeavor for them in the long run. However, there's also the fact that competition, I suppose, also plays a role, just because, I mean, if you think about certain industries like real estate, for example, right? I mean, we're not lacking in innovation, right? Some like real estate companies are always innovating, introducing new technologies, introducing like new features to their buildings, right? And if they don't kind of like innovate to incorporate some of these like approaches, then there's a risk for them to kind of like be pushed out of the market. That is also a possibility, right? And I think this is the second point, I think, is where the urban benchmark can sort of like help, as it's kind of like, it promotes comparability, I would say, right? You try to assess different companies, you try to assess like what is it that they're trying to do, how well they're scoring, as well also like discovering like best practices and the like, right? Companies care when their competitors are like doing better than them, right? So I mean, this is one way that we try to incentivize companies and motivate companies to change and innovate, right? Although, I mean, this line of arguments also has its limitations, I'll have to admit, right? I mean, for industries where there is like very strong competition, then yes, the competition argument holds. But for like certain industries where there's like perhaps by virtue of like, I mentioned before, like intra-urban transport, for example, right? Intra-urban transport providers basically have a monopoly of sorts in their respective like operational areas, right? So I think there's also room there to use our urban benchmark to sort of inform policies, hopefully, because I think that would be the more key driver, I would say, that would incentivize change as opposed to competition. Because, I mean, we can't really leave it up all to the market forces now, can we? Right? I mean, governments also play a very strong, important role in order to enforce those changes, if need be. Yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you. And I think that leads directly to the next question, which is for our government representative in the panel. So in Pakistan's case, maybe you can share with us some of the strategies and approaches that have been adopted to ensure businesses truly embed resilience rather than only focusing on compliance, just to meet the minimum standards. So building on what Tony was also saying, what are the incentives, the strategies, the approaches that have been effective from the government side?
Gee, thanks. In fact, in Pakistan, we have a whole of government approach towards this problem and issues. On the implementation side, we have the Pakistan Environment Protection Act 1997. Under this act, there are institutions and tribunals which implements and ensure the compliances. So this is one part of the thing. We have, with the passage of time, the government has made many strategies and policies. Now we have Pakistan Climate Act 2017. Under this act, there are many enabling conditions, and the federal government and the provincial governments are taken on boards. In Pakistan, we have a federation. The province are mostly independent in most of the things. So under this act, there is authority and there is a council. The council is headed by the Prime Minister, and the Chief Minister of the provinces are member of this council. So it is there. It is there to encourage industries to adopt low carbon and efficient energy technologies and support businesses investing in renewable energies and sustainable sources. So this is one of the things. Another national climate change policy. So we have this policy so to encourage businesses to invest in renewable energies, to introduce incentives for the industry adopting sustainable production method, and to promote green economy. So this is the main function of this policy is. Then we have NDCs, nationally determined contributions. We are already not emitting carbon as the other countries are. We are far behind. But again, we have set our targets that by 2030, we shall even be reducing this much emissions to its half. So we, under this indices, we have set our targets, and we are achieving these targets by different methodologies and mechanics. Regarding renewable energy, we have a renewable energy policy 2019. So the main feature of this policy is offering tax exemptions and financial incentives for the renewable energy projects, streamlining the licensing processes for the solar, wind, and hydropower energies, encouraging public-private partnerships. Again, we have legal framework for electric vehicles in Pakistan. So under this, we have a comprehensive mechanism that how the electric vehicles will be promoted in the countries. And simultaneously, we are making sure that these much changes don't affect the traditional jobs market, the people working in the informal sectors. Ministry of Labor, Manpower and Overseas Pakistani, it has many policies and interventions to make sure that the workers and the laborers are not exploited and they are not left behind. Otherwise, this idea of very just transition cannot be fulfilled. So we are simultaneously doing these things. It is not only these things and these institutions, but the whole of government approach includes the other relevant ministries. For example, the IT ministries. For AI interventions, we have another policies so that those policies and the with IT intervention, we have better alternatives. But again, the traditional workers and informal workers and the home-based workers are not left behind, so we have mechanism for those. Then we have National Adaptation Action Plan. This plan outlines Pakistan's strategy for adapting to the impact of climate change, focusing on vulnerable sectors such as agriculture, water resources, health and infrastructure. On the implementation side, Pakistan is enjoying GSP plus status, and for that matter, we implement 27 conventions which pertains to the key areas, including the right to clean and healthy environments. So there is a comprehensive mechanism for that, and obviously under this conventions we implement and we continue to enjoy that status. There are other things that the financial institutions are also at the support of our policies. The Green Banking Guidelines 2017, under these guidelines, state banks has issued instructions to the banks that they should promote the green energy and eco-friendly projects. Our disaster risk management strategy is there, it is in place, and other many incentives and the intervention to save the, to protect the right of peoples due to this very change are also there. So, thank you.
Thank you. I think you make a lot of, thank you for sharing all the different approaches. And I think, you know, the whole of government approach that you emphasize that Pakistan is taking is an important one to look at, to make sure you're looking at all different angles in terms of the just transitions. Let me conclude the second round of questions that we had, and we go to the last set of questions before we open it up to the audience. So please have your questions and comments ready. The last set of questions, really, I want to explore the issue of accountability and the role of litigation in particular. I think Lars referred to that as an important aspect as well. But I'll turn first to Elizabeth and to ask you on how legal developments are shaping the integration of businesses of just transition principles in supply chains and energy projects. Are there examples of successful strategies that you can share on how legal safeguards or dispute resolution mechanisms can ensure that workers and communities affected by the energy transitions have real access to justice? So over to you.
Thanks so much, Aparna, for those two questions. So I think with respect to the first question on legal developments shaping the integration by business of just transition principles, first, I would say that there's an increasing trend of just transition litigation. So this is basically using constitutional principles such as the right to life, health, and property. Also the use of tort law in ways which maybe can broaden the scope of litigation beyond pure human rights related avenues. Another trend also is increasing cross-border litigation and corporate group accountability. So this means parent companies being responsible legally for subsidiary company activities. This means that if a parent company knew or should have known that the subsidiary company is unlawfully causing harm to third parties in a manner in which the parent has been involved, then as a starting point, the parent company should have a duty of care towards the third parties to intervene. There has been case law in the UK and some other jurisdictions on this, and this will hopefully be an increasing trend towards corporate accountability. Another associated trend is liability in the home jurisdiction of a corporation for damage that's been done in another jurisdiction. And an example of this would be Holcim currently being sued in the Swiss courts under Swiss law by Indonesian islanders from the island of Pari with respect to climate change related impacts that are alleged to have caused flooding in the island of Pari. And specifically for climate change related impacts, this could really cause an increase in cross-border litigation, and companies should be prepared for that. I think, of course, we've also seen increasing regulation and mandatory human rights due diligence obligations, national action plans on business and human rights, Malaysia having just issued a draft national action plan on business and human rights, and developments in other jurisdictions as well, which others have touched on, so I won't go into that too much. I think another area where there's been increasing legal developments is a call for states to review their trade and investment agreements as well, and as well as investor-state dispute settlement mechanisms to incorporate sustainable development provisions. This is quite important in the context of ASEAN, as about 85% of ASEAN investment treaties do not currently have sustainable development provisions as part of them. And this is needed to ensure that states have regulatory space to take effective action with respect to the just transition and sort of tilt the balance away from purely foreign investment protection to another paradigm which incorporates international environmental law and other sustainable development principles within the legal regime. With respect to the question on legal safeguards and dispute resolution mechanisms, well, you can always broaden the legal standing requirements that are needed to bring a case. In other words, it would be easier for civil society actors and local communities to gain access to the court system. There needs to be better pro bono and low bono representation, better access to such quality representation. There could be mandatory pro bono requirements in various jurisdictions, such that it's not just like a tokenistic exercise of lawyers doing something that is just for show, but actually much greater development in the legal culture and mindset of a need to support on a pro bono basis. Also same for transparency as well as access to information. In terms of dispute resolution mechanisms, there have been a number of innovative mechanisms that have been proposed. Chief Justice Sundaresh Menon of Singapore has recently proposed a therapeutic justice-informed model for climate dispute resolution that draws from the family dispute structure and scheme in Singapore. And this also looks at judges having a more empowered and judge-led approach in the court process to manage proceedings and identify urgent issues and triage the cases once it emerges, and also curate multidisciplinary teams where judges work with social workers, mediators, court-appointed climate and environmental experts who potentially will not necessarily be so biased in that case, to manage various aspects of the case so that there can be use of alternate dispute resolution procedures to manage all of this. Some specialist environmental courts, such as the Land and Environmental Court of New South Wales, has already adopted alternative dispute resolution mechanisms within the court system. I would also caution that while it is good to explore innovative approaches to dispute resolution, this alone will not necessarily be able to solve access to justice, because that also involves increasing the ability of affected individuals to gain access to the court system in the first place. And most importantly, I think, taking on from Sinswan and Robbie's interventions, to even have input into the process by which dispute resolution mechanisms are crafted. So there's no point designing something which might not actually be very helpful. And so that engagement process is very important to curate dispute systems which will be efficient, fast, provide access to justice, but also focus on rehabilitation and moving forward without just being a box-ticking exercise. And I'm happy to expand on that if anyone's interested in questions. I think just a final point very quickly, sorry, Aparna, is on reform of the investor-state dispute settlement mechanism. So I've made mention to it just now, but I'll repeat it again because this is a unique system which does not currently allow local communities access to the process at all. You have foreign investors suing states and states wanting to actually implement just transition policies and potentially getting sued if such just transition policies affect their investments. And what is remarkable about this process is that local communities that are actually affected by either regulatory action or the foreign investors' investments are not legally party to the proceedings, and it's actually even really hard for them to be heard in these arbitral proceedings, but through the filing of what is legally known as amicus briefs. Even that, just getting their views ventilated itself. Often, private arbitral tribunals are not willing to even allow that form of participation, let alone have them be a party to the case. And I think this has been criticized by various special rapporteurs, David Boyd, Special Rapporteur for Human Rights and the Environment, Development, Professor Suryadeva, a Special Rapporteur on the Right to Development, and Professor Suryadeva and Ms. Tara Van Ho have actually proposed an alternative dispute settlement mechanism, which would have jurisdiction to hear all investment-related disputes raised by any affected party. So investor versus state, state versus state, investor versus investor, community versus investor, all within the same forum. And it remains to be seen whether the procedural reforms from the UNCITRAL Working Group 3 process of a multilateral investment court will take on board all of these aspects. So quite a lot of ways in which the dispute settlement mechanisms are truly not reflecting the interests of local communities and affected individuals.
Thanks very much, and thanks for covering so many different points in your intervention. I'm sure there will be a lot of questions as well coming from the audience on what you've raised. I'm going to turn now for the last two interventions, first to Xin Chuan, to perhaps speak a little bit around accountability as well, and how can legal mechanisms and investor pressures be leveraged to enforce corporate resilience in practice and promote accountability. So over to you, Xin Chuan, and then we'll go to you, Robbie, before we close the round.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. I'd like to focus on the legal front for now. So I have to say, currently there are some legal mechanisms in place, but there is definitely a legal gap. The legal landscape is really fragmented, it's insufficient, and the remedy mechanisms are rarely accessible to communities. So this is true globally and particularly true for the Asia-Pacific region. Now, with all the setbacks on corporate accountability in the EU and the US, I think what's missing from this dialogue is the power and leverage of Asian companies. And given my background, I'm going to talk about East Asian companies in particular. They have a strong presence in various sectors, from electronics to battery, garment, seafood, and at the same time, East Asian companies are increasingly expanding their businesses and investments to Southeast Asia. Most of these East Asian companies are not consumer brands, not household names, but they are the largest suppliers to many that are. So they have the power and resources to make changes that could affect global supply chains, which is why I'm sharing something that we're doing in East Asia, is that several CSOs from East Asian countries have formed an informal alliance, and we're jointly pushing for human rights, environmental due diligence laws in our respective countries. They would require better reporting, building on what's already there for sure, but also actually requiring companies to conduct due diligence, engage with rights holders, as we are repeatedly talking about, and providing remedy and seizing ongoing impacts, as well as preventing future ones. And I think prevention is really, really the key to what we're talking about today when it comes to climate transition. And I believe all of us in the room would know about the CSERA, but even in the best case scenario, given the simplifications with omnibus law, it will have its limitations. And since a lot of the EU companies are further down the supply chain, or the really, really, really massive and big non-EU companies that will fall within scope are really big, they're really further down supply chains. So the impact of CSERA can be rather indirect for communities upstream, due to lack of supply chain transparency or simply just the limitations of the law. So this, we believe, is where East Asia comes in. East Asian companies are often in the middle of the supply chains, meaning they are closer to where some of the most severe adverse impacts occur. So this gives us an opportunity to influence the impacts on the ground in Southeast Asia by regulating company behaviors from East Asia and providing legal tools for our governments and overseas victims to hold companies accountable. So this is why we're working hard to push for due diligence laws in East Asian countries. I'll keep my intervention short for this one. Thank you.
Thanks, Xin Chuan. So Robbie, I'll turn to you for the last intervention from the panel, and to really speak about Indigenous voices and leaderships, and how critical that is in ensuring corporate accountability as well. So we've talked a little bit about that already, but in your view, we also see how advocates and human rights defenders often face severe harassment and intimidation. What are some strategies to address these serious human rights challenges and ensure accountability? And also, can we use multi-stakeholder collaboration as a tool as well to address some of these issues? So over to you.
Before addressing the businesses, I think it's important, again, we'd like to emphasize the role of the states in relation to putting in place the needed legal framework in relation to corporate accountability, not just incentivizing them, but putting in place accountability mechanisms in home and host countries of these companies. The other point to that is also adopting the national Business and Human Rights Action Plan. And I know that a number of Asian states have already started working on that. No? Just in line with the mention of Jamil on the streamlining permitting processes in relation to just energy transition, we've seen this trend among Asian governments, no, but this should not be a shortcut to implementing the right to free, prior, and informed consent of indigenous peoples and to implementing human rights due diligence, because this is the root cause of conflicts on the ground when rights are being shortcutted, when the people are not involved in decision making. Now, in relation to business and financial actors, given the rise of reprisals, harassments, and killings against human rights defenders and also indigenous peoples, we call for corporates and financial actors to adopt a zero tolerance for reprisal policy and ensure that it's implemented. And where it happens, there should be clear sanctions on those actions, no? Because unless you put people or corporates accountable, the violations will continue. And the other point to that also is putting in place an accessible, effective, culturally appropriate. This one recognizes also the traditional justice system of indigenous peoples, gender responsive, bearing in mind, again, the specific impacts of projects to women and also to indigenous women, local grievance mechanisms, because sometimes most of these grievance mechanisms in place are not accessible. They are at the headquarters, and communities who are affected do not even know of project level grievance mechanisms that are in place. No? So it's important that at the very onset, these things are shared to affected communities, and also they're given the safe space to be able to engage in these grievance mechanisms. But my last point is, if engagement is rights-based at the very onset, these conflicts, these violations could be minimized. And in the case of indigenous peoples, again, the process, the right to free, prior, and informed consent, because that's where we define how decision-making will be done, how impacts will be addressed in relation to indigenous peoples, how equitable benefit sharing will also be addressed, and the rehabilitation post-project implementation. The multi-stakeholder collaboration, of course, we're already working into this, in relation to not just holding corporates accountable, working with different organizations and also institutions, but again, advancing the development, the initiatives of indigenous peoples in line with the just energy transition, because unless we're also able to implement our own self-determined development, we'll always be marginalized in relation to us realizing sustainable development for us and the future generations.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the panelists for their intervention. I'll now open the floor for any questions or comments. Please keep your interventions brief. And then if you are asking a question to the panelists, please mention who you're asking the question to. So the floor is yours. So we have one question here, and 2, 3. Okay, we'll take the first 3. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rakesh. I'm with Bureau Veritas. We're a third-party verification organization. Thank you for sharing your experience and your wisdom. The first question is for our legal experts, Ms. Sun and Ms. Wu. We heard from the beginning from the SEC chairperson that everything about sustainability is about jobs. It's about livelihood. It's about lives. We also heard and we've seen and experienced the situation is not so good. Having those two as the baselines, with regards to the updates to the European policy on due diligence, the CSERA, the proposed updates, which says limit to tier 1, are you as client Earth asking us and others to maybe give you some money so that you can go after the corporates or persuade policymakers to consider the earlier scope of full supply chain? That's the first part. And to all the business leaders out there, perhaps if we were to go with an hypothesis that every company wants to do the right thing, but they are also stuck. There are so many moving parts on different policies that perhaps the companies are saying, give us the knowledge, show us how these moving parts are working, show us that they are being oiled. Is there any weight to that hypothesis that perhaps all the different policies are not aligned? Or is it that companies just want to do the wrong thing? Thanks.
Thank you. There's a question over here. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm GJ from the Sustainability Transition Studio. First of all, thank you for the very rich variety of insights. My question is about the more practical side of stakeholder engagement, because I think all of us agree that stakeholder engagement is necessary and a good thing. But I would like to ask anyone in the panel that feels that they can answer. Have you come across, or could you give examples of successful tools or methodologies of stakeholder engagement that lead to impact and action rather than a nice document or a nice event?
Thank you. I think there's a question over here.
Thank you so much. I'm Tek Tamat. I work with UNDP Nepal. I have a couple of questions in regard to accountability and access to justice, of course. The first one is about the role of court, like they receive the cases if like public interest litigations are registered. But my question here is there any provision or practice that they can suo motu, by their own, can receive and handle the case? That is one thing. The second thing is on environmental interest litigation. You have very good jurisprudence set forth. India, Nepal, and a few other countries have already, kind of set the foundation. But the enforcement on those directives and orders are still the issues, So how do you see, what could be the viable means and mechanism to provide oversight and, like constantly follow up on the implementation of those directives? And thirdly, it's about the safety and the security of, lawyers itself, the pro bono lawyers, the environment, defenders who kind of bring the cases to the court. So is there, again, any good practice that can really be, that has really been helpful towards safety and security of the lawyers? Yeah, thank you. And lastly, it's about reparation that you have mentioned, rehabilitation, which seems very good, practice in regard to kind of, look after the justice to the affected ones. But what's about reparation? Because this might also be interesting, practice to make sure that, victims are fully kind of taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take the first round of questions, and then we'll go back to the floor for a second round as well. Maybe I turn to you first, Elizabeth. There's a set of questions around environmental justice, litigation, role of courts. Maybe you can start with that, and then maybe Lars on the question around the second question from our colleague there who was talking about, do corporate leaders, do they want to do the right thing, or is they, so you can take that, and then perhaps over to others who may want to give examples of meaningful stakeholder engagement.
Yeah. Thanks so much. So I think with the first gentleman's question, let me just clarify, I'm not speaking as Client Earth. So I also have another hat as a lawyer with Client Earth for International Environmental Law NGO, but my participation in this conference is on a personal basis. I think with respect to your comments about the EU recent omnibus legislation and all that, personally, I understand that there are certain issues with how it might have rolled back from CSERA and CSERA, and those are definitely concerns. And I think that forms part of a broader discussion. As to whether or not NGOs are correctly placed, or as you have suggested, require funding, I think that generally NGOs require community support. That sometimes takes the form of funding. NGOs do different things. Some NGOs work directly with local communities. Some NGOs are more like think tanks. To the extent that NGOs are think tanks and able to intervene on policy issues such as the EU directive, then yes, I think it would be very beneficial for NGOs to do that. But to work also with academia as well as regulators, and for regulators and government officials to be very open to that sort of views and advocacy to be taken into account in the way that they formulate policies. I think about your point on alignment of policies, yes, I would agree definitely that currently policies are not aligned, and there needs to be a lot more that needs to be done to do that. Whether that's a legal issue or a political will issue, that's I think a separate question and potentially another 2-hour-long conversation. As to the issues I think that this gentleman raised, first, yes, sui motu jurisdiction. It's not all countries have that. I think South Asia, the various Pakistan, Nepal, India are actually very progressive in the kind of sui motu powers that courts has, as you know. A lot of very leading jurisprudence on this coming out of Pakistan, Nepal, also India, and also with respect to remedies, right? So in Pakistan, the case of Lagari versus Pakistan, creating a National Climate Change Commission as a remedy is something that is very exceptional to, say, common law countries such as the UK or Singapore, right, where you don't have that kind of remedy. And so there definitely can be learnings from the South Asian jurisdictions about how to be very bold and robust in environmental remedies. So I would fully agree with you there. On the issue, I think, of enforcement, that one's actually quite tricky, which is not a great answer, but unfortunately it is. I wonder whether there can be extra work that's done regarding around attachment of assets, so attachment of corporate assets. Maybe taking inspiration from the New York Convention with respect to enforcement of arbitral awards, right? So that arbitral awards having an ease of enforcement around the world. Is there a way that we can somehow modify that in the context of judgments with respect to environmental or just transition issues? It might be a bit hard to craft because the Hague Convention with respect to enforcement of judgments also, I think, also faces difficulties, but that is also another 2-hour-long conversation. I think your point about reparation, once again, I think this goes to the kind of remedies, right, and the kind of quantity of damages, and also goes to how climate science or environmental science links all of this to damages, and also partially into what exactly affected communities want. Do they want restoration of the communities, assuming there's environmental damage, monetary damages, rehabilitation processes? And so I think that all goes into the answer to your question there, and happy to speak about it in detail separately offline. Thank you.
I would like to respond to your question, sir, from Nepal. In Pakistan, Supreme Court, yes, it has suo motu jurisdiction, and in fact, it took a suo motu notice under Climate Change Act. The authority was not constituted timely. The Supreme Court intervened, and the things were done immediately on the directions of the Supreme Court. Regarding other things, in fact, if we have laws, every country has a different set of laws, but if we have laws, then the courts have jurisdiction, and how much they are successful, again, this depends that in certain countries how the courts are active and how much they are influential. But I must say that in case of Pakistan, for the last, you may say 1 decade, the courts are so active, and whatever goes to the courts, they are independent, they give verdicts, and that is implemented.
Sure. This gentleman here from Bureau Veritas asking whether the policies and when it comes to due diligence requirements, etc., whether they were aligned or whether it could be perceived from the corporate side as being confusion and non-alignment in there. I could give an example. I have a few hats here, but I was engaged with one of the global largest rubber companies, fully integrated rubber companies, and they were during last year preparing for the EUDR, the European Union forestry regulation implementation policy-wise. And those guidelines for there also have touch points with FSC, for example, and other bodies. And it was very hard to come to a point where you can see a direct alignment from any party, especially also for a particular industry, whether it was coffee or rubber. So that was a challenge, but this company I represented decided that this was a huge competitive advantage of being the first to actually allow for a fully controlled and EUDR compliant rubber product, because that was a requirement from some of the larger rubber companies in Europe to do. So they put that in place and gained a lot of competitive advantages despite the challenges. Were invested in also in the challenges, invested in even sending a representative to EU to be part of a lobbying group in there as a representative for the whole rubber industry. But to your question, yeah, it is a challenge, and many times the preparation and the implementation, the countries or the institution implementing are not ready for the consequences fully, as we saw EUDR then being delayed for another additional year, despite the fact with some companies who had fully complied with it and started buying at a higher price as a consequence. So what's answer to that question? And for GJ, you asked about practical engagement and tools and methods that's maybe proven successful beyond just conferences and events. I can give an example from Bangladesh right now, where as a consequence of, I would say, geopolitical reasons and the political direction in Sweden after an election, the Swedish International Development Agency have a slightly different or changed mandate now in how the dispersive of supporting funds in the regions takes place. And they have done, there is a sustainable fashion platform in Bangladesh engaging with some of the largest procurers of textiles from Bangladesh in Sweden, and then with the largest suppliers in Bangladesh that has huge requirements when it comes to environmental aspects, renewable energy, etc., to fulfill the requirements of these large Swedish companies that have goals towards 2030 to do the change. Swedish International Development Agency then put together a program that supports a grant to these Bangladesh suppliers to convert to renewable energy with up to 40% of the cost, with application then also securing that they fulfill aspects around human rights, DEI, etc. And that's being implemented right now, and here you see a combination of government policies, people, public, private, working together, and then also benefiting the businesses who are able then to support the local business to do that transition in that sense. So there are very practical examples out there that's taking place that puts everything together with focus on practice. So I think that's a key point. We mentioned it here too as well. One thing is discussion points around policy, etc. Execution is going to be key down the road, and involvement and engagement of the different stakeholders. Thank you.
Thanks, Lars. Sintuan, do you want to come in?
Okay, thank you. I'd like to respond to the first question from the gentleman there. I guess I can only speak from my own experience, but in terms of funding, we need funding to conduct research and investigations to back up whatever that we're trying to push for in terms of laws and policies. For instance, we have to travel overseas, we have to, really travel, go to where impacts are occurring, and then again, when we're trying to hold corporations accountable, we need to research value chains, investment chains, and all that databases. They are really, really, really expensive. And then as we talk about stakeholder engagement, rights holder engagement, we need to support communities, arrange for communities to travel to home countries to sit down with management for a proper in-person meeting, and we've done that, but then that again needs funding. So I guess just a quick answer, that is sometimes what funding is used for. And then on the second question, on the practical side of stakeholder engagement, I do believe that first of all, you need to know your supply chain. You need to map it out, so transparency is key. And then afterwards, after you know what's going on in your supply chain, you need to know your stakeholders. I can give a quick example. From where I come from, there are an increasing, a rapid increase of offshore wind farms, and that hinders fishers' right to fishing and their original livelihood. And then what the company did was they went and spoke and engaged with fishers' associations. But all the locals know that fishers' associations, their interests do not align with the fishers in general. They wanted compensation financial compensation when the fishers in fact wanted space and room to conduct their original livelihoods. So know your stakeholders, find, you can talk to NGOs or the, local people and find the right people to talk to. And then lastly, make engagement accessible for communities. Use their language, pick a location that is convenient for them. Don't hold your engagement in meeting rooms, conference rooms in the capital city, in a certain building where it takes a day or two for them to get there. So just a few suggestions there. That's it. Thank you.
First on the successful examples. Now, I don't want to call that as successful, but there are examples where the engagement with rights holders, with indigenous peoples has led to positive impact to the communities. In one area where I came from, the indigenous free, prior, and informed consent was implemented, and indigenous peoples were involved in the design to ensure that the project will not cut across sacred areas, will not cut across livelihood areas of indigenous peoples, and will not impact any areas of cultural significance of the community. The other aspect of that project was also designing the project in such a way that it will be turned over to the community after a couple of years for them to continue to manage and operate. Another example that we have is a government indigenous peoples direct partnership where indigenous peoples as owners of the resources became direct partners with the government in managing a geothermal power plant. And there's conditions there in terms of equitable benefit sharing, but also regular review of the impacts on the ground to ensure that environmental and social impacts are timely addressed. So those are some examples that we could provide. And this is a good segue actually to the session that we'll be having tomorrow morning in the plenary in relation to looking at engagement with rights holders, not only with stakeholders. Just a quick comment on these mandatory frameworks that's being developed at the regional level, for example, in the EU, the EUDR, and the CSDD. In the global convening that I mentioned earlier on certification and verification processes impacting indigenous peoples that we co-organized with the Working Group on Business and Human Rights and OHCHR Bangkok, we're actually quite concerned that these mandatory frameworks are giving, for example, the CSDD is giving, prominence to the certification and verification frameworks of companies where audits and certifications that are being done in relation to indigenous people's rights are not done accurately. And we have a fear that if this is recognized as a due diligence process, mandatory due diligence process, then it would set a precedent to more violations on the ground in relation to business activity. So that's just a quick comment on that.
Thanks, Robbie. I think I'll ask Tony if he wants to come in. I was hoping for another round of questions, but I think we're coming to the end of our session.
Yeah,
so.
Just thinking, about all the discussion that has already been said. I think, as I said before, stakeholder engagement is a very key component, but also seconding what Robbie was saying there, that there are a lot of stakeholders that companies need to engage with in order to make sure really that their whole supply chain is sustainable, is inclusive, is not leaving anyone behind. Right, and I think there's this one stakeholder that is has already been touched upon, I guess, on this panel, but not necessarily emphasized on. It's like governments themselves, really, right? Governments as well as local governments, right? Companies need to engage with governments and local governments in particular, right? By the simple virtue that I'm an NGO, like Urban Transformation Lead. That's my title. That's my job title, right? I only look at sectors related to real estate, construction, engineering, utilities, urban transport, but I have very limited scope. Of course, these sectors don't exist in a vacuum, right? It exists as part of the greater supply chain, right? Indigenous population, for sure, very important group, right? It's really governments as well as local governments that really has an oversight of all the different moving parts and how all these sectors are interacting with one another. So I think it's very important for companies to also engage with governments as well as local governments, because governments have kind of like the overall picture, right? And I was like looking at Mr. Jamil's like second intervention. He was like saying NDC commitments, green energy infrastructure, disaster risk reduction, social protection, AI, and NDC in one sentence, right? So, I mean, these are all interconnected sectors, right? Whether directly or indirectly, right? So as an NGO, as a think tank, as an academia, as businesses, we're bound to like focus on the sectors that we're currently working on, right? But governments have an oversight overall, like all the sectors and how they're working together, right? So I think it's really important as well to engage with governments and national governments. So that's kind of like my last note on stakeholder engagement, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. I think I'll turn to the panel now, if in case anybody wants to make any final comments. Yes, you did. So anybody else want to make any final comments before we close the session? It's already been a very rich session, but go ahead.
Sorry, maybe just to respond very quickly to Tony's comments, I fully agree about the importance of governments. I also think that the obligation should be on governments to do the engagement reaching out. And that there is too much of a, sometimes my personal view is that there's too much of a burden and expectation that's placed on civil society, which is really quite unfair given the limited finances and resources. And I mean, hats off to the amazing work that's being done, by Sinswan, Robbie and others, right? But I think governments can do so much more in terms of actual engagement and outreach and providing resources, because it's very important to enrich the perspectives that governments have.
Yeah, I must say also that this is the environment and climate change issue is not only the country specific. Basically, this is the human issue, and the entire world is connected with this. At the one side, within the country, obviously all stakeholders, civil society, the governments, NGOs, and all departments, they should have a comprehensive approach towards it. But even then, they can't do so. Looking at the bigger picture, we see that the carbon producing countries are the advanced countries and industrialized countries, and the countries which are so far developing or least developed countries, they don't have so much share in the emissions. But if they are not supported by the developed world, they can't do so. They can't do anything. So this is the entire world, for the sake of humanity and for the sake of people and for the sake of all living beings, we should realize this much issues. And at the international level, we should have a sort of realization and comprehensive and judicious arrangement to address these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any final points? No? Okay, so I think I'll close the session now. It has been a really rich discussion. I think the panelists have given you really great perspectives coming from different backgrounds and experiences, really emphasizing what meaningful stakeholder engagement can be like. How do we go beyond compliance, which is the theme of the overall conference, looking at legal frameworks as well as accountability, and then really trying to see, I think, as was being said, of how can businesses also invest in resilience for their own competitiveness. And then finally, I think, is in the last couple of comments we heard around the importance of the role of governments in strengthening accountability and incentives, but also that these issues go beyond national governments and are actually transboundary issues. So how do we come together broadly to build the partnerships, to work across with the international community to address some of these really deep-seated challenges that we're facing around the triple planetary crisis. So thank you all very much for your attention, and we look forward to enjoy your lunch. Please give our panelists a round of applause. And I've been asked to remind you to please provide your feedback on the panel with the post-session survey. Thank you very much. I think it's lunches now, so.
30 more seconds and we'll start our plenary afternoon session. Right next to Manisha. Manisha, I've been calling you Dogna. I don't guess you did. Dogra, yeah? Okay, thank you. Let's see. Belinda. Just going to wait for one key person, one of the hosts, to give me the green light. I think she must be corralling the last few stragglers outside. One moment. Okay, I think I feel settled. Do you feel settled? I think the room has gone quiet, and indeed it does feel like the right time to begin our plenary session today, TriCops on climate, biodiversity, and land, implications for Asia. Indeed, I cannot think of a more pertinent subject for a conference of this nature on corporate sustainability and environmental rights. My name is Sean Lees, and I work for UNDP in Asia and the Pacific. I'm the region's Nature Pledge Coordinator. The Nature Pledge is UNDP's corporate commitment to support countries in their implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. I'm very pleased to see in the room many familiar faces, but an equal number of unfamiliar faces. I'm also very pleased to be on this panel with some familiar faces and indeed some unfamiliar faces. Or some new faces, shall I say. To my right is Dindo Kampilan, the Regional Director for Asia and Hub Director for Oceania for IUCN. To my far left here is Jean Kanrawi Srisansap, a member of the Global Youth Biodiversity Network. I'll refer to you as Jean, as you've asked me to in the future, going forward. Also to my left is Helen Magata. She's with Tebteba, an Indigenous Peoples' Rights Organization, and Manisha Dogra, the Senior Vice President at Telenor. Now, in a few moments, I'm going to ask our panelists for their views on the outcomes of the 3 Rio conventions. But allow me first to set the stage and make sure that we're on the same page. These 3 COPs were large, they were complicated, and they had mixed results. I'm going to be focusing just on a few of the key outcomes and indeed just a few of the shortcomings. Now, the year 2024 was a landmark year for global environmental negotiations. 3 COPs, as I mentioned, climate, biodiversity, and desertification, took place just a few months apart. And this is a highly unusual occurrence. In October, Colombia hosted the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity. In November, Azerbaijan hosted the COP to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. And in December, Saudi Arabia hosted the COP on the UN Convention to combat desertification. And for each, there were high expectations for 3 things. And of course, maybe more than 3 things, but 3 things I'd like to emphasize. One was 2, new financial commitments. And 3, the formal inclusion of Indigenous peoples in negotiations and indeed in the design of some of the outputs, interventions, etc. These expectations, however, were set against a backdrop of increased political fragmentation at the international levels. We all know what we're talking about. For some observers, the 3 COPs presented a health check on multilateralism And if that's true and if that's fair, how did we do is a big question. It's not just the outcomes, the substantive outcomes, but it's also the feeling that came out of those COPs. Now, it was not at any of those three, but I would like to give you a review of some of the achievements and shortcomings to see how we did, because by many measures, the picture is mixed. And it depends on who you are, I think, personally, and whether you feel that the outcomes were a glass half full or half empty, yeah? Now, so I'll give you this quick review, and then I'm going to turn right to my first panelist. We'll get right into it, but bear with me for a moment. Now, starting with COP29 on climate change, achievements included the following: an agreement to mobilize $300 billion annually by 2035 to assist developing nations in addressing climate change. Some thought that fell very short of the 1.3 trillion that developing countries believe they needed. Still, 300 billion was a target that many thought reasonable. Another achievement, agreement on the rules for carbon credit trading under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And as a part of that, and equally important, was a recognition of the right of indigenous peoples to free, prior, and informed consent as a condition for any project in the carbon market space. However, the parties at COP29 also failed to outline the steps necessary to transition away from fossil fuels, as agreed at COP28. They also failed to define the actions needed to triple renewable energy capacity, as also agreed by at COP28. Now, switching to COP16 on desertification. Achievements included an agreement to provide $12 billion to combat land degradation under the new Riyadh Global Drought Resilience Partnership. Another achievement, the first Indigenous Peoples Caucus set up and a Sacred Land Declaration issued. Also interestingly, a Business for Land group was inaugurated with an emphasis on private sector roles in land and water management. And indeed, if one looks at the outcome document in detail, there are a large number of private sector engagement initiatives that came out of the desertification COP. Unfortunately for COP16 on desertification, it also ended without an agreement on legally binding responses to drought. And it seems that the inclusion of the term climate change was a sticking point, one of several, but a major sticking point. Now, switching to COP16 on biodiversity, following at least the intersessional meeting in February in Rome, we have what some believe is the COP that came out with the best outcomes. Now, it took 2 meetings to get there, and this is not a competition, mind you, but indeed, these achievements were widely applauded by civil society, by governments, and others. The achievements included an agreed monitoring framework to measure progress against GBF goals and targets, Global Biodiversity Framework goals and targets. The setting up of a permanent subsidiary body recognizing indigenous peoples. Also, the Cali Fund was established to ensure fair and equitable benefit sharing for the use of digital sequence information on genetic resources. And indeed, the importance of private sector engagement and contributions to that fund was highlighted. A roadmap was agreed to mobilize resources to close the $200 billion a year gap in financing need to address biodiversity loss. And yet still, the decision to create a dedicated nature fund was kicked down the road to 2028. Now, among the 3 things that I've outlined that we have in common, these include resource mobilization strategies, either commitments and or systems for getting there were made, and rules. The role of indigenous peoples in deliberations was formally recognized, and indeed private sector engagement was further encouraged, and the nature of that engagement was further clarified. So now I'm going to turn to our panelists. I've done my rather blunt assessment for the sake of time, and also because I'm not an expert in all 3 of these conventions after all, or these processes for that matter. I'm going to turn first to Dindo Kapilan, as I mentioned, the Regional Director for Asia and the Hub Director for Oceania for IUCN, and ask you, Dindo, in your view, what were the main achievements, what were the main disappointments, and how would you have us understand this tri-COP outcome period? Thank you. No.
This one. Okay, thanks very much. Since we're on the topic of COPs, maybe we should start by looking around the room and ask, how many of us were at least to one of these COPs last year? Were you in
Raise of hands.
Baku? Were you in Cali? And were you in Riyadh? Raise your hand, please. Yeah. Okay.
I've only seen two.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dhroti Raj. Oh, three part on my panel, of course.
And four. Okay. And it's not surprising. See, for many of us and people in the room gathered in this conference, it's hard for us to connect with COPs, right? That's something people talk about when you're prime minister and you're secretary or minister. People like us who do business or in the private business sector, it doesn't really matter. So I think the main challenge, Sean, is how we and the greater community, especially people in the business rights and us practitioners, can in fact see the benefit and can identify what's going on in this Olympics of the environment, climate, land, and biodiversity. So I think that's the one first challenge. So we have a session here talking about the triops, but many of you in the room might probably wonder, why are we even talking about these triops? This doesn't affect us. But then that's the next thing. It does affect all of us. And how and in what sense? You see, these three COPs, which you mentioned, which happen in 2024, the climate COP happens every year. So these are, because they are COPs, they are conventions of parties, and the parties are our national governments. They're the ones that sign up to this. So an important challenge, I think, is for, and every country has a delegation, a negotiation party. That's, I think, where it starts. How can we, and coming from these different countries, become part of the negotiation and even the planning within the individual countries that send these delegations? The second challenge, I think, is in a country X, and you have three COPs, you have three different sets of people coming from three different sets of government agencies or NGOs or CSOs going to these three different ones. It's very rare that they even talk to each other in the country. And so it brings one example you have. I mean, resource mobilization was a common theme in last year, continues to be, but each group is talking about mobilizing resources for our own interest in climate, for our own or biodiversity or land. And yet we may be talking about the same source and the same amount of money. And this was illustrated, I think, a few weeks ago also here with a workshop with UNFCCC about the challenge of raising $300 billion for climate adaptation in 2035. But we love to start counting and label it as climate and biodiversity. And I pointed out, but much of the money isn't really just climate, it's about the climate biodiversity nexus. So there is climate money in biodiversity fund, there's biodiversity money in climate fund, but that's not how we operate. Because we want to have this clearly delineated and say, this is the climate money, 500 billion, this is biodiversity. The third one, coming back to countries, so each country has to develop a national action plan and strategy for climate. So you have NDCs and you have NAPs, you have NBSAPs, and then you have the National Land Degradation, Land Neutrality Action Plan. And these are three commitments by the same government, the same country, and they don't talk to each other, nor do they do cross-reference, because again, they're developed by different sectors within the country. They're all under the same framework of the Rio Conventions. So I could go on, but to me, the main challenge is we could have 1 million COPs in the next 1 million years. But I think if we continue to divide rather than see the connections, we're not gonna get anywhere. So the first message, I think, for us is, let's start talking to each other. Let's stop holding climate meetings where only climate people come, and biodiversity meetings where only biodiversity people come. I used to be in the climate world. I was never invited in the biodiversity world. Now I'm in ICN, I'm hardly invited to climate anymore. It's a very interrelated set of issues. We need to come together at different levels, within the countries, but also at the highest level of governance in all of these COPs. I think the most important point is, and going back to where I started, what does it mean for a company operating in a country X and thinking, Sean, your main job now is in relation to the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Why does it matter to a small company in Western Java, Indonesia, to be thinking about contributing to 8 of the 23 targets of the CBD? if we can make that concrete and happen here, and I'll end with one very good example and good news, because in Thailand, and since we are here, when we started working with companies years ago, we started getting invited because they want to develop biodiversity offset plans. That was all the starting point. Then we said, no, it's not offsetting, it's mitigation hierarchy. Then the next wave says, oh, we need you because we want to do disclosure reporting, TNFD. More recently, they said, well, it's not just really disclosure, it's also about our own corporate sustainability targets. And then now, people are asking us, hey, we heard about nature positive in addition to net zero. We heard about biodiversity credits. But for us, a company, there's one more beyond. How can a company actually make its sustainability work be reflected as an official direct contribution to, let's say, the Global Biodiversity Framework? So one of the targets is 30 by 30, right, which is target 3. 30% of lands and waters conserved by 2030. Toyota, which is one of our, I don't know if somebody's from Toyota Thailand here, is one such great example. They have ticked the boxes. We work with them, corporate sustainability agenda. But then they ask us, can you make it happen that what we do in Thailand as Toyota can be reflected in the commitments that the government of Thailand make towards the 23 targets of the CBD? We went through back and forth, and I hope people from ONUP are here, from the policy group, and 5 companies are now officially part of the 30 by 30 commitments of the government of Thailand. In other words, the work that Toyota Thailand and 4 others have been doing are now recognized as part of Thailand's contribution to the 30 by 30 target. That's one example of how companies might be able to see and identify that what they do in a few thousand hectares actually makes a difference when you talk about the global challenge of biodiversity and climate. We're not there yet, but I think that's where it should be going. Otherwise, all these discussions about COPs are nice to listen, but it's like we're just spectators watching the sideline. How can we make that connection that when a small company engages in 500 hectares of forest restoration, that's actually going to go to the annual reporting in the next COP for Global Biodiversity Framework?
Well, Dindo, you gave us one example. A company, big but perhaps also small, could be recognized for their contributions to something like 30 by 30 in a National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan, or NBSAP. But I want to stay with that question. Rather, I want to stay on the subject of private sector engagement. We've seen record numbers of private sector actors, in fact, attend these climate, nature, and land COPs. And indeed, all 3 COPs, as I noted, have called for increased private sector engagement, particularly around financing. Still, private sector financing is pretty paltry, notwithstanding the commitments made in kind or otherwise by the 5 companies you mentioned today. Is it realistic to expect that private sector resources are going to make a meaningful dent in the funding gaps that are expressed in all 3 of the COPs?
Yes, I guess so. I mean, I think every single dollar or baht counts, right? But it's not the amount per se. It's actually how it is invested and used. I mean, you can have $1 billion that you then climate tag, but if it's not intended for the right purpose or aligned with the targets under an NDC, then that 1 billion doesn't really matter much. So to me, it's not the amount. It could be the investment of a small local company doing work around freshwater ecosystem restoration. And this is where I think this group, our group, can make a difference. Advising the private business sector where it matters to put in, there's very small amounts of money that can then add value to what the government or what communities are doing. And this is the conversation that's happening outside of this office, outside this room, maybe 2 examples. And again, it depends on which business community we're talking about. In Korea, we work with 30 of the biggest companies because their main interest about 2 years ago was, of course, TNFD. And they were asking, what IUC and knowledge products and tools and standards can we use in TNFD voluntary reporting? So I've been working with them on a series of learning workshops. We taught them how you can use IBAT or STAR or KBA. 2 weeks ago in Korea, Kedanran, some of you are from Japan. So Kedanran is the Japanese Business Federation. So the federation itself, which has over 100 companies, is a member of IUCN. Their interest isn't just voluntary TNFD. It's about OECMs. And I'm not going to explain what OECMs right now, but it means they're interested in the action on the ground. How can areas managed by companies be considered OECM, which is officially recognition that's also being effectively managed? So I think different clusters and different countries have companies with specific interests, but each one of those is important. The thing is to be familiar, what are the global targets that are found in climate or biodiversity, and how does that cascade to regions and to countries? I think the starting point is we talk about all these COPs in very vague, not vague, but very general terms. But if you start unpacking Global Biodiversity Framework, you really talk about 4 goals and 23 targets. And then in each of those, there are a few that relate to private business sector. I think that's the kind of co-learning and also co-creation of plans that we need to do. Because, and I go back to where I started in all of the, probably 70% of the meetings I'm invited to, it's all about we need to raise more money if we are to do climate action, mitigation, or adaptation, or biodiversity. And I have the opposite view. I think it's not about raising more money. We should first ask, how did we use the money that still exists? Because right now, at least in biodiversity, and Anuj was here earlier with ADB, we can prove to you that there's money existing already for nature-based solutions, and they've not been utilized. Because the main issue, still for many countries, is that governments aren't fully convinced to invest in nature. When they go to the Asian Development Bank, they have an option. If they have an available 100 million, for example, in loan, should they apply for a loan 100 million to invest in restoration or in mangroves, in blue carbon, or to build bridges, to build highways, which is nothing wrong. But I'm saying as a head of state of a country, that's the kind of decision you want to make. Do you take a loan for hard infrastructure or for nature? So I think demonstrating the long-term and strategic value of investing in nature is the basic foundation of everything that we talk about today about biodiversity finance. And I think that hesitation, the lack of full willingness for policies at the national level is what is keeping us from going further when it comes to mobilizing finance and also capacities.
Dindo, one of the messages you're sending is that we might have an unhelpful, I was about to say an unhelpful obsession with financing, but it is one of many markers, not the only one.
Yes.
It's one of many markers of commitment. There's that saying, put your money where your mouth is. Don't just talk about your commitments. Let's see you put real hard dollars and cents, yen, baht, yuan on it as well. So it is an expression of that commitment, whether that be at the international levels or nationals. And I just want to stay on this. Your point is well taken, but let's stay on the point of funding for a second here, and turn to Jean, who was at COP29. Is that correct? You were at COP16 on biodiversity. Okay. Well, here's my question. It doesn't actually have to do with COP29 or being there, certainly. But the Nature for Climate Coalition put out a statement at COP29. They said that, quote, nature is a critical yet vastly underfunded. And they provide actual figures. It's like for every $10, it's 1 cent put on nature preservation and nature-based solutions. It's something that dramatic, though that's not exacting. Now, to meet climate goals, they say we need to triple at least the financial flows to nature-based solutions by 2030. But as you'll know, at COP29, the delegates didn't make references to nature-based solutions. So it wasn't even that they didn't have the financing there. It was also they failed to mention it. Has nature's role in addressing the climate crisis been underserved? And if so, why?
Okay, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. This is my honor to speak here as a youth from UNICEF, Young Advisory Board, and the policy team member of Global Youth Biodiversity Network for Thailand. I'm standing here to speak for youth and our future. As you know, in COP29, we pay attention on the climate finance and carbon market. Yeah, I know it's critical to tackle the climate change problem, but a crucial aspect we're missing, the integration of biodiversity into climate change. The reality is a consensus is not reached. And it's leaving the important decision that we postponed it to COP30 in this year. And you know, the most country not tend to invest to the nature or nature-based solution. And this gap, it's mean that we miss the opportunity as the climate change and biodiversity loss are deeply interconnected issue. And this affecting each others. As a young people, I believe that the policymaker, businesses, as well as stakeholders must collaborate more effective to bridge this gap together. Biodiversity conservation, it's not separate from the climate action at all. Rather, it is the fundamental things to our planet resilience and our future generation. You know, I recently talked to the member of YPAB, and everyone see that climate change and biodiversity loss impact to everyone, regardless of age, of the gender, or where you are. It's affect you. Another girl from our network, she's from southern of Thailand, and she shared that the communities have do the agriculture and fishing for their livelihood, and they suffer from the climate change because the season it shifts and the harvest rate it's reduced. The fish it's declined. They cannot catch the fish and harvest. So the loss of biodiversity and the impact of climate change, it's significant, destabilize the local economy and the livelihood in the southern part of Thailand and everywhere in the world. You know, the families who once rely on traditional knowledge, they're now facing the income insecurity because of climate change and biodiversity loss. This economic strain forced the children out of the school because the family is no longer afford the education. They cannot afford to even go to school, they cannot afford. So young people, they move to urban area to seeking the alternative job, or they abandon the traditional practice or local wisdom that they used to have. Beyond the physical impact, this creates the mental health challenge to everyone. It's increased stress and hopeless about the future. This story, we can see the importance of ecosystem service is provide the benefit, not just the environment, but also businesses, women, youth, and entire community. Ecosystem health directly sustain livelihoods, and it's underpin economic stability. Moreover, as a member of Gibbon Thailand, our goal is to advocate for youth awareness and meaningful participation to address the climate change and biodiversity loss. I believe that each young person has unique strength and perspective that when we effectively engage, we can drive the powerful change in policy practice.
Can I ask a quick question on that point? As you know, one way for a country to demonstrate its commitment and its plan to implement the Global Biodiversity Framework and its 23 targets is to develop an NBSAP, National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan. What is your view on some of these NBSAPs? How are countries doing from where you sit?
Okay. In COP16 that I went in last year, in COP, country expected to present their updated on NBSAP, right? That align with Global Biodiversity Framework. There's good news. Currently, 48 countries have submitted their NBSAP. That it's demonstrated not nearly, but we are one step to achieve the goal. Let's go to the ASEAN region. ASEAN region, it's have rapidly economic growth, and the prosperity it's fostered among people, but also it's extraordinary biodiversity. In ASEAN country region, we are the home of over 25% of Earth. That we know that flora and fauna species live here, and this country, this region, it supports the livelihood and well-being of over 660 million people. As a young people who engage in NBSAP, we know that we participate in national consultation in our country, drafting NBSAP, and we encounter significant challenge. Regarding first, the limits of access the information among youth, and the resources access and the data set remain restricted for the youth. That it means it's limit the meaningful youth engagement by shaping policy in our country. And this is directly impact to our future. Yeah, but
Were you able to influence the NBSAP here in Thailand, which is public, finalized and public?
yes, it's finalizing and published.
What's your feeling about it? Is it a good NBSAP?
From my perspective, yes, they're good in BSAP, but I hope they will gather more people opinion. They will see more in the human rights and make a space for youth voice more or the local community more in decision-making process.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jane. I appreciate that. Helen, the NBSAPs in the Philippines, you worked with those. You worked on the Philippine NBSAP, rather. Tell me, what is your view of the Philippine National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan?
Thank you, Sean. Good afternoon, everyone. So I work with an indigenous peoples organization, and there has been a process in the Philippines whereby the government invited non-government stakeholders for the development of the National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan. This is also true with the nationally determined contributions, the NDCs. As you know, the Philippines has a law on indigenous peoples. It's called the Indigenous Peoples' Rights. And the law mandates that indigenous peoples should be contributing to all of these processes. Well, the NBSAPs of the Philippines, I must say, has several indicators mentioning indigenous peoples. But we went beyond that because I think this is the reality for indigenous peoples, not only in the Philippines, but also in many other countries, that our priorities are often lost in aggregates, national aggregates. And so indigenous peoples deemed it important for us to have our own indigenous peoples biodiversity strategic action plan. It's now public, it's now published. It's called the IPBSAP. This is an initiative of indigenous peoples themselves. This is developed not to replace the NBSAP of the Philippines, but actually is an annex. So we submitted it already to the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. It's annexed to the NBSAPs in recognition for what indigenous peoples are already doing in terms of taking care of the resources and also the biodiversity. And one of the, well, we were not able to come up with numerical quantitative indicators such as the NBSAPs because I think it takes more work for indigenous peoples. There are indicators that are not necessarily measured by numbers, but are more qualitative. But I think what's important in this IPBSAP is that we are able to identify which actions indigenous peoples are already doing and how they can be resourced and also supported. For instance, having resources for indigenous peoples to implement their own ancestral domain sustainable development plan, ADS-DPP. And this is just one of the examples that that we are doing as indigenous peoples and how we are working with our government.
Now, you mentioned consultations, and of course they're critical to the validation, justification, legitimacy of these nationally determined contributions, NDCs, land neutrality action plans, or indeed the NBSAPs, as you're referring to. And I'm reminded of the word of your organization, Tepteba, which I learned from your website means, is a Kanaye Igorot. Is that right? How would you pronounce it?
It's a Kankanae Igorot terminology.
It's a term that means, quote, describing a process, rather. It's a term that describes a process of collectively discussing issues and presenting diverse views with the aim of reaching agreements, common positions, and concerted actions. With that at the heart of your organizations, really your mission statement, at the heart of your name, how is it that indigenous peoples are consulted, can come to an agreement when, as you know, coming to these agreements is difficult for any group? In the context of nature, land, climate, what are the things that the indigenous peoples in the Philippines agree to, but also importantly, what do they disagree with? And where's there that division? What are the things that you still need to be, yet to be overcome?
Thanks, Sean. Just to also say that we're working with indigenous peoples, not only in the Philippines, but also in Latin America, in Asia, and in Africa. And I'm saying this because, I mean, in the context of the COPs, when that we're talking about now, indigenous peoples come from varied cultural, geographical backgrounds. And I think that's very key in terms of understanding why they have divergences or why they have different contexts and realities. But I think overall indigenous peoples agree on a set of principles that are very important, especially in their engagement in the international level. One is that land is life. So there's a very sacred relationship with nature of indigenous peoples. And we want to and this was already mentioned in the morning sessions as well, change the narrative that indigenous peoples are just mere victims, for instance, of climate change and stuff. We agree on that indigenous peoples are powerful agents of change, and that there's a very inseparable connection of land, nature, to indigenous peoples' identity, spirituality, and culture. Research shows that 1.65 to 1.87 billion indigenous peoples, local communities, Afro-descendants, are living in important biodiversity hotspots in the world. And this is not by accident. It's because they have been, for generations, taking care of these natural resources. And the importance of customary tenure, land tenure, and stewardship is something also that indigenous peoples carry in all these different movements, and is a very successful determinant to any climate or biodiversity initiative. We have heard time and again especially in the context of our conference this afternoon. We have representatives from the business sector, private entities, that working with indigenous peoples sometimes requires more fiduciary social requirements. But we insist, we assert, that working with indigenous peoples is not a hindrance, but rather an enabler for a more sustainable and for more effective climate initiative or biodiversity initiative. And maybe just on your question on what are the things that they agree and what are the divergences, I think one of the most discussed elephant in all of these three COPs is direct access to climate financing. I think I want what Dindo said a while ago, how did we use the money? But I want to rephrase the question to say how much indigenous peoples, women, youth, local communities access this money. The question is not that we don't have enough money. There's enough money, but where is it going? So on the one hand, you have enough literature to say that most of the remaining resources in the world are being taken care of by indigenous peoples. But then on the other hand, we see reports saying that in the last 10 years, 2011 to 2020, only less than 1% of overseas development assistance were accessed by indigenous peoples. And so this is not fair for indigenous peoples who are taking care of the environment at the cost of their lives and their communities. And maybe one last point, one of the divergence, I would say it's not divergence, but it's really an ongoing discussion between and among indigenous peoples is around engagement with markets. Carbon markets, for instance. We respect there are indigenous peoples who are willing, exercising their agency and their self-determination to work with markets. But there are also indigenous peoples who say, we don't want to work with the markets. And this is informed by their prior experience of violations and misappropriation of their rights and not getting any benefits from the markets. Thank you.
What are the areas of engagement between indigenous peoples and business that are either agreed or safe places to go? Maybe two, what are some messages that you'd like to give business that might be here in terms of their engagement with indigenous peoples?
Well, I think there has been a lot of mistrust between indigenous peoples and the private and the business sector. And that is, again, stemming from actual experiences of indigenous peoples, violation of their rights. But I also see this as an opportunity for us to really come together to have a platform for discussion for this. And what are the red lights for indigenous peoples? I see an open platform for indigenous peoples in the business sector to talk more about the processes of securing free, prior, and informed consent, for instance, being an iterative process and not a one-off activity. I think a lot of this was also discussed in the morning. And safeguards. I think there's a lot of discussion on indigenous peoples, but this is in terms of safeguards. But indigenous peoples do not necessarily pose how do you say, that we need to safeguard things because of indigenous peoples. I think when we talk about indigenous peoples and working with indigenous peoples, we should look at it not only from doing no harm, but also from intentionally doing good. What is it that we are giving value and what is it that indigenous peoples are contributing? So there's a lot of existing structures and governance, even in redress mechanisms, for instance. I think this was also mentioned in the morning. Indigenous peoples have their own structures and decision-making structures that can be already used. And then my last point is on capacity building. There's also a misnomer that only indigenous peoples need capacity building. But when we say capacity building, we also want to see capacities of the business sector, of the government, to understand what is it that indigenous peoples need and want, what are their priorities that should inform all of this kind of conversations.
So that capacity building is a two-way street. It's also the capacity of business to better understand and appreciate and maybe even inform their sustainability reporting and processes to take into account the concerns, immediate and otherwise, of the indigenous peoples groups that they're working with or impacting on. Thank you very much for sharing that, Helen. Moving to Manisha now. And on this point, when a company like Telenor goes to a COP or all three COPs, what is the main justification? What is the learnings that are taken away from those events? What's the value that you see in one of these COPs?
Yeah, thanks, Sean. So I mean, of course, private sector is not a monolith, but I'll talk a bit more about from Telenor's perspective and based on my discussions with other colleagues in the ICT sector. I think, first of all, yes, the participation of private sector in forums like the COPs has increased the previous years. And the reason why we think that's happening is threefold, or at least from our perspective, right? Even though Telenor has not been attending COPs directly, we have representation from the industry body, which is the GSMA. But I think these forums of discussions, which, as Dindo rightly said, are largely still very state-focused and government and policymakers. The reason why private sector wants to be there, or what we gain from there, is threefold, right? It is first and foremost for learning and understanding these seemingly interlinked but yet complex topics. So these are great forums for us to understand what's happening in these areas, what is the role that the private sector should and could play. It's also great forums to listen to our stakeholders and understand and hear different perspectives. As Helen so eloquently put, none of us can exist in silos, right? Even within the same geographical boundaries. And these global forums then allow us to expand our understanding, but also engage and interact with various stakeholders all at the same place. Which then links to the third sort of pillar of what we see coming out is it provides us with a great opportunity to engage in terms of partnerships. And here I bring back to more Telenor's way of thinking. We've been operating in Asia for 28 years now. We are a Norwegian-based telecom company in this unique space where we, of course, have traditionally, due to our Nordic heritage and the fact that we are owned by the state in a large percentage, we have requirements for sort of transparency and reporting, etc., for many years. But being here and operating here for all these years, we've actually seen that being forward-leaning on different sustainability topics has helped us, not just from a purely tick the box and report in our annual reports or back to the governments, but actually helped us create trust in the societies that we operate in, sort of almost be a license to operate with the policymakers and the governments in the countries that we operate in. So coming back to why COP and what is private sector getting out of it, I think these forums, as I said, give us three things. Information and understanding of seemingly complex topics, hearing different perspectives and views of the stakeholders, and then, of course, providing us with opportunities to partner, because we understand that we don't have the wherewithal for all of these topics and what to do about it.
I appreciate you giving us those 4 points. What value do you see in the COPs as a large business like Telenor? And also this last point, because I was about to interrupt you and then you answered my question. You said that going to COP, building partnerships, learning what's happening and what people are saying allows you to be forward-leaning, and that sustainability, and your approach, therefore, leads to trust with essentially your customers, but other stakeholders, including your employees in foreign markets. I'm wondering, as some countries, some regions pull back and/or simplify their sustainability regulations, those that might have been moving very fast towards mandatory reporting, for example, whether this is impacting on how Telenor intends to go forward with regards to its sustainability reporting frameworks, et cetera.
So yet again, going back to the fact that we have this unique position, right? We have 4 markets in the Nordics. We are a Norwegian-based digital and telecom group, but we have a strong footprint in Asia and a long-standing footprint, which then means that while we see that regulations help private sectors overall, but also sort of drive right resources in the right space, over-regulation can also stifle private sector in trying to prioritize things. And I completely agree with what Dindo said, right? If there are multiple different areas where the private sector is then asking to be focused on and provide resources on and sort of publish reports on what they're doing, it can get quite exhaustive. And as a result, and this is a safe space, I assume, so I'm saying that quite openly, it can lead to folks in the boardrooms and the management meeting rooms saying, you know, let's just do what is absolutely the bare minimum required. So I actually think simplification of regulations and frameworks would make life so much more easier for the private sector to focus their resources on and see where can they have the most impact. And I think that's why frameworks that have been developed over decades now in terms of materiality assessments and double materiality helps us a lot. And we've seen that in Telenor as well. 2 years ago, we started the double materiality assessment globally. And of course, it did start from sort of CSRD and the Norwegian requirements asking us to start looking at it. But that has helped us globally in our Asian footprint as well. And then it's quite clear, apart from GHG emissions, that biodiversity is an area that we need to start looking at already in our Asian markets. So even if there are not regulations yet in the markets we operate in here, we already have plans to say, okay, let's start doing some assessments and seeing what are the impacts we're having and how can we start focusing on sort of mitigating some of them.
That sounds very promising. Let me bridge there to my last question to you, Anisha, and then we'll probably put it to the floor after Jean comes back in. I got a special message from Jean. But no, indeed, Nature for Climate Coalition has said that business leaders, perhaps like Telenor, that you need more clear, quote, clear and consistent enabling conditions to support the flow of private capital into protecting and restoring nature, along with regulations that support these investments to deliver durable long-term results, unquote. Help us unpack this. What does Telenor or other leaders need to start investing in? What do you need to actually start making these investments in either land restoration and/or biodiversity initiatives?
Yeah, that was a long quote, though. It'll take something to unpack it. But just to keep it a bit more simpler, I think what is needed is, I think as I already covered in my previous answer, is a slightly more simplified framework and regulations, if one must, in trying to understand what are these different topics and how are they linked or not linked, right? Then I think what is important is access to data. And when I say that, I think private sector or businesses across, whether it's, if we have easily available and understandable data in trying to understand or navigate, let's say, a topic like nature, it's easier for us to then say, okay, where do we come in here? And I say this from the past years of having these discussions when it came to sort of greenhouse gas emissions, right? And being able to put things a little more in structure and numbers helped move the topic along. So I think that is interesting and important. We did a biodiversity assessment as a pilot study for our operations in Finland, I would say last year is when the report was published. And there as well, we felt where we thought there is a fair bit of localized data available, that some of the geospatial data, which was not available, then sort of made things a little difficult to assess what sort of impact was the operations having or not. Two, I think it's consistency and predictability. And this again is both regulations, but it's also requirements from the civil society, from multilateral institutions, as well as our investors. If we feel that, and we understand that things will evolve as we start doing them more, but if there are huge pendulum shifts in what is required, then it becomes extremely difficult to keep track.
Right.
And keep pushing the agenda forward. Yeah. So if I was to, keeping at time, say these two things, it'll be predictability and sustainable, predictability of the frameworks, and then access to good data that allows us to see what our impact is.
Well, I wish I could tell you that things are going to be more predictable going forward, but I think the opposite is true. But thank you, Manisha. Jean, back to you. I think you had something you wanted to add to the conversations taking place.
Yes. As you all know that we have so many conferences, we have so many COP, but the youth voices remain not heard enough, you know. We have the space that been curated for the youth participation or youth voice, but youth voice are often overlooked. Yeah. We have the seat, but not in the decision-making table. The decision shaping our future, but it's frequently made without our meaningful participation. It's make us feeling we're youth, but we invisible. Here in Bangkok, one of the campus in Bang Khun Tien, it's affected by the sea level rise. We gradually losing the land from advancing the sea. So we as a youth call for meaningful youth participation, not only the draft phase, but also ensure we can participate during implementation, monitoring, and reporting process. We demand to see youth representation reflect within national reports and other data, ensuring our youth voice and perspective to shaping our future. Moreover, we want to see more collaboration among government body, private sectors, entity, educational institution, and civil society to include and empower young people effectively, as well as leave no one behind, especially minority and young people who live in the remote. I know that resource mobilization and transformative change are critical to protect the biodiversity. As youth, we demand all the sector have transformative shift in our economic model, policy, and decision-making processes, in particular in policy-making bodies and business sector. We call to increase support and investment in technology and knowledge, sharing with youth to empower us and in addressing climate change and biodiversity loss. In the next negotiation, we hope to see shared responsibility. We urge the leader, businesses, and policymakers to take bold, transformative action. Every decision and business activity must uphold human rights, particularly by ensuring youth, young women, indigenous people, and local community have access to essential information, resources, and meaningful participation at all levels of decision making. We hope to see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. And let's step off right from there and open it up to questions. And let's see if we can get someone perhaps that is from the youth community to see if they'd like to participate by asking a question to one of our panelists. Can I take that question? Anyone? I'm not sure, but I don't think you qualify as youth, my friend. You look a lot like me. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I would like to say thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ayi Natasha, and I will be the speaker for the next session, but I'm truly honored to be given this chance. Actually, I have the same questions representing Indonesian, that the youth itself in our country has a very big gap between the Java and island and also my island, that is Borneo Island, in terms of the mindset itself and also the capacity building that has been stated before. And throughout the business sector and the government policy, most of the time, the local indigenous youth, especially out of Java Island, and I believe that every country has the same issue. How do we actually emphasize that the future of this generation is not only depend on ourselves, but the strategy that we plan together in this conference room can be sustainable and also concrete action that we can provide?
Thank you. Your name and affiliation again, please?
Ayi.
And from what organization or?
I'm from Enable Project.
Okay, thank you. And would you like to direct that question to someone on our panel?
I'm open to questions to all the speakers, actually.
Well, let's start with Dindo, and then maybe we'll take another question right after that. Quick response, if you don't mind.
I was so mesmerized listening to you that I forgot what the question was. If you could just simplify and say it again.
Sure. The question will be, how do we actually comes out with the concrete action and sustainable strategy in this conference room to involve the local indigenous youth?
Okay, thank you. I'll try. And I said this to Belinda and the others because it's our second time. This is the second iteration. I think for all of us, and not just the youth and the local communities, but also the private business sector, we do have a responsibility to be able to demonstrate that not only ideas come out of these meetings, but also concrete actions. So I'm thinking, I just started the private business sector, and then I'll go to the youth one. And I'll start by saying, please don't get me wrong when I said what I said about finance. Finance is very, very important, but it would be totally wrong to consider that the only way the private business sector can contribute to biodiversity climate goals is to finance. And we can have a long discussion on that. You can talk about your nature dependencies. The private business sector is one of the major users of that. Innovation, and now I'm thinking youth and local communities. And we often forget that public sector finance research is a small fraction compared to what's happening in the business sector. And that applies the same to all the startups, the great ideas that the young and the youth play. How can we make sure that we tap that we don't just look at the conventional sources of knowledge that exist in universities or research institutions? We recognize the great, maybe simple ideas that come out of individual young people like you, or even in local communities. So going back to the private business sector, you're a source of innovation, and very practical innovation, bankable ideas that actually been proven to be profitable. A third one is also making sure, you see the youth, including indigenous peoples, you're a force to reckon with when it comes to influencing the outcomes of climate and biodiversity targets. Why? Because it's not just about what we do to contribute to adaptation, but see, when we talk about climate biodiversity loss, climate change, you also talk about how consumer behavior, how human behavior affect that. You represent probably the world's largest consumers, and maybe iPhone users. If you look at the companies around here, what percent of the staff actually are below 35 years old? So you have the numbers. I can't say we, I'm more than 35. You have the numbers to influence that, and that needs to be recognized, and that is really where the starting point is. And the last point is, while I appreciate when young people and local communities, I'm a fan of Tibtiva, by the way, We like to get our voices heard, but there's a limit to having those conversations outside of where the actual negotiations happen. Right? We can go to the COPs, and the COPs have green and blue zones, right? I mean, if you're not part of the party of national delegation, you're just outside. You can talk all you want, but your edits to the text can never be considered. So where do you start? You start in the countries, because before those national delegations go to the COPs, that's where all those plans and the priorities are. I think that is where local communities can engage, and I think this is where the youth can be involved directly around the table and influencing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dindo. I think that was an excellent response. And I'll open it to the other panelists in a moment, but let me just take a clutch, though, with the 20 minutes that we have left in the room to see if there are other questions from other constituencies. A question for our panelists, please. Ma'am? Your name and affiliation, please.
Yes, hi, I'm Lena Manili. I work with Tutwin. We're a latex manufacturer based in southern Thailand. And my question is primarily for you, Helen. You spoke about capacity building, capability building as kind of being a bidirectional dynamic, or that being something really important. I wondered if you could share some examples of like what that might mean in practice, or what that could potentially look like. And I think in a similar way, I'm really interested in this conversation about youth. Like, it's very easy to kind of talk about youth as a single group, but just as we were saying with different Indigenous groups, there might be divergences and agreements among those. Are there potential ways, what kind of forum, like whether it's citizens' assemblies, like how can we create more open fora for more discussion amongst youth groups or different groups that aren't simply rooms like these as well?
Helen, I think she pointed that question to you, please.
Thank you very much for that question. Yeah, I think that's very important because in terms of principles, I mean, we have a lot of robust principles of how capacity building should look like. But in terms of operations, I think this is something that we can co-develop moving forward. Maybe what I can share is one example that we did, my organization did, especially, particularly in capacity building on the Green Climate Fund's Indigenous Peoples Policy. So the Green Climate Fund is an operating entity under the UNFCCC convention. And in 2018, they adopted an Indigenous Peoples Policy. And what we did was we thought there's a crucial necessity that Indigenous peoples understand what this means, what it means in terms of when GCF funded projects are going to happen in the community. But then we also realized that there's also need to ensure that implementers like the governments and accredited entities to the fund are aware and understand what the policy is, because more often than not, a lot of the accredited entities, these are the entities that get the money from the fund and implement activities, are more familiar with policies that have importance or relevance to fiduciary standards. And so what we did was we invited regional dialogue between the governments, accredited entities, and Indigenous peoples. It was a very good conversation because governments ask questions from Indigenous peoples, and Indigenous peoples share their ideas and also their actual experiences. And if something like this, and again, we were hoping it wasn't a one-off project, but it takes a lot of resources also to do this. But if something like this can be co-developed both by Indigenous peoples and the business sector, I think that would be a good platform to do, and with the governments, because again we are building not only the capacities of Indigenous peoples but also the different actors and as equal partners. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. The gentleman here in the corner. Please state your name and your affiliation in the question.
Thank you for sharing your experiences and your wisdom. My name is Rakesh Wazirani. I'm with Bureau Veritas. I was pinching myself. This is the first and the last time that I will be optimistic about the current scenario. Yeah? Otherwise, the next day I will just be complaining. But in terms of COP, I wanted to just share that I think it's useful for youth and everybody to go at COP. It's one place where you see all human emotions. You see excitement, you see fear, you see anger, everything, different cultural backgrounds. Now, one of the positive things of youth being present is by UNDP, by your organization, which leads this Youth for Capacity Building Forum, brings together youth, takes them to the blue zone, where the actors from the state, policymakers are, you can experience, you can voice out concerns and so on. And now my question, we've been talking about climate and biodiversity and desertification, yeah? What about the topic of chemicals and waste, with the first international conference slated for next year, which is when this global initiative will be finalized, the global framework for chemicals. In June, there will be the science policy panel and then the open-ended working group. I'm curious to hear, what are stakeholders in Asia doing with so much manufacturing happening there? We breathe chemicals and see waste, yeah? What are we doing? Thanks.
Thank you. And just a preliminary feedback. One reason we didn't bring in chemicals and waste is because there aren't any outcomes to really speak to at this moment. And also, if we continue to pack on the agendas, it becomes more and more difficult to speak for our panelists. And indeed, did you have someone in particular that you wanted a response from?
Perhaps the colleagues from IUCN, because it also touches upon the impact on biodiversity.
Thank you. It's actually a chance for me to say something along the lines of what you were thinking. We've been talking a lot about the 3 COPs because they're from the Rio Conventions. One challenge is what can we commit within each of those environmental conventions in terms of the targets. But what worries me is exactly your point. We seem to forget that there are not just only 3 environmental agreements and conventions. There are nearly 100 or even more if you talk about the regional ones, and they're all interconnected. You talk about the one recent example we cannot deny. I mean, 3 months ago, the plastics treaty negotiation, which took place in Korea, and it failed, right? We were supposed to have a legally binding agreement. What has got to do with biodiversity? Of course, because you have leakage. Marine ecosystem is going to be one of the consequences of existing pollution. BBNJ, the marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. How many countries have actually ratified it? It was passed 2 years ago. It worries me when I was listening about biodiversity or climate that we forget in this region, let's say the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands. We serve as the regional secretariat for that convention. Much of what we discuss about climate and diversity is in the Ramsar one. Or a convention on migratory species, CMS. CITES, a very big issue in this part of the world, which is the convention around the trade, illegal trade of species, right? So while the 3 Rio Conventions are important, I completely agree with you. Let's not forget that the world doesn't revolve around those 3. The reason why they have these other agreements, because we recognize they are intrinsic and interconnected. So when you go back to your own, to our respective countries, let's not just look at the 3 commitments by our governments on those 3. Let's also look at what they have committed to migratory species, wetlands, or illegal wildlife trade, and please start convincing them to actively take part in making happen that the world will finally have a legally binding agreement on plastic pollution, and that your countries will finally ratify BBNJ, which is the Treaty of the High Seas. So there's much more that needs to be done. The 3 Rio Conventions are important, but we also need to work on the others.
Thank you, Dindo. Another question, please. Going to wait a few more seconds for another question, and then over here, Tech.
Thank you so much. I'm Tech. I work with UNDP Nepal. I wanted to know, a bit about, again, a good practice in regard to empowering and, making youths organized towards, looking after the vulnerable among indigenous peoples. For example, in Nepal, We have few indigenous peoples who do not want to speak out. They live in forest, and they do not want to be exposed. Though like we have ILO convention ratified by, and everybody knows that the prior consent, meaningful participation, these are the key fundamentals that every the government has to government and other state actors need to take care of. But those who do not want to be exposed, the youth can be like voice for them. Likewise, youth can influence the policies. They can educate and advocate for the cause of like indigenous peoples. However, if youth are under threat, because they are the defender ones, so I'm sure that they might have multiple issues and challenges if there is no mechanism to go for safeguarding their rights. So is there any organized mechanism funded by government to look after their kind of well-being, so that they can like work without any fear? Thank you.
Tech, who did you want that question to go to? And maybe you could actually rephrase the question too, for the benefit of
this question, yeah, like yes, I
Helen?
think lady, yeah.
I'm not sure I can respond to the question very successfully, but I must say that the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples recognize the rights of Indigenous peoples in isolation, in voluntary isolation. And so, and this is true, and this is true also for any business enterprise or any climate and biodiversity activity that would impact Indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation should be discontinued. I mean, immediately. And I think this is the stance and position that many multilateral bodies and organizations are taking. So if it's going to impact Indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation, any activity should not continue. And then maybe in terms of the youth speaking out for Indigenous peoples, I think if these are Indigenous people speaking out for their communities, I think that's okay. But if we're talking about other people speaking out for Indigenous peoples without the Indigenous peoples themselves saying so, I think that might be problematic. There's a slogan in Indigenous peoples and other activists are using nothing about us without us. Yes, thank you so much. Yes, and then maybe on the question of our colleague, our youth from Indonesia, one of the agreements and also the principles that Indigenous peoples agree in all of these 3 COPs is intergenerational accountability. So we recognize that it's not only this generation's accountability and responsibility to take care of what we have, but it's an intergenerational thing. And one of the things that we have been intentionally doing is building capacities of second-generation Indigenous peoples leaders, especially in the 3 COPs, for instance. We have been raising resources so that Indigenous young people are able to learn what these are, and because it's a totally new animal, but we will not be here forever, and so we need that kind of transmission of expertise and also knowledge of Indigenous peoples to younger generation. This is something that we have been doing, and again I think it should be intentional. It's something that we should be continuously doing if we want our efforts to really yield sustainable results.
Thank you, Helen. Let's see if there's one more question, but if not, I have one for the panelists. Scanning. Okay, good. So again, going back to Rakesh and Dindo's response, which was very well done, especially reminding us of all the other agendas, including plastics and CITES, etc. But again, one of the reasons why we're focused on these COPs is the proximity, and because everyone noticed the proximity of these three agendas, but also because there's an inherent interconnectedness, and I think you spoke to that a little bit, Dindo. In fact, UNDP on its website, and I'm putting UNDP on the spot here, said, quote, this TRICOP is a unique opportunity to underscore the interconnectedness of the crises and their solutions, unquote. To each of our panelists, I want to know, based on what you know, whether you felt that opportunity was seized, and what are, in your opinion, are the most important points of this interconnectedness between the three COPs. It doesn't have to be a long answer. In fact, it must be a short one. We're running out of time. So starting with Dindo and then working ourselves down the line.
Yeah, maybe seizing the opportunity for me is not about the COPs per se. Say COPs take place every year, every 2 years. They're 2 weeks. They get a lot of media mileage. They are Instagrammable events. But this discussion negotiation is an everyday thing. It happens throughout the year. Before the actual COPs, you have meetings of subsidiary bodies. We had on biodiversity, we just had the resume session 2 weeks ago in Rome because of the unfinished business as October. In countries, you have this continuing discussion and negotiation. So I think a message, seize the opportunities to talk, to participate, to influence every day, not just because you are going to go to Bilim at the end of the year or to go to Mongolia next year for Land Health.
Keeping it short, I think the one opportunity that needs to be seized much more than it has been is how can technology help? And then look at private sector, not just for the funding, as Dindo said, but also for the solutions.
Just on that one note, and plugging a colleague's session later today, a session on technology is going to prove to be important. Helen.
For Indigenous peoples, whenever we talk about the COPs, all the actions, all the implementations are not going to be happening at the UN level. They're going to happen in the communities where Indigenous peoples live and breathe and do their daily tasks. And they do actions and not say, okay, I'm going to plan for mitigation. I'm going to do this for adaptation or do this for biodiversity. These are things that are actions that they do daily. And when we talk about interconnectedness, this is where things are happening at the community level. And so in terms of opportunities that we need to seize, I think Indigenous peoples are open, working with governments and also businesses as long as their rights are recognized and respected. And this is the opportunity that we need to recognize and seize.
For me, as a youth, I think the COP it's the great opportunity to youth to collaborate with all the sector. And I think another good opportunity is the COP and the high-level conference is a space for sharing resources, sharing information, sharing knowledge, and empower us together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. And thank you to our audience, too. There are a lot of different takeaways for this session. I just want to mention one each per speaker that I found compelling. First, starting with Dindo, it's not important. It's as important how we spend the money that we receive as how much money we receive. And so that goes down, I think, well for many people. And to recognize, too, the different kinds of ways that private sector contribute, not just through financial participation. Also from Manisha, a lot of different points, but simplified frameworks. These will help not only Telenor do its job and go into other areas beyond carbon emissions reduction or safeguards, et cetera, but also perhaps get us through this rocky place that we might be going through with regards to the sustainability agenda in a fragmented international political environment. And then, Helen, I liked how you said your word on capacity building, your message to the private sector is that it's not just us that need the capacity building, it's you guys. So it's a two-way street. And then, of course, Jean, your comments about meaningful youth engagement, it will be an ongoing process. It will be something that we're constantly working towards. I hope that you felt you meaningfully engaged today, as with the other youth that are present in this conference. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here for this plenary session, and I look forward to seeing you for the rest of them. Thank you. That was excellent. Thank you very much. What? Oh, and Belinda's going to make a special announcement.
Thank you. So the announcement is, yes, please take the photo. But for the rest of the audience, just a couple of announcements. First is there is some tea and 2 great sessions in the afternoon, one on gender, one on frontline stakeholders, which are sure to be amazing. The second is, I'm not sure how to pronounce this name, but Kun
Pakpum, Bobby, Pakpum.
Thank you. For fear of mispronouncing that word, that name, please feel free to just reach out to me. I will be right outside. Just wanted to check in on one quick item. Thank you. And thanks everyone for the great session. Maybe one more round of applause.
Hi, everyone. While we look to fill up the room a bit more, maybe people want to come and sit nearer to us so it's a little bit more intimate. Thank you. I think we'll give it one more minute. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the last session of the day, so it is actually really great to see so many of you making it till the end. Thank you for being here. My name is Jehan. I am from the UNDP Malaysia office, and I'm here with my great panelists, who I'll introduce one by one, and then we'll just jump into the questions. So on my right, we have Sarayu Natarajan, who is the founder of UPTI Institute, and Sarayu works on equity and justice at the intersection of technology and society in India. Your research and practice has focused on digital infrastructure, citizenship and inclusion, and governance of technologies. And just to plug a report that was done by Sarayu's team in 2022 on this intersection between AI and human rights. Also to my right, we have Ben Hardman, who is the Mekong Legal Director at Earth Rights International. You work to support communities affected by issues at the intersection of environment and human rights, including in extractives and land grabs for development projects. Big stuff. To my left, I have Ai Natasha, who kindly asked the question earlier, quite pertinent for our session as well, who is the founder of the Enable Project, a green startup that champions the circular economy by turning food waste into valuable resources. Ai is also the chairperson at Gerbang Tara, correct? A foundation focused on sustainable development with a special emphasis on supporting indigenous communities in East Kalimantan. And to my far left, we have Pacharibun Mem Sakul Pitakpon, who is the Sustainability and Impact Lead at Palo IT Thailand, a global tech consultancy that designs, develops, and scales digital and sustainable products and services. Welcome to all of you. So today's session was of particular interest to me as it tries to marry the new and in many ways unknown with tradition and custom. Historically, the use of technologies has been a key driver of poverty reduction and has raised the living standards for millions of people in a very short amount of time. And technology continues to excite us. AI and advanced analytics have the potential to help us tackle some of our most challenging problems. AI climate tools, for example, are already in use. Researchers at the University of Leeds developed an AI tool that can map icebergs 10,000 times faster than humans. Another AI software is being used in the US to help some of the biggest carbon emitters, particularly in oil and gas, to decarbonize by tracking and reducing their emissions by 20 or to 30%. But of course, we know that this comes at a cost. As we see more investments in new technologies, we must also ensure that we don't overlook how these technologies are made possible in the first place. In this session, we hope to unpack the environmental impacts of new tech on rights, investigate the deep connections between technology-driven supply chains and the harms on indigenous communities and ecosystems. And of course, we want to learn how businesses can navigate these intersections. I will start with you, Sarayu. So we are now seeing the rapid destabilization and erasure of indigenous cultures and ecosystems as a result of mining, construction, and other related developments to meet these technological demands. Could you start us off by sharing in what material ways indigenous communities are being harmed in this process?
Thank you very much for that question. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with my co-panelists and in this room, having this conversation about the impacts of AI on several aspects of human rights, but specifically on the question of the environment. I think to break down the question of materiality, I would like to think of the two parts to the AI value chain, so to speak. The first part being the making of AI and the expectations it has of people, of the environment, as well as the use of AI, which is basically running any kind of inference models in order to get outputs from AI. And then talk a little bit about why AI is unique, why we need to pay attention and problematize it, I dare say, a little bit differently. And I think then start to come to the question of the intersection with indigenous communities. Just thinking about the making of AI, and its link to materiality. AI involves the use of hardware, which needs silicon. So there is a resource expectation or a resource use that the making of AI requires. Model development requires the transmission of models and data across different server systems, and hence there is a need for materials like copper or aluminum. There are some rare minerals as well that are used in different components of the AI hardware system. And then, of course, in running models, there's a need for cooling and land for data centers. So there's enormous resources, material resources, but of different sorts. And then, of course, the use of AI itself, which is running an inference model, typically in the context of generative AI, also requires hardware, it requires more data, it also requires cooling because these data centers are churning. And there are, depending on where you look and which website you ask, and if you can ask generative AI itself, there are several analogies of what running a chat query would look like. Some people argue that the energy used by OpenAI and the various instances of ChatGPT is like charging 3 million electric vehicles. It is the equivalent of running 25,000 households in the US. I mean, there are several analogies, but I think the broader point being that it's fairly energy intensive, both in the making and the use of AI. Why do we need to pay attention to AI? For many years, I've thought that AI is not exceptional. It's very much like any other technology, but increasingly, particularly with the advent of generative AI, I've begun to wonder whether we need to think about it slightly differently than we do, and do we need an exceptional approach? I think there are a few reasons. The first being that AI has tremendous use for various stakeholders. It can play a big role in democratizing access to technical systems. It can play a big role in bringing in persons with disabilities, for example, in participating in the progress of technology. It inheres in it various conflicts. The second is that there is a geopolitical question at play in the context of AI, which is that AI is made in one part of the world, often relying on labor and resources in another part of the world. And so there is a jurisdiction enforcement question in the context of AI. The third one is trickier, and I think in some ways, maybe something to consider in thinking about AI as its own sort of curious thing, is that the making and the use are sometimes separated, which is that an entity makes it, but we are users of AI. In running a search now, it's bundled in the context of Google. I don't know how many people have seen, but you get a generative AI output each time you run a search on Google. And that's fairly intensive and stacked up over millions and billions of searches and millions and billions of use cases. You have extensive energy consumption, but that is different from the making of AI. And so there are questions of how do you distribute accountability and responsibility? What does it even mean? And so I think that thinking about AI as an exceptional question is sort of the second order of things to think about. And the third is the intersection with indigenous communities. I think nobody in this hall needs to be told what these intersections are, but there are, of course, claims on land. There are claims on water. There are claims on forests. So there is a huge claim on natural resources. Even the processes that are used in the making and the use of AI often have significant health consequences for communities that are near some of these places, where data centers are, for example. The one thing, though, that underlies this, and I think some of the panelists in the earlier sessions, at least in this room, have alluded to, is the question of criminalizing advocates for the environment or advocates for human rights. And so in very many parts of the world, there is an oppositional framing of indigenous communities' rights, or more broadly, human rights, and the progress of AI and innovation. And this oppositional framing is also at the heart of why perhaps we need to think about AI differently. But I'll hand back to you, and I look forward to the rest of the conversation.
Thanks, Sarayu. Thanks also for reinforcing that exceptional challenges really forces us to think about exceptional solutions. And so also I've just written down oppositional framing. That's great. So just staying on this thread, with the global demand for rare minerals and other raw materials in Asia, the extractive sector is inherently exposed to rights violations. Yet support to rights holders, whether financial, legal, or through remedies, remains elusive and severely lacking. Ben, could you share with us from your work with communities, what are some emerging human rights risks and how these communities are dealing with them?
Thank you. Yeah, I think what's interesting is that despite things like AI, electric vehicles, robotics all being very new, a lot of the problems are very much the same. I think particularly for issues around rare earths, we're still seeing very direct impacts on communities from things like extractives. To give you a bit of context, heavy rare earths in particular are used in magnets. And magnets are, at the moment, 2020, around 30% of demand came from electronics. By 2030, that demand is going to increase by 300%, with most of that being electric vehicles, about a third, and another third being wind turbines. It'll double again by 2050. So these are huge increases in demand for heavy rare earths. At the moment, the rare earths that are used in magnets include dysprosium and terbium. Two-thirds of the global supply is coming from one small part of one state of Myanmar. It's coming from one small part of Kachin state in northeast Myanmar. which was until last year an area controlled by a warlord aligned to the Myanmar military. And so there is this link. And perhaps to tie in a bit more with AI is the idea that the energy use there is huge. It's already perhaps 2% of global consumption. By 2026, some forecasts say it'll double to 4%, so the same as Japan. To put it in another context, 2% is roughly the same as the entire aviation industry. And so what is this mining like in Myanmar? It's called in situ mining. What that means is you drill holes into the top of the mountainside and pour in chemicals like ammonium sulfate. That releases the things that you want, the dysprosium of terbium, and everything else that you don't want. So heavy metals, arsenic, cadmium, selenium, all kinds of ions. And so the impacts downstream on communities, and these are indigenous communities in Kachin, are things like complete loss of biodiversity, health impacts, increased miscarriages, deaths of workers, both from the chemicals and also from landslides. And how does this fit into global supply chains? Well, it's relatively opaque. You have companies in Myanmar that are Chinese-backed or Chinese-owned, exporting entirely into China, where it goes to a large state-owned enterprise, the China Rare Earth Group, which does all the processing, and then it goes to magnet manufacturers also in China before it enters global supply chains for wind turbines and EVs, etc. Now, the downstream companies are aware of this, both because of their own human rights due diligence, but also because of CSOs raising it, and just like Global Witness. And so companies know that their rare earths are almost certainly coming from Myanmar. And so it's effectively baked into their business model. Now, how have communities responded? It's been extremely challenging. Up until last year, the area was controlled by a militia linked to the military. Conflict has now seen that change to the control of an ethnic armed group, the Kachin Independence Organization, that is substantially more, I would say, democratic, but also has policies that protect indigenous rights. Obviously, it's fighting a war, and to the extent to which those are implemented is questionable. And so communities in these areas have protested. That's been the main way they've stopped new mines. They're now working, or there's a big role for CSOs, a lot of making sure that communities have access to information, so water testing, monitoring documentation, talking about responsible mining, so that communities can decide whether or not they want to oppose new mining in their areas. Also advocacy with both local stakeholders now, being the Kachin Independence Organization, and also communities and CSOs are doing advocacy directly with bodies like the OECD and car companies in Europe. But obviously we're still a very long way from anything that you could even begin to compare to any kind of free, prior, and informed consent, and remedy is more or less impossible at the moment. I think just very quickly, there is, to give a more positive example, you can see in Thailand. Thailand has EIA laws that are that are progressive, that you can enforce in the courts. You are seeing communities carry out community-led health impact assessments where they are then able to, in the courts, challenge projects. And so, for example, before the harm happens, communities in Omkhoi in northern Thailand have managed to use EIA laws to stop projects before they happen because of a failure to follow EIA laws. So it's not, I think within the region there's a huge variance, but I think particularly rare earths in Myanmar is absurdly harmful for communities.
Are we asking then for companies to go beyond EIA, proper EIA, meaningful EIA?
Well, I think in Myanmar there is no such thing as EIA, right? Yeah. Prior to the coup, there were some laws that put in place EIA, but a real lack of enforcement. And mining has been taking place in areas that haven't been in central government control for the last 70 years.
Thanks, Ben. Moving on to Ali, and so I want to bring in the business aspect. BHR actors have been grappling with these consequences to ensure that there's greater accountability from businesses for their human rights violations, and also given uneven commitments from industry to prevent environmental rights catastrophes. What does this mean for a region like Asia, a key player in the global tech industry and the tech supply chain, but also home to millions of people, including a large demographic of young indigenous people who may bear some of the worst impacts of the technological race to the top?
Thank you for the questions. I think it's a very
familiar things for all of us when we talk about technology advancement. So I'm talking about how technology and also business and society can come together. I've been living my life for almost 3 decades, and half of them I dedicate to social and environmental issues, where I do volunteer to actually know what is being discussed in government sector, in business sector, as well as us representing the community. When talking about the technological race to the top in Asia, we do believe that it presents a complex dynamic of both opportunity and challenges. And as a key player in the global supply chain, home to millions of people, we cannot deny that we may bear the brunt of these changes, facing disruptions, inequality, and also the environmental challenges. And thanks to the technology that today I'm representing not only Indonesian and the indigenous communities all around the world, they are actually watching this live session because of the technology advancement that being broadcast via live streaming. And it shows our support, especially for the committee that has been prepared this event and agenda, so that even though they are not physically present here, but their support accompanies us personally, as well as those representing the voice of your own benefits and your own circle of environment in your own country. The first one, I'm going to talk about the economic versus the job disruptions. When we talk about the technology itself, we cannot deny that ASEAN countries, especially like Vietnam, Thailand, and Indonesia, with the bonus demography that mentioned just now, we depend more on the manufacturing industries like textiles, electronic, automotive, and the trend nowadays that people are keep on being the trend or the lifestyle is to have electrical vehicles. And all of these things is actually supported by the technology. Automation and AI could displace this job opportunity for the people who are actually working as a blue collars. And despite of these potential job losses, we should focus more on these issues that this bonus demography can actually benefit countries in several ways through technology and also the strategic between business and government. We cannot deny that I'm leading the foundation that focuses on social to make sure that our local indigenous communities know that they have the opportunity to become a social entrepreneur, to become ecopreneur, even though they are still working much harder than the well-established business, but they try their best to be involved in the business sector, but also contribute to the community and society by having and supporting the sustainability aspect. As we know that sustainability, focusing on the 3 main aspects, social, economy, and environment, and often left behind is the social aspect. I'm coming from a province in East Kalimantan. If you already know that this province is actually the new capital city of Indonesia. But I have to tell you something, that even though we are coming and we are presenting one of the highest GDP in Indonesia, we also face the same issue that maybe all of the ASEAN countries or the Asian face nowadays, that investing in human resource is very low and relatively very slow compared to the advancement of technology and the tangible infrastructure. Those who are joining the previous session talking about just transition, when we talk about transition in technology, it's not as easy as talking about transition in human resource. We need not only about the funding support, but we need the sustainable strategies that the government can support and the business sector can contribute. Undeveloped infrastructure maybe seem crucial, but undeveloped human resource who are living in this world is more crucial. And it leads to my second point, that technological access and inequality is still happening.
I repeat, it's still happening. Most of the well-established business sector, I believe they give their best to contribute to the society via or through the CSR program. And I do believe that the local indigenous communities also gain benefits from it. Speaking on behalf of the local indigenous communities, we are not only seeking for the job opportunity, but we require our voice being heard. Rural and indigenous communities in Asia, not only in Indonesia, but also like Philippines, the previous speaker that mentioned just now, and northern eastern India struggle with limited digital access. When we come to a big city and we compare to the city which is not a metropolitan or urban center, it is very different in terms of the human resource. We don't look at the infrastructure, but we look at the human resource. And I believe those developed countries, when they plan for the government strategies, they invest in the human, just before they invest in the technology or even the buildings that we see as a skyscraper. And the third is the environmental impact and sustainability, where Asia has the potential to lead in green technologies. Everyone is speaking about green skills, but I would like to raise a question. Do the sector really prepare for the human resource in green skills? I think everyone can answer that, because as we can see nowadays, the green technology is doing much faster than the human resource that we should invest in the green skills. And what we do in our green startup, in Enable project, we focus on the issue that is least concern, that is about the food waste. How we manage the food waste by using technology, but also give job opportunity to the local communities. Because people who are living outside of the metropolitan city, they have a very different and unique skills that we cannot compare to the people who are working in the city, who are having a high-tech skills, high digital skills, compared to those who doesn't have the opportunity to study and work in a big city. So what they can have is the skills. For example, if you are being raised in a farmer community or family, in a fisherman community or families, that is actually the skills that when the investor come to your province and make the business develop in that provinces, that's the opportunity that government and also business sector and community can work together.
Thanks so much, Ai. You've already alluded a little bit to the circular economy and the role it plays, but I will come back to that question. So companies as duty bearers are starting to take lessons from more traditional industries on the best ways to avoid similar human rights trajectories. So this really means thinking about human rights right at the outset. Ma'am, over to you. How should technology companies ensure that technology design and development aligns with human rights and environmental sustainability?
Okay, so for us as member of B Corp and our commitment to corporate sustainability, we do our own impact assessment. And so we also, in addition to doing the impact assessment and how we operate, so just to clarify, if you're not familiar with Palo IT, we're a small tech consultancy firm. We build digital product solutions for our client. And so for us, it's, yes, doing the impact assessment on when we work on projects with client, but secondary for us is through our own company-wide operation as well. And then thirdly, it's on training of staff. I think it must not be taken for granted that we assume that everyone understands what are the human rights and how it's applied to the technology sector. So in this space, I actually teach my colleagues about sustainable IT and responsible and ethical technology and what this means in their day-to-day role.
Thanks so much, ma'am. You mentioned to me earlier when we were talking that in your organization, most of the people working there are really young.
Yes.
Do you think there is that challenge of sort of understanding how human rights can be incorporated into your work?
I think it's partly an educational thing where I don't know in Thailand here the education background on what are the human rights maybe did not delve deep enough to really explain what it meant beyond the political sense. So there's a lot of misunderstanding and where there's stereotypical understanding of what are the human rights. For example, recently I did a DEI workshop for my staff training to apply on what does it mean to implement DEI in a tech company. And so this is one example where I could understand that, yes, my staff understands at the broad level what DEI means, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion. But what does it mean for them to apply it on doing UX, UI research to convince a client that there is a better way to check if your digital solution is being inclusive? Are you leaving out any people with disability? Are you checking all the user know-how and experience deep enough to ensure that you're not minimizing anybody's rights? And the thing about digital data security, privacy, that adds on to it as well.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So the panelists and I agreed that we would pause here after the first round of questions, just to take any burning questions from the floor, if there are any, or before we continue on. So does anyone have any burning questions? Yep, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Here in Thailand, we do a lot on AI development, starting with the concept of AI governance. And actually, we are somewhat relieved and pleased to see that the world is largely aligned in terms of what good AI governance is. And probably the best source of that is the Hiroshima process, which started out from the G7 and may be the single source of getting the best out of AI. So for example, it covers ethical, responsible use of AI, it covers do no harm, human in charge, respect intellectual property rights, be inclusive, don't leave anyone behind, etc. A nice shopping list. Actually, I would like to think it's more than that. Here in Thailand, actually, at the moment, we don't have any AI-specific laws. And we rather think that's a good thing, because if we look at the harms that AI can cause through misuse, there are already pieces of legislation. And with very strong AI governance, it is possible that companies will engage in forming ethical teams to determine the outcomes and the setup of projects before they start. So actually, at a recent Economist Impact Conference late last year, a number of speakers noted this from the corporate sector, that they were doing this. And if you look at the world's research institutes on this, it actually is being done in many ways. Obviously, not everything is being captured, not every harm is being addressed yet. But I'd like to hear from a couple of panel members perhaps on whether there is confidence in the idea of AI governance, or whether people feel suspicious about that, in that it might not address certain things. Thank you.
Can we have your name and your organization?
So I'm sorry. My name is Bob Fox. I'm the chair of the Digital Economy ICT Committee for the Joint Foreign Chambers of Commerce. Thank you.
Thank you. And that kind of sort of leads us to the next question as well on AI governance. Thank you for bringing that up. So maybe I can sort of just put that together. Of course, as we know, many governments in Asia and in particularly in ASEAN are already exploring and investing in these major data centers and hubs to meet these ambitions of economic transformation by fostering innovation and promoting knowledge-based approaches. And so to you, Sarayu, how should governments, in tandem with the private sector, regulate this space in a way that helps businesses to meaningfully integrate human rights protections and remedies?
Thank you. It's a big and difficult question, but I'll try. If I may take this opportunity to also plug another piece of research that we've collaborated with the UNDP Business Plus Human Rights Program. This is on the implications of generative AI. It specifically looks at gender, but some of what I am going to speak about now will build from both of these papers that we've written on the implications of AI. I'll come to the gentleman's question in a bit, but there are existing broader legal frameworks, both in terms of a global human rights framework as well as local laws and legislations in different parts of the world that do tackle some of the concerns, risks, and harms that arise out of AI, particularly with respect to indigenous communities. There is the UNDRIP. The UNGPs offer an approach by which to think about this joint responsibility of business and government. And there are, of course, various declarations of various sorts which deal with different aspects of the AI value chain, whether it is materials, whether it is some of the questions around responsibility and safety. There are several frameworks that talk about the question of responsibility in the context of AI. I mean, I have a wish list, I think, more than how I think governments ought to regulate. But I think there are a few principles that would be important to see in the context of AI regulation. I think first, the definitions of responsible AI so far have largely focused on the implications of AI for users, which is that they often deal with concerns of fairness or safety, sometimes about transparency and accountability. But we need to expand that sense of responsibility to include two things. First is labor. Very much of generative AI is built on the labor of people sitting in various parts of the world. Data annotators and labelers, often women, are a very invisible part of the AI economy. Also, AI models, in order to be relevant to smaller communities or lower resource languages, often rely on the labor of indigenous communities to label and annotate data and create rich data sets on which models can learn. So the framing around labor and labor rights is critical to a sense of responsible AI. And equally with this flows environment, there are enormous resource consequences of building and using AI. So assessments of AI should include an assessment of the environmental consequences. The second is, I think, a progressive emphasis on smaller models. There is emerging evidence that smaller models are obviously less climate intensive. They are also more relevant to context. So an emphasis on smaller models would be relevant in the context of AI as well. The third is, and I think Malaysia has made some progressive statements with respect to the use of cleaner modes of energy use. Using different forms, green energy where relevant, including better hardware, differential pricing for some kinds of AI models might be considered. So this is a third sort of regulatory strategy, and this requires engagement with business as well, because there are consequences on costs. The fourth is, I think, directing or engaging or supporting changes in how models themselves are built. There are emerging techniques in literature that shows that pruning models using techniques like factorizing can help models be more efficient and less energy intensive. So thinking about these forms of changes to the model itself can be significant. I have so many more, so I'm going to go through all of them. I think, particularly from the lens of rights of indigenous communities, participatory modes of AI development is critical. This includes both free and informed consent, as well as legally binding measures for participation of indigenous communities, but also expectation setting around what AI should do. And then the determination of value from the expectations that are set should involve the communities that are affected. And this includes communities that are laboring for AI. This includes communities that are making data for AI. This includes communities whose land, resources are used for the making of AI. So the idea of participatory models of governance should be expansive and truly participatory. I think, of course, there are mandating human rights due diligence as a part of AI processes, and is a critical step that governments can take. The other is also, I think, deeper conversations about questions of responsibility in the context of AI, just given the globally distributed supply chain, the sometimes almost demarcation between who makes and who uses, and what like the conflicts of various interests could be in this space. Unpacking the legal framework is also an important step. On the more difficult question of trust and faith in AI governance, several companies have taken progressive steps towards internally governing the making of AI and the use of AI, including, for example, Microsoft has a committee that does oversight on the use and deployment of AI. Several companies have seemingly progressive measures. I think the challenges are twofold. One is that there is a genuine risk of it being self-serving, which is that a company makes a responsible AI framework. It's unlikely that there is necessarily a broader interpretation of what AI is. And second, responsibility frameworks, like I said earlier, have largely focused on the implications of AI use pertaining to safety, fairness, transparency, bias, etc., which are all very valid concerns in the context of AI, but they do not include, for example, the supply chain. So how does, are labor practices certified? Are workers who are labeling data doing so in conditions where they have access to labor rights, and then of course environmental considerations. So the beyond the risks of being potentially limited to a focused interest, they also have very limited view of what responsibility means, and I hope that future discussions on AI governance also include some of these other things. But I'll pause here. It was a long list of things.
That's great. And I think it's good to have that all on record, actually. And Ben, just on the same, to what extent are these international frameworks, such as the UN Guiding Principles or the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises, helping to protect communities from harms in the first place, but also to better enable access to remedies?
Yeah, I mean, as we just heard, whether it's for the extractive sector that supplies these industries, or whether it's further up the supply chain itself, the way that AI is being used or designed, human rights due diligence is a critical step. And I think this example of Kachin gives a really clear painting of why it's not working. These are harms that have been known about for a long time. I mean, rare earth mining was harmful in China known to be harmful in China from 2015. INGOs like Global Witness have done big reports on this since 2022. So companies have known that rare earths in their supply chains are coming from Myanmar, from a conflict zone, and causing these severe harms to indigenous communities for years. But nothing's changed because it's a little bit hard to find a different source. And so they've accepted that as, oh, well, there's not much we can do about it. And now there's no binding consequences for that failure. If we look at what the guidelines, things like OECD and UNDP say, well, if you find yourself directly linked through your supply chain to a harm, you're meant to take steps to mitigate those harms. And if you can't, then eventually disengage. But if you do nothing, if you continue a status quo, eventually you can be seen as contributing to these harms. And then when you're contributing, the step you're meant to take is to provide a remedy. And so, Myanmar now has over 300 rare earth mining sites, 2,700 mining pools with toxic sludge left in them. And so I assume that companies like VW can calculate what proportion of global demand for these minerals they are responsible for. And that is easily trackable to how many watersheds in Myanmar your company has harmed. And so the guiding principles, if you apply them, I think, correctly, should be saying these companies should be providing a remedy. To put it in context, VW's turnover is 325 billion, which is 5 times Myanmar's GDP. And so it's not unreasonable to expect companies of this size to be doing that kind of work. And also, if we look at how companies are still behaving, Wind turbines is the other big use of rare earths. And wind turbines can be geared or non-geared. Now, the key thing here is that geared ones use 10 times less rare earths than non-geared wind turbines. And yet, despite there being an option to not use anywhere near as much rare earths, the majority, 2/3 of offshore wind turbines, are still non-geared, and 1/3 of onshore are non-geared. And so companies are still able to make this choice to say, we know these rare earths are coming from Myanmar, but we're going to use them because this is the way we prefer to construct our product. And so solutions, we heard just mentioned in some of the earlier talks, is binding human rights due diligence. And even the laws that we had, the new ones, the CSERA, which is the German Supply Chain Act, they don't go anywhere close to being far enough because they're providing the potential for administrative fines. That's not saying to communities, well, you've been harmed by our decision, and so you can directly seek some form of remedy or compensation that you have standing to bring those kind of claims. And look, corporations should be able to factor in this kind of compliance, and it needs to be compliance. It can't be voluntary. You know, the corporate sector often finds solutions, whether that's insurance or bonds or binding agreements. And so you can't create any kind of level playing field or say that you're treating indigenous communities or rural communities with any kind of respect if their lands are being destroyed as they're effectively a spectator. And until you give them, or until we create a system that allows people to directly enforce their rights, there is not going to be any access to remedy, and companies aren't going to have to factor in these costs. And in fact, they're going to be penalized often by their shareholders if they do so.
Thanks, Ben. I think you're saying that there needs to be more compliance. So maybe pivoting away from that a little bit, in your own work with your, perhaps your own community in Kalimantan, how can indigenous knowledge systems help to promote business practices that are nature and human rights compatible? What is required really by businesses to translate some of these solutions into durable corporate outcomes, especially for a rapidly evolving sector like digital technologies?
Yeah, I can say that the answer to that question is actually the collaborative multi-stakeholder engagement. Because if we talk about the business itself, it cannot only run by the business owner or those who are involving in the business itself, but it needs the support from the pentahelix collaboration. We need the government, we need the institutions for the research and so on, and we need the media as well. And not to forget that we need the communities who will complete the ecosystem that we need. And talking about the stakeholder engagement, it is very crucial that we need to understand to navigate the challenge posed by the technological race, Asia, or even us as the nations who are living in those countries must prioritize policies that foster inclusive growth. And this includes investing in education and reskilling to help workers, especially the blue collars, to actually understand about the transitions of their skill to emerge with the technology industries. And secondly, we need to bridge the digital divide by improving infrastructure and access to technology in every part in each countries. Because of all the accessibility that we can give equally to all the people who are living in one country, we can make sure that they understand about the priority of the country and also why is the business sector is switching to the green and new technology. What we do in our foundation is that we not only educate and make sure we socialize about the priority of the national priority to make sure that green technology being adapted in our country. We also need the support from the business sector to make sure that the reskilling strategy for the current employees is being done. make sure that all the people who are doing their job, who earn the living for their family, is also given the opportunity. Not only those young generation who went to university and school to get the updated knowledge, but also to the fathers and mothers who are currently working to be given the equal opportunity. Thirdly, by promoting sustainable practices in industry like agriculture and manufacturing, to ensure that technological progress does not come only at the expense of environmental and social well-being. This is because the sustainability that we mentioned just now, if we look at the agenda, we should actually achieve it by the end of 2030, and we are living in 2025. Maybe those countries who are already a developed country will have smaller gap than the developing countries. But the truth is, there are more countries who need support. And I am here representing not only the indigenous communities, but those voices that are looking for the opportunity to engage for the government support and business sector support. And I am fortunate that in our country, those efforts is being made. We are supported by the presidential office itself in order to move the local movement in each of the provinces that we have currently by integrating all the communication between ministries. If it is involving the youth itself, for example, we are talking about environmental issues, then it will involve the Ministry of Environment and also the Ministry of Youth. And I think, and I do believe that everything we do nowadays, it's not only because we see the benefit for ourselves, but when we really work for sustainability, we work for the future. We work for the future generation. Thank you.
Thanks, Ai. I mean, just following up on that, we heard earlier today in the main plenary that ASEAN is putting together, negotiating a declaration on the right to a healthy, sustainable environment. Do you think this will help?
It would be probably a great effort to do that, because rather than doing nothing or doing things on our own, being collaborative is the key. Collaborative seems to be heard very simple, but I can say that it's hard to make it into a concrete actions. It's very simple to put it on a paper, than to prove it in action.
Thanks, Ai. Ma'am, so just to build on this more, what concrete steps can you share and recommend to companies how they should be engaging with local communities and integrating their knowledge into responsible innovation?
Okay, so actually before I answer this, I just wanted to respond to Mr. Bob Fox on the governance. This one is more of my personal opinion. I see that the governance discussion within the AI space is still kind to the sidelines. I think you will have to find champions within this industry that is interested in the space to move forward the responsible and ethical AI development to engage in this, because I think, there is a race on the AI, and a lot of businesses are focusing more on the race and the business outcomes instead of the due diligence and check. So I think, lucky for me, I think our company, our managing director, is open-minded enough to give us, hire me, a human rights person, to join a tech company to think about these serious concerns and move forward in this space. Now, on your point of how we engage communities, I think we do devote a lot of time through practical things within the realm of who we could influence, is one, through our own staff first, then through our clients, and then through our community. So for us here, we actually volunteer to set up what we call the Matcha Initiative in Thailand. It's a brainchild out of Singapore. It's a network of B2B sustainability professional that focuses on accelerating their knowledge gap. For example, sustainability is across 3 dimensions. It requires very different technical expertise that not one sustainability professional could know it all. It's impossible. So if one person has their challenge on, I need to know greenhouse gas accounting, ASAP to do my net zero and decarbonization, who can I go to, where to help? These are the kind of communities we set up and we meet on a monthly basis. And it's free, all free, but it's B2B guidance and support and community building. And I think expanding on this community to include also representatives from the Indigenous community. And I'm happy to say that at Palo we do have Indigenous staff as well, and try to reach out to as many different types of stakeholder as much as possible. And we do a lot of Tech for Good collaborations with nonprofit and other organizations as well. Like the last one we did was with TerraCycle Foundation in Thailand that does a waste management app to help them track the data of all the garbage that they collected from the various canals and how they collect, sort, and manage that data internally for their organizational use so that they could communicate better with their donors, the different brands that are responsible for the trash. And these are the projects that we do. We're trying to identify these climate tech or responsible tech solutions with our partners. And we need more partners.
No, that's great. And I think, very practical advice is, hire young people and hire Indigenous communities.
Yes.
And that's something, companies can really do. That's within the power to do very quickly. Yes. I have a lot of questions for the panelists, but again, I want to open it up to the floor so that it's not just me asking questions. We have one here. Go ahead, please introduce yourself and also which organization you're from.
Thank you. I'm Nayabali. I'm a proud transgender woman coming from Pakistan. I really appreciate how panelists describe inclusion and leaving no one behind, and particularly role of communities. We are living in the era of anti-gender movement. There is a systematic array from the mainstream solutions, whether you talk about technology, and the major technology companies are driven by those people who are actively campaigning like the gender is binary. So, but when we come to community, we do acknowledge the roles of indigenous Khwajasara people in Pakistan, Babaylon communities in Philippines, sister girls and brother boys in Australia, and their indigenous knowledge on early global warming and fighting techniques and in related to environments. So, but we just heard, but when we comes to the solutions, we don't include. Those companies don't include. The transgender and non-binary people are not addressed. So how panelists see, anyone of you can answer that, how panelists see we can ensure leaving no one behind in the current anti-gender global movement era. Thank you.
Thank you, Niyapathy. I think I will take one more question at the back room chat.
Thank you, Jihan. My name is Romsat from Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. I have a question related to the AI. So as we know that the energy sector is the largest emitter of greenhouse gas emissions, and we also received the report of the human rights implication of the renewable energy in the region, whether it's the land grabbings or the critical minerals minings. So how can we balance the benefit of AI with the need to reduce the high energy consumption? Because as we know, AI need a lot of energy for the training and deploy of the AI or the cooling system for the data hubs. How can we balance these two contradictory needs? Thank you.
Thanks, Ramchat. Do you want to direct your question to anyone on the panel? No? Okay, open. And another question, I think I saw a hand. Nope. Okay, I think we'll take those two questions. Any volunteers?
I could try. Yeah. Okay. So first, I'll respond to you about the transgender and the. I think it's unfortunate, having grown up in the U.S. as well, that the issue of transgender and LGBTQ rights has become a political mess, a problem. And unfortunately, the tech companies right now in the United States are aligning with the new current power in power, the government in power. So I think for us, though, what we can do is right after, the big tech companies recalled back their DEI efforts and all these protection measures, I just had our 2 DEI workshops in Thailand for my staff to drive home the point again that for our company, despite what our major tech partners are saying, we do not agree. And for us, we focus on what we can control. And for us here in Thailand, for our staff and our partners, this is our DEI policy. This is what it means. It applies across, it doesn't matter what gender or sexual orientation you are. We are focused on doing tech for good and the positive impact that comes from that. And then for the question on the human rights due diligence, I think this one for the company, I think you have to separate out also the people responsible for making the AI and the tech companies that maybe use the AI, and the government agenda, also political agenda that goes into the investment. But it goes back to human rights due diligence, right? Are the companies involved in the whole AI chain doing their human rights due diligence? And are they being upfront with their own accountability of what role they play in minimizing the risks and the violations? I think that's the best starting point.
Thanks so much, ma'am. Anyone else want to maybe have comments? Ben?
Yeah, just to very quickly add to that last point is that, yeah, very much agree, and human rights due diligence needs to be compulsory. Again, it's companies aren't going to do it voluntarily, it's a cost.
Thanks, Ben. There are no other questions. I have a question, and I want to ask Ayi this. So you work in the space of circularity and the circular economy. E-waste, represents the world's fastest growing waste stream, and it's often shipped to developing countries, especially in Asia. So maybe reflecting on your own work at the Enable project, are there any principles of circularity that could help companies access some of these unrealized opportunities that reduce environmental harm and also have negative human rights impacts?
I think that's a great question, because currently we are doing a research and also transforming knowledge about waste nowadays. It's not only focused on plastic waste, but there's a lot of waste that is actually happen around us. And one of them is e-waste. I do believe that especially people who are living nowadays in an advanced technological era have more than one device. Maybe we have more than 2 smartphones, and then we have laptop and other devices. And somehow, most of the people who are living in this advanced era, they doesn't know that the waste that actually comes from the device is very harmful, just as harmful as the plastic waste that we can see a lot of campaign, a lot of activists is speaking on behalf of the plastic waste. When we talk about e-waste itself, it comes to talking about health and environmental risks. As we, the nation, lives in the ASEAN countries, we face a lot of changes, especially investment in terms of the technology, where those people who are coming from medium to high income families have more than 1 car in one family. And then what we need to do is that we need to make sure that they understand their responsibility as a consumer. So when we talk about circular economy, it concerns about the consumer behavior. And when it talks about consumer behavior, it relates to the responsibility of an individual. And that's what we are focusing on. Educating people and do socialization regarding on responsible consumption and production, which leads to the SDGs numbers 12. It's not a short-term strategy, but a long-term strategy. Not to mention that the big and well-established company for F&B itself, they are moving and switching to educate the consumer. In order to buy their products, there are some ethical consideration in terms of the business aspect. And I agree that those companies who are working in the technological sector also need to enforce the regulations and the ethical considerations for the consumer itself. And thirdly, promoting environmental justice through circularity. Not every people are familiar with the term circular economy. There's a lot of terms coming in this advanced era. Sustainability, greenhouse effect, impact, circular economy, mention every one of them. But if we come to talk about the local indigenous communities and how we can support it, education is the key, and continuous socializations should be the strategy to all the business sector. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ai. I have another question for you, Ben. So SLAPs. SLAPs are commonly used not really as a last resort and oftentimes as a first line of defense for companies and against communities seeking justice or remedies. So anti-SLAP strategies, I think, are thus, an important feature of indigenous resistance against really well-resourced entities. Do you have any examples that you could share of innovative legal tools or mechanisms that can be replicated across the region for communities to build resilience against SLAPs?
Yeah, and it's interesting because according to the Business and Human Rights Resource Centre, mining companies from 2015 to 2021 were the most likely organisation to start a SLAP suit. And being here in Thailand is a good place to be talking about this. It's regionally a real issue in Thailand, the large number of SLAP suits. An example of a case that I was linked to was a journalist that reported on a mining company. It was a Myanmar mining company operating in Myanmar that caused significant harms to communities and was eventually found liable in the Myanmar courts for environmental damages. A Thai journalist reported on that, and because of that reporting, the company sued him. This is the Myanmar Pongpipat company, at least three separate times in Thailand. It took 6 years for the last of those cases before it was dismissed. And so really, I think for a lot of communities and activists, you could say that SLAP it's a cost of doing business. It's if you raise your voice, you can expect to face some kind of lawsuit like this. There are some things that are possible to do. I think sort of know your rights training is something that is particularly important. It gives communities a better understanding of what their rights are, what they can say, what their free speech rights are within the legal system that they find themselves in. It also helps people assess what they can say more safely and how much risk appetite they have for raising grievances against corporations. There's also a massive need for pro bono legal defense, but this is a resource, and this is the whole point of SLAP, is it takes up people's time and resources. And so lots of environmental lawyers, environmental defenders, human rights lawyers that could be doing other work for communities find themselves doing SLAP suits, and without these lawyers, communities would often find themselves having to either be silent or go to prison. And so I think that leaves us with law reform being the main solution. There's been some of that in Thailand. In 2018, the Criminal Procedure Code was amended to include ways that the court could dismiss cases where there was harassment or undue advantage being sought, or You could raise a lack of merit in preliminary hearings. But these have rarely been used in Thailand. I think judicial or training of judges is a massive need to try and make sure those provisions are used and to have better laws. And that is part of the Thai National Action Plan, both the first one and the revised one. And the law is currently being considered. But I think when we look at these anti-SLAPP laws, you need to have provisions where cases can be dismissed early, so the communities can apply to have a case dismissed at the very outset, rather than it dragging on for years. Because the whole point of a SLAPP is it has no real basis, it's just to use up people's time and resources. That there should be cost recovery, so that people can recover their costs for defending these cases, and then additional penalties, that if you bring a pointless lawsuit simply to silence people, you find yourself on the end of a fine as well. And then other things like reforming overly broad laws that can be used very easily, and perhaps, say, having mandatory grievance mechanisms in that rather than bring a lawsuit, you have to first go through a compulsory grievance process. So yeah, but I think law reform is the key. Otherwise, the main thing is it just takes up people's time, and that's the whole point of them.
Thanks so much, Ben. Sorry, back to you. Are there examples from your own work of corporate indigenous partnerships that have successfully resolved conflicts?
Yes, so there are instances globally, not necessarily in the context of AI. The Indigenous Guardians Program in Canada, there were some of the examples cited by other panelists in the earlier session, etc. But I was hoping to dwell on an example that we worked on. It isn't so much Indigenous communities, but we worked with Uber, ride-hail company, to build their driver advisory council. Now there's writing on it, and happy to share it as well, but what the driver advisory council was a way to bring drivers from across the country to participate in a governance model alongside Uber, and they've been fairly instrumental in driving a few types of changes. First, better products and services. Second, more access to facilities and sort of better working conditions in the course of work. And this was significant because this was the first time a company in the ride-hail space had reached out to actually do this. Now, we were a third-party mediator in that we acted as the entity that was responsible for instituting the council and then helping run it over the course of 2 years. And we had meetings every quarter and smaller meetings over the course of the 2 years as well, outside of those formal settings. I think there's a few reasons why it worked. One is that it was initiated by the company themselves. And I say worked with all the cautions, of course, and happy to have a longer discussion offline as well, but it was initiated by the company. So there was interest in thinking about different ways of engaging with communities of people who work on platforms. This second is that it was third-party mediated, which is that we played a significant role in not just ensuring the substantive processes, which is what was being discussed, what were the themes, what were sort of action points that emerged, how were they navigated, etc. But we also played a big role in the procedural aspects of making it a fair space, which is critical in thinking about the participation of indigenous communities, but in this particular instance, workers who worked on ride-hail platforms. So this is an example of how technology governance with the role of a community can work, but for it to truly be something meaningful, I think legal recognition of these kinds of entities, definitions of both what substantive processes consist of and procedural aspects look like is necessary. I think also the broader conversation around the digital divide, or sort of, there's the habitus of participating in certain kinds of spaces needs to be tackled head on. But ultimately here is an example of how in the contemporary world, in the context of an algorithmic mediation of work, governance could work. thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Sarayu. And ma'am, just to kind of sort of finish us off, how does Paulo IT contribute to making technology more sustainable and inclusive in Asia?
I think for this one, I'll just share an experience. We had a client, a big corporate conglomerate, that wanted to see on a potential prototype for a tourism app that focused on low carbon tourism app. And they hired us to, because of our sustainability expertise and the UX UI team design on research, to validate with the local community that they aim to pilot this in, if it was feasible. So for us, our team went down to the local community and talked to every representative from the tourism industry to confirm with them that the local plans for responsible and sustainable tourism is, what are your key challenges, what are your pain points, and if there was a sustainable tourism or low carbon travel tourism app, would they be interested to partner, use the prototype? What would they would like out of it? And in the end, it turned out that it did not align. The local community was very proactive already on implementing responsible/sustainable tourism. They had very key, clear goal agendas at the local level, what they want. So for us, we had to relay this back to our corporate client and say, your focus on just the low carbon travel is too narrow for the local community. They wanted to include the social component, the economic benefits shared distribution model to the local businesses as well. So then it gave our client, okay, we better go back and do our more planning due diligence. So I think this integrated stakeholder engagement into the delivery process is important.
Very nice. So I think we're 10 minutes away from the end. Perhaps to just close off the session, I have one last question for all the panelists, and perhaps your final message as well. What is one thing that businesses can do tomorrow to integrate Indigenous and local community voices in their agendas? And I will start on my right with Sarayu. Bonus question.
I think one thing that they can do tomorrow is, and I speak from the limited context of working with some types of companies, is start with educating themselves about where their work intersects with Indigenous communities in the first place. And some sense of responsibility, to my mind, comes from awareness, which again is a distributed capacity very unevenly. Smaller companies do not necessarily sometimes even consider or have this space. So educate, learn, educate yourselves, to start with.
I think there's this huge difference between how businesses treat each other and how they treat communities. That businesses, when they want to go into business with other companies, they don't trust each other. Fundamentally, they enter binding agreements. They have that expectation that while they have some shared interest, they want a binding agreement that gives them a way to enforce contracts or gives them insurance or some kind of mechanism for when things don't go as they hoped. But then they expect communities to be just consulted and perhaps raise a voluntary grievance. So I think starting to treat communities as an actual stakeholder on an equal footing would be a good start.
Very good. Thank you, Ben. Ai?
I met a lot of impactful leaders, and most of them is the one who actually have the responsibility as an individual to lead the communities. Whether we come from the background as a government, as an indigenous, as a business sector, we are all part of the big communities in this world. And what I can say is that policy-making decision involve all of us without leaving no one behind. And that's what we can fight for. And all the benefits that we gain is actually the mutual benefit that we can create with each other.
Thank you, Ai. And finally, ma'am.
I think for us, we're always on the lookout to collaborate on some interesting innovation or using tech to utilize how to help Indigenous community. I think if an opportunity comes up in a line, we would like to potentially collaborate.
That's great. Thank you so much. A quick round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much, Sarayu, Ben, and Ma'am, for an excellent session, and I really learned a lot. Thank you. Before Belinda calls on me, I know I'm supposed to sort of mention the QR code, perhaps. There you go. Ta-da! For the post-session feedback. Your feedback is extremely important to us, so we can keep improving on these sessions. So do scan the QR code. Thank you very much. Over to you, Belinda.
Another round of applause, please. I've heard nothing but... Thank you so much, everyone. I know it's been a long but impactful day. I mean, I think we've spanned everything from regulation to AI to just transitions to clean air, etc. Just a couple of housekeeping notes. For tomorrow, we start bright and early at 9 with an interesting session on the theme of the conference, stakeholder engagement. So what does that actually practically look like for businesses? And a walk through that. So please don't miss it if you can. A note on that, if you do have your badges, please do keep them so we don't have to reprint so that we don't waste on the badges. And my colleague says, please make sure you try and come before 9 so that we make sure everybody is well situated before the start of the day. Thank you so, so much. We really appreciate you taking the time and see you tomorrow.